Chapter 12. I don't know what all this fuss is about, see. So we ain't got no food and there's disease on the streets, so there are skullguard bastards on every corner, and our archmage is an evil bastard, and this country's going to the dogs, so what? All that doesn't matter. Nah, tell me when the ale is all run out. That's when I know something's wrong. Overheard in a crosslung tavern in the year 890. There was a party going on in Jospin. Before the snow closed the roads for good, hawks and soldiers had traveled to every outlying village and town to bring the people back to the shelter of the mountain. Sirens and supplies had arrived in droves, along with a huge contingent from the northern clans, distant relatives all, carrying barrels of infamous ale and spirits and full of relatively good cheer. The mood proved to be infectious, and despite the impending battle everyone was intent on celebrating. Perhaps they felt that it was the last chance to do so, perhaps the war itself was the reason. Perhaps they didn't need a reason. Night once again found Farden alone in the palace library scouring the shelves for interesting books, though this time it was for spellbooks or lost magic tomes that a forgetful siren might have accidentally left in the library. Deep down he was secretly trying to avoid the others and their questions, and the library seemed the perfect place to hide. Farden wiped dust from one of his vambraces and yawned. The mage's training and his emotional day had exhausted him. Every now and again, he found himself having to sit down or yawn and stretch against a bookcase. Farden had never felt magic like Turfing's before, and the depth of his uncle's knowledge had astounded him. He understood now why his uncle had been deemed such a powerful threat to the Arca. Even the archmages might have paled in comparison. Therefore, their impromptu training had filled him with a sudden thirst for magic, a thirst like he hadn't felt since his addiction to Nevermore. Such was his impulsive nature, and hence the mage prowled the shelves, pausing every now and again to rub the dust from the spine of a book that looked interesting. But, once again, he was consistently disappointed by the apparently useless library. He made a mental note to lodge a complaint with Aram. Soon enough, he found himself standing at a familiar archway that led down a long dark corridor. Farden cast a light spell and jogged down the small flight of steps, marveling once again at the rows and rows of tier books that lined the seemingly endless shelves. He wondered if anyone had ever taken the time to count them, and how long it had taken before they had given up. Farden came to a halt at the end of the corridor and looked at the statue of Thrawn and his strange book, the Grimsayer. The book was lying closed on the pedestal just as he had left it. For a reason known only to himself, perhaps just to quell his boredom or satisfy his curiosity, Farden opened the huge book and began to idly thumb through the pages. Once more, the twin lights sprang from the pages and spun their spectral images of orange light. Names floated up from the pages, some he understood, others he did not, and Farden silently mouthed the vowels and syllables of people long dead. Strangely, no matter how hard he tried and how many pages he turned, he couldn't reach the end of the book. Every time he thought he'd found it, he discovered another page underneath, and then another, and another. There was always someone else. Odd, mumbled the mage aloud, and suddenly the book shivered under his fingers. Farden recoiled, watching warily as the pages started moving on their own. Turning faster than his eyes could follow, they flipped and flapped until they finally came to a stop somewhere near the middle of the book. The orange lights went to work and knitted the image of a small boy, a ship's boy by the looks of his clothing and calloused hands, with wet hair and a tired look in his eyes. Seaweed dangled from his hair. Words rose up from the paper and spelt the name Odd in light. Farden raised an eyebrow, and came across a sudden idea. Spreading his fingers over the page, he announced in a clear and commanding voice the name of someone he knew to be dead. The scribe. The Grimsayer hesitated for a moment, and then its pages began to whir past with a strange mumbling sound, like a voice stretched by the wind. Then, just as Farden had hoped, the book found the right page and the hazy image of a wizened bald man appeared, complete with intricate lenses perched on his beak-like nose, just as Farden remembered him from all those years ago. His name was written in a strange script the mage had never seen before. Farden contemplated asking to see his unborn, but he wisely decided against it. Farden tried another name instead. Orion, he said. The Grimsayer shivered again, as if flipping to the demon's page filled it with distaste, and reluctantly the pages tumbled. The mage was beginning to think the book was alive. It took a while, but finally it found Orion's page, near to the front where the paper was a dark yellow and edged with ancient gray. Dust from 1,000 disturbed pages made the mage cough. Sure enough, the lights went to work and the demon was slowly knitted together. Unlike the others, Orion's image threatened to take up the entire pedestal. Farden had to step back to take all of him in. A shiver ran up his spine as he watched the lights weave the demon's fangs and his bulging muscles, the clusters of narrow, fanatical eyes, the wisps and tendrils of his wings, his armor, and finally his curved sword, hanging limply in his 6 clawed hands. The mage felt the air grow cold and watched his breath turn to steam as he exhaled. The skin on the back of his arms rippled and the hairs stood on end as he stared into the demon's glowing eyes, sizing up his opponent. Farden gazed at the image for as long as he could bear and then quickly chose another name, the first one that came to his head. "Show me the third pale king," he said, shivering. Orion's image melted into the page with a sigh of relief from both the mage and the book. But the grimsayer didn't move. "Show me the third pale king, the dead one, ruin," repeated Farden. The book's pages twitched back and forth, as if unsure of themselves. A few half-heartedly flopped over, then nothing. The orange lights hovered over the spine for a moment, and then slunk away. A strange feeling crept into Farden's stomach, but it was swiftly interrupted by his name. "Farden?" came the shout, muffled as it was by the long corridor. Resolving to solve this matter later, the mage wagged a finger at the grimsayer. "I want answers, book," he hissed, and the book muttered darkly in reply. The mage turned and left, and headed back to the main library. Taking the steps in 2 big leaps, he found Elessie standing next to the archway, holding a lantern. "What?" he asked, bluntly. "Where have you been?" she asked, standing with her spare hand on her hip. She beamed her best smile, but he simply looked down at the floor and brushed past her. "Research," shrugged Farden, heading towards the door. He nodded for her to follow and she tooted. "Well, I've been looking for you for a whole hour now. The whole mountain is having a party and you're the only one still working. It's like Highfrost, or the Bartering, but even bigger. Everyone's been asking for you." Farden sighed. Highfrost and the Bartering were traditional Albion festivals, the former celebrated on the longest night of winter, and the latter was celebrated in the summer, usually when the dukes needed an excuse for a feast or the Duke of Woodhollow needed the coin. Over the years, Farden had avoided both of them like plague. "I'm sure they haven't," he said. "Well, Durnus and Laryl the Catgirl have," she said, pursing her lips. "Don't she look strange now, not being a cat?" "I mean, it was strange enough before, mind you, being a talking cat and all, but now it's strange to think of her being anything else, see, and, well, she's pretty and everything, but still very much a cat in my mind. The whole thing is odd. In fact, thinking about it, it's all been a bit strange since that night in the woods all those months ago, when those horrid men attacked the old Ark Abbey. Don't think I'll ever forget that." Farden slowed down, letting Elessie catch up to him. Her skirts swished against the stone as she hurried to keep up with the mage's long strides. "Well, she seems very human to me," he replied, and truth be told, he had to agree with the maid. "And yes, she is quite pretty." Elessie huffed to herself, running a hand through her curly hair. "Not too pretty though, mind. Her nose is a weird shape. And she is a foreigner, and they have some strange ways about them." Not wishing to spark a lengthy debate, Farden nodded in quiet agreement. They reached his door and Elessie went in first, placing the lantern carefully on a nearby table. "Right, I've put out a fresh shirt, that red one, and some new trousers." "Your boots have been cleaned and waxed." Farden shook his head. "Whatever the sirens are up to, I'm sure they will enjoy it all the same without me. I won't be a part of it. I need to sleep." He prodded his pillow and kicked his muddy, sea-washed boots under the bed. But Elessie wasn't having any of it. She marched forward and batted his hand away from the pillow. "You can shake that idea out of your head straight away. I didn't spend my day washing your clothes and waxing your boots so you can lie in bed and play the solitary soldier all over again. I've seen you do this before, remember, and I told you then I care too much about you to let you ruin yourself. For all you know, this could be the last night you'll see those people up there, so you better put those clean clothes on and go have fun." "It isn't right," Elessie scolded him, waving the shirt in his face. Farden said nothing. Faced with no reply but his icy expression, the maid held up the shirt to show him. "Besides, I pressed them and all. Not a crease to be seen. Be a waste of a good shirt." For the first time that day, Farden's stony face finally broke into a smile. His friend truly was a wonder, and still every inch the maid. Even in Nelska, hundreds of miles away from her home, here she was, obdurately insistent on looking after him as though they had never left the Ark Abbey. "Oh, Elessie, what would I do without you?" "Maybe you're right, for a change," he sighed, half-heartedly reaching for the proffered shirt. "As always." Elessie nodded and fiddled with a strand of her dark curly hair, fighting not to smile back and turning around so he could change, and so that she could blush. Farden," she began. "There was something I've been meaning to talk to you about. It's nothing really, just something little I suppose. I tried to tell you months ago, see, that same night in the woods, before the arrows started flying and the shouting and all that," said the maid, a faraway look in her eyes. "Go on," Farden said, pulling on the fresh pair of black boots. "Well, you see, it's probably the wrong time and all for this, but her sentence was cut short by a smart rapping at the door." Elessie bit her lip and went to answer it, finding Aram standing outside in the corridor. There he is, the big siren said to Farden as Alessi opened the door, lowering his head so he could fit under the doorframe. We've been looking for you. So I've heard, said Farden. I'm wondering what I've done to provoke such watchful eyes. Everybody seems to be keeping tabs on me. Aram winked with his good eye. He seemed in good spirits. It's because you're always wandering off, he replied. Come on, we've a party to attend. Courtesy of the sirens. Farden turned to Alessi. You coming? He asked, but she held up a hand and shook her head. I'll join you in a bit. I have some more cleaning to do, she made her excuses and went into the other room, wringing the front of her dress with her hands. Strange one, she is, tooted Aram. Farden hummed, watching her close the door behind her. She was about to tell me something. Never mind. I suppose it can wait. The siren nodded towards the corridor, which was beginning to fill with people. It can wait, now let's get some ale inside you, he urged, making Farden shake his head. What's got into you all of a sudden? He remarked. Normally you'd be scowling at the mere mention of a party. Aram shrugged. It's good to be home, he said simply, hoisting his cloak over his shoulders. The siren was wearing his best clothes, a blue shirt had replaced his normally bleak choice of colors. There were small slashes in its sleeves that revealed another color hiding beneath. A silver band hugged his wrist. A smart brown cloak trailed in his wake. Farden looked up at his tall friend and noticed, against all odds, that he had even combed his hair. The mage briefly pondered if this new Aram was secretly his uncle in disguise, but his fears were assuaged when they reached the great hall and found the others waiting at the door. Turfing was there, looking quite uncomfortable in black trousers, a brown coat, and a freshly starched white shirt, the collar of which constantly poked him in the neck every time he turned his head. He looked as though his beard had been trimmed some more. Farden suppressed a faint smile, already reluctantly succumbing to the infectious electricity in the air. Brightshow was there, tapping her claws on the granite with eagerness, and Durnus, looking regal in a red robe, and so was Laryl, leaning against the wall wearing a slim emerald dress and a multitude of gold bracelets. She had curled her hair and painted her face, and her dark brown eyes smoldered beneath the swirl of blue and green makeup. Farden smiled at her and she smiled back, and then not knowing quite what to do with himself, offered his elbow for her hand and escorted her into the hustle and bustle of the great hall. Loud music was coming from somewhere. Brightshow leant close to the mage and whispered in his ear. It's good to have you back, even if it is ever so briefly, she hissed. It's good to be back, he replied. I hear we're leaving tomorrow? Farden looked surprised. Are you coming with us? He asked. The yellow and white dragon chuckled. The mage could feel her hot breath on his cheek. I never miss an adventure, she said, and Farden smiled. Better make the most of tonight then I suppose, added the dragon, with a nod to a nearby group of siren ladies. Farden glared at her, but Brightshow just chuckled some more and then turned to talk to Aram. But she was right, and the people of Jospin, and by the size of the crowds, the rest of Nelska for that matter, were eagerly following her advice. Everyone was making the most of that snowy night. There was a strange and unrestrained feeling in the air, wild and exciting, and the music did nothing to stifle it. For one night only, all thoughts of war and battle had been forgotten. The sirens and the dragons had left their solemn ways and troubles at the door and had exchanged them for loud conversation, even louder laughter, and mugs of strange red ale, of which there seemed to be an infinite supply. Servants with trays slipped in and out of the milling crowds like snakes through grass, doling out ale after ale and mug after mug. It wasn't quite the debauched and drunken chaos that one might find in the taverns of Krauslung, but the night was only young. It wasn't long before one of the servants approached their little group, and Aram beckoned him over eagerly. Grinning rather enthusiastically, the big siren took the entire tray and dealt out the foaming mugs. Aram made his excuses, which were rather mumbling and hurried, took 2 mugs of ale for himself, and went to find the music, leaving the others to sniff their strange-smelling beverages. It smells like seaweed, said Laryl, wrinkling her nose at the stuff. Brightshow laughed. That's because it is. It's made from fermented red kelp and brewed with hot spices and cloves, she explained. Turfing prodded the pink foam swamping the top of his mug. Looks interesting, he murmured. They sipped it warily. To their surprise it tasted quite sweet, almost nutty, and it had a kick that could fell a bear. Laryl coughed and winced at the aftertaste, while the 3 men merely pursed their lips and nodded to each other. By the gods, began Turfing. That's good, finished Farden. Durnus hummed his agreement and took another gulp. Laryl handed her ale to Farden. I think I'll have the wine, she said. Wait until you try the cinder gin we dragons drink, smiled Brightshow. Fire juice, our writers call it. It'll turn you blind. Sounds good, said Durnus, making the others laugh. Lead on, dragon. Brightshow led them deeper into the crowded hall and further into the maelstrom of merrymaking. Wherever they looked there was something to see. The main difference to the hall was the sudden influx of colors the party had brought with it. For one night only, the drab winter browns and grays of the giant hall had been replaced by scarlet, gold, and emerald banners, hanging from ropes and gilded reindeer antlers. Every dragon sparkled in the bright torchlight and each rider wore clothes that perfectly matched color to their dragon. The scaly crowds were a befuddling mishmash of rainbow hues. Their eyes had trouble taking it all in. Even the food had been arranged by color, and the smell of it all made the nostrils tingle and the tongue shiver in anticipation. Tables piled high with food ringed the edges of the huge hall, topped with every siren delicacy imaginable, from fish to fruit to stew to salads and back again. Plates fought for space amongst flagons of purple and yellow wine and ice water, lanterns and candle holders squeezed between jars and bottles of every kind of preserve and jam imaginable. Steaming cauldrons of soups and butterweed stew sat besieged by crisscrossed and bulging berry tarts, iced slim rolls and stuffed pastries, mahogany breads, and bowls of strange rainbow-colored seeds. Whole penguins, beaks stuffed with cloud and stormberries and the rare oranges from the south, slowly rotated on silver spits. Next to them blazed petrel wings, poached cod fillets, and snowfox and reindeer pie sat steaming on racks. Bags of cutlery hid under the straining tables. Droves of cooks and servants did their best to keep the platters topped up whilst peckish queuing sirens wielded plates and spoons and tried to keep their balance as nearby dancers leapt, cavorted, and capered dangerously close. Music filled the hall. Bards and skalds gathered together in the nooks and corners and battled for attention, each trying to outdo the other by yelling and bellowing the most epic song and edda they could think of. In one corner there was a ljot battle going on as two skalds furiously attacked the strings of their instruments with blurred fingers. There was another big band in the center of the hall. Dancers surrounded them, and the throbbing of their drums echoed around the hall and made the floor shake. Jets and bursts of fire would occasionally billow into the air as dragons roared and trumpeted and sang along. It was easy to see who among the crowds belonged to the upper echelons of siren society and who didn't, labeled as they were by the colors of their scales and their dress, but that night it did not matter. There was a war coming, and that night peasants rubbed elbows with dragon riders, servant girls sipped wine with council members, and everybody in between. Farden noticed a huge number of strangers at the party, sirens and riders from the northern towns who had taken refuge from the cold inside the mountain. They were wilder than the average siren and dressed in finery made of seal and penguin and whale skin. Their eyes shone in a wild way the Josphin riders didn't, and while their skin was paler their scales were more numerous, thicker, and darker. The mage noticed a few of them were wearing nothing but kilts and jackets made of lemming and weasel tails. They wandered to and fro like swaying saplings, bearing smiles full of sharp needle-like teeth. Their hair and beards were long and waxed into braids. Their dragons were lithe and beady-eyed and clumped together in quiet groups beside their riders. They looked wild and fierce, but they seemed friendly enough. A small group of them wandered past. One of them stared at Farden, a tall muscle-bound man with sharp teeth and yellowish eyes. The mage held the man's strange gaze until they had passed. The siren man winked slowly, and he didn't see him again that night. The lost clans, Brightshow whispered in Farden's ear. They live up on the ice fields, near the Tazenbar Mountains. I'm surprised they're here. Why? I'll tell you later. Pagans and snow worshippers, the lot of them. But we need their help, she hissed, and said no more. They kept walking. Every now and again Brightshow would stop to bow her head to an older dragon. Farden watched her. He had always found dragon society strange. They wore no jewelry save for their own polished scales and horns, and they ate in a separate area from their riders, from separate tables designed for their own eating habits. The dragons had a hierarchy based on age. For instance, Farfallen was leader because he was the oldest and goldest, as Svarta had informed him months ago. A dragon's scales became golden as they aged just like human hair turned gray. Like Tower Dawn, there were a few dragons in the hall that were beginning to show flecks of gold in their natural coloring. The mage watched as a siren servant dragged a sled of drinks past Brightshow and a group of other dragons. Brightshow lifted a dexterous foreclaw and hooked a goblet free of the sled. With a clink of metal, she touched its rim to the goblet of another dragon's, and drank it in one slurp. Steam came from her jaws as she smiled at her friends. Cinderjin, thought Farden. He wondered what it tasted like and how strong it was, and if there would be a few drunk dragons by the end of the night. That would be a rare sight and a half, the mage mused. Eventually Brightshow made her excuses, and they wandered on. They soon came across a circle of people and dragons cheering and yelling at something. Farden caught a glimpse of a fight going on in the center of the circle and quickly moved forward to see what was going on. Two bare-chested and bloody sirens were circling each other around the ring, cheered on by the eager crowd. At first Farden thought it was some sort of argument gone wrong and wondered if they should step in, but he quickly realized it was just another bit of party entertainment and by the looks of it also a chance to make a tidy pouch of coin. Gold flew left and right and from hand to hand as the bets were placed for the next round. Somewhere in the crowd, a small bell chimed and the fight started again. For a moment the two sirens ducked and shadowboxed, then in the blink of an eye one of the fighters threw an incredible punch at the other. He floored his opponent with one quick strike and the fight was over very quickly. The siren, his face a patchwork of blood and bruises, jogged once around the ring and then went to claim his winnings. Farden was impressed. Beside him Laryl cheered and clapped. "I didn't know you liked fighting?" said the mage, smiling at her. "There's a lot about me you don't know," she slyly replied. "And it all depends on who's fighting." The mage nudged the vampire on his left. "Come on, Durnus, fancy a round?" Durnus made a face. "I never knew the sirens enjoyed bare-knuckle fighting as a sport. And no, thank you Farden, I don't wish to embarrass any of these fine young riders." "Big words," said a deep voice, and they turned to find a smiling Aram standing behind them, now clutching 3 mugs of ale to his chest, each at varying stages of fullness. The siren's upper lip was stained a reddish color. "Fancy a go, Farden?" The mage took another hearty sip of the strong ale. He could already feel its effects swirling around in his empty stomach. He made a mental note to investigate the food. "Me? No, my face doesn't respond well to beatings. Besides, I don't want to embarrass anyone." Aram laughed, swaying slightly. "Ho ho, more big talk," he said. The big siren then turned and pointed a finger at Turfing, who had been watching the fight intently. "How about you, old mage? Could you best one of us in a fight?" Turfing shrugged, looking for a moment as though he would politely decline, and then he began to remove his coat. "Hold this for me, nephew," he said, handing Farden the coat, and before anyone could say or do anything, Turfing made his way through the crowd and stood in the center of the ring. "Challenge," said the mage, and a few chuckles ran through the circle of sirens as they sized up this aging man with his scars and graying hair. Gold quickly began to change hands. Turfing turned to the rider who appeared to be in charge and held out his hands. "Challenge?" he repeated. The rider looked him up and down and picked something out of his teeth. He looked to his dragon, a somber-looking beast who stood behind him with his eyes half-closed. The dragon nodded and the rider clicked his fingers loudly. The circle began to shout and cheer. "No shirt, no shoes, no magic," said the rider. Turfing smirked and kicked his boots to the side of the ring where Laryl retrieved them. He unbuttoned the stiff collar of his shirt and clicked his neck from side to side. "I'll keep the shirt on, if you don't mind," said the mage, pointing to his back. The rider shrugged, and then beckoned to a man standing on the edge of circle. The man grinned and stepped forward. He was taller than Turfing, younger, and when he removed his blue robe his arms rippled with sapphire scales and well-trained muscles. He looked at his aging opponent and grinned even wider, rubbing his knuckles together. But Turfing wasn't fazed. He simply folded his arms across his chest with a confident smile. "I hope he doesn't use magic," said Brightshow. "They won't like that one bit." "He won't," chorused Laryl and Durnus. What Turfing used wasn't anything of the sort. As the bell chimed, the siren stormed forward, shoulders hunched and fists raised. Turfing didn't move. The siren swung the first punch, a tentative swinging blow to test his opponent, but the mage leant back and dodged it with ease. The siren swung again and missed once more. The crowd jeered his failed blows as the coin began to flow in the opposite direction. Turfing shrugged and shuffled his feet. Farden smiled at his uncle, realizing what he was up to. The siren danced forward, light on his feet, and jabbed at Turfing's face. But again the mage shifted to the side and watched the fist fly past. The siren jabbed again and again at his face and his body, but every time his fist connected with nothing but air and embarrassment. The siren's face flushed with anger. Turfing resisted the urge to flash his opponent a smile. He moved forward to trap the mage against the circle of people, but Turfing slid out of reach once more, as slippery as smoke, and caused even more cheers and shouts. Farden and Laryl clapped and hollered along with the rest of the crowd. By this point, the siren's face was covered in sweat and frustration. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the rider reaching for the little bell, and in pure desperation he lunged at Turfing fist first. It was an almighty swing, and had it connected with the mage it would have surely knocked him off his feet, but it didn't, and it never would. Like an elusive ghost, Turfing slid nimbly backwards and seized the moment he had been waiting for. As the siren's last punch flew past his face, he slugged the unfortunate man just below his ear with a blow a hammer would have been proud of. There was a thud and a crack and Siren's eyes rolled up into his skull. Amidst the yells he sank to the floor like a sack of meat, utterly, entirely, and thoroughly unconscious. The crowd cheered for the unknown mage, and gold fell like rain. Turfing simply laughed, and went to reclaim his boots as the unconscious man was dragged away. Durnus and Farden both clapped him heartily on the back. "Well done," said the vampire. "Classic ploy." But the mage just modestly shrugged aside the compliments and politely thanked the writer who came to give him his pouch of winnings. "I'll give this to Ilios," Turfing said, shaking the bag of coins. Aram didn't look entirely happy, but even so he shook Turfing's hand and admitted, reluctantly so, that he was impressed. "Right," he said, quaffing the rest of his ale as though he were a drowning sailor. "Time to show you how it's really done." And with that Aram marched into the middle of the ring and began unbuttoning his shirt, looking around for the next unfortunate contender. Suffice it to say, upon seeing the size of the big one-eyed siren, they were not as forthcoming as they had been with Turfing, but after a while Aram found himself some contenders, and spent the next few hours battering as much coin out of them as he could. The others ate, drank, and laughed their way into the early hours of the morning, until the ale made the great hall spin and they couldn't dance anymore. Even when they left, the party was only just beginning to reach its peak. The crowds had become a whirling storm of limbs, music, and ale, and had promised not to stop until sunrise. That was the siren way. Farden left Durnus and Turfing at their door and bid them a good night, or to be more accurate in their case, a good morning. The vampire was the only remotely sober one left. He barely managed to maneuver Turfing through the door before the older mage collapsed into a heap. Farden laughed and left them to it, taking Laryl with him. She held on to the mage as if her balance depended on it, and more than once along the hallway she proved that it did. Farden's legs were tired from dancing. His head swam in a murky bowl of ale-soaked soup. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt the corridor twisting and turning. Balance evaded him. Tiredness pulled at him from all angles. He decided he needed sleep. Farden had intended to walk Laryl to her room, but thanks to several wrong turns, they came across his own door instead. Laryl leant up against the wall, smiling, and took her shoes off so she could walk barefoot. The feel of the cold granite against her feet was soothing. Farden fiddled awkwardly with the doorknob. It dodged his fingers. "Locked out?" said Laryl, with her eyes closed. The mage jiggled the door until it came loose and then pushed the door inwards. It was dark inside his room. He chuckled drunkenly. "There we go," he said. "Gods, I need sleep." The mage rubbed his eyes and tried to blink the dizziness away. His limbs felt heavy, but something kept him standing in the corridor. "So do I," Laryl replied. She stretched out her arms and yawned, her bracelets jangling, and then shook her head. Farden squinted at her. "Will you be okay, walking to your room on your own?" he asked. "I'm sure I will," she said, leaning her shoulder against his doorframe, as if she had already found a place to sleep. Her eyes closed halfway and she smiled, humming snatches of a song she had already half forgotten. Farden couldn't help but stare at her, as wavering and dizzy as his eyes made her, standing there bathed in the half-light of the corridor. "Good," he said, because there was nothing else he could think of to use to fill the silence. His leaden legs kicked themselves into life and managed to take a step forward. His body followed. As Farden took a step towards his room, he felt Laryl touch his hand and he paused. He turned to see why, and as he did, she quickly reached up and ran her hand along the back of his neck, pulling herself up to kiss his mouth. Farden closed his eyes and heard his blood pounding in his head as her lips pushed against his, her cat-like tongue sneaking inside his mouth. Farden pulled her closer, trying hard not to lose his balance. Her heady perfume and the taste of wine made his hands pull at her dress. Her arms snaked around his neck. He could feel her biting his lip. In the end, Farden's arms acted on behalf of his brain, and lifting her up, he carried her into the darkness of his room, and slammed the door behind them with a bang. All was quiet again in the corridor, all except for the sound of someone running away. It had taken most of the night and a large portion of the early morning for Alessi to build up the courage to go find Farden. She had promised herself that she would tell him that night, before he left for Albion or not at all, and her chance was slowly fading away with every greedy minute that slipped past. Snowy sunrise was approaching fast, and the mage would be busy and gone again before she knew it. The maid had dressed in her best clothes and had gone to the great hall to find him, but the mage wasn't anywhere to be seen. She had asked Brightshow and Aram, but neither had seen him or the others. Alessi wrung her hands in desperation. There was only one thing left to do, and that was to go to his room. And so she had, walking quickly, her mind going over everything she would say and over again, until it was stuck fast in her head and hovering on her tongue. Twice she took the wrong turn and once she came to a dead end. Her hands were becoming sore from where she kept rubbing them. At long last she spied the mage's room at the end of a corridor, and to her delight she saw Farden standing outside his door, fiddling with the latch. Alessi doubled her pace, eager to catch him before he went to bed. Just as she was about to call out his name, she noticed he was not alone. Someone was standing next to him. It was Laryl, the cat girl, and she was putting her arms around the mage. Alessi's mage. Wide-eyed with disbelief and unable to look away, the maids skidded to a halt and hid in a nearby doorway to watch them kiss. Ilesi put a hand over her mouth as to her horror they went into his room and slammed the door behind them. Ilesi turned around and slumped against the wall. A single tear rolled down her cheek. With a sob she turned and ran, her head now full of smashed and broken hope which, as always, is the worst kind of all. Perhaps it is better to have had no hope at all, than to have had hope and seen it dashed on the rocks. All was quiet again in the corridor, all except for the sound of someone running away. Chapter 13. Everyone knows to burn their dead, for the dead are ambitious creatures. The gods made us burn our dead, and rightly so, for from the ash we came and to the ash we will surely return. Those who are unfortunate enough to fall foul of the wilds, well, then that is that, but those who bury their dead in barrows and graves deserve to be haunted. Burying the dead makes for ghosts. Fire makes for peace of mind. That, and a golden coin. Excerpt from the Rites and Rituals Manual, found at a shrines to the lesser-worshipped goddess Hecate. Deep in the sewers of Krauslung, where the rats huddled together for warmth, it was a cold, cold night, and the air seemed brittle between the fingers and on the tongue. Icicles hung from the grates and gutters and refused to melt. Even in the dark sewers, under the streets and away from the bitter north wind, where the tunnels were bathed in candlelight and secrecy, the stones and walls were slick with ice and frozen grime. Deep in those tunnels, away from the watchful eyes of the guards, gathered together around a small barrel filled with logs and tar, for men tried desperately to get a spark from a box of flint and tinder. "Will you bloody get on with it, Harold?" said one. "I'm trying," hissed the one called Harold. "By the tits of Avernia it's cold," cursed the first, a skinny man wearing patchwork clothes. "We'll all freeze to death in a minute, if you don't get that fire lit," said a third. "Shut up and go back to your rat meat, Tober," said Harold. With a flash, the tar caught fire and slowly but surely, struggling against the brittle cold, the fire began to burn and crackle. Smoke started to clog the air. It was a welcome relief after the smell of sewage. "Thank the gods," breathed a fourth, his voice echoing around the tunnel. The men huddled as close to the flaming barrel as they could without burning themselves and rubbed their hands together, shivering. "It's getting worse," said the first man. Harold, the second man, a young man with beady eyes and a running nose, half nodded half shivered. "If it isn't the cold it's the damn sickness, and if isn't either of those then it'll be the guards, or those bastard turncoat written. One of them dragged my neighbor out of his house the other day and near set him on fire he did," said the fourth man, a dour-eyed man with a downturned expression, the face of a man who has seen a hard life, and wasn't expecting it to get better anytime soon. "What for, Alger, dot? Who can know? They've gone power mad now Lord Vice is in charge," interrupted the third man. Maybe it was the cold, maybe it was the name, but all four men shivered in their boots. "Something needs to be done." "That it does, friends," nodded Harold. "And what are we supposed to do?" asked Alger, shaking his head dolefully. "There ain't nothing we can do 'gainst the guards and the mages now the Skullguard are in force. Every day more of those Skullguard come through the gates. They just take what they want." "They took my house," said Tober, a bald, aging man with terrible posture who looked as though he had once been fat. Jowls of papery skin hung from his jaw. He had a pained look of disillusionment on his folded face. His once fine clothes were now a tapestry of patchwork repairs. "I worked my whole life for that house. I raised my children in it. Built my wife the kitchen she deserved with my bare hands I did, even made that little stool she used to sit and knit on as well. Made a home for them all I did, and a damn fine one at that." "That you did," said Alger, patting his comrade's back awkwardly. "And now I hear there's a vampire loose, right here in the city, of all things." The men shivered again, and shook their heads. "At least it's only attacking the Skullguard. Serves them right. Bastards." The first man, the aging, skinny man with patchwork clothes, ground his teeth together. He had a regal-looking face and a fair complexion. "May Vice catch the sickness and die, I say. And die slowly. By the golden scales, we should have stopped him before he brought in the Skullguard." "And what would you and the other members have done, eh? Old Council Fesson? Stood on the Mainiesmark Road with your hand held high? Yelled stop at that king and his soldiers? They would have cut you to ribbons, man. The Magic Council is long gone now, and we're better for it. I bet Vice had you lot under a fish barrel from the start," muttered Tober. Fesson stayed quiet. There was a moment where Harold shook his head. "They killed Bergen, you know, in cold blood. Saw it myself yesterday. Just for taking an extra water skin for his wife. He was a good man. A damn shame it is." "Shame," repeated the others with a sad sigh. "Bergen's wife made a good pie as well. Now she can't make nothin'. Daralger clenched his fist and tapped the edge of the barrel with his knuckles. I can't put up with this anymore, we need to get out of the city, some way or another, he said, his voice a growl. We need to get out, before they pull the noose tight. He pulled a face and yanked an invisible rope above his head. Somewhere in the darkness, a rat squeaked in surprise, and there came a rustling noise from behind them. The four men turned as one, kitchen knives drawn and at the ready, and peered into the gloomy tunnel. Something sighed. Running solves nothing, said a voice, a calm voice that was not unused to speaking wisely, cold like the north wind, commanding, a voice that had listened to the whispers of 1,000 seasons, and had kept all the secrets for herself. Who's there? Show yourself. Harold challenged, waving his blunt kitchen knife at the empty tunnel. His request was swiftly granted, as out from the cold and smoky darkness walked a tall, thin woman holding a hawk on her arm. She seemed oblivious to the hawk's talons gripping her bare arm, and to the cold, wearing nothing but a long gray dress that seemed to shimmer in the firelight like her skin. Instead of walking, she seemed to drift across the stones. The bottom of her dress was muddy and torn as though she had walked 100 miles to be there. No matter how hard the men stared, her form seemed to waver and shimmer, like a mirage, only seeming solid for brief moments and snatches of time, wreathed in tar smoke and floating cinders. Harold took a wary step forward. His friends waggled their knives behind him menacingly. Who are you? He asked. I am a messenger. Or rather, he is the messenger, she said, looking to the proud-looking hawk perched on her arm, a beady-eyed and dangerous bird, with 2 feathers like that of a heron's dangling behind its head. The siren spies cannot find you down here. Harold squinted his beady eyes at her through the smoky haze and found himself a little overwhelmed. The woman shared the same beauty as an iceberg, calm, yet dangerous beneath the surface, striking and yet completely unfathomable. She was pale, very pale indeed, almost transparent at times, and she had long jet-black hair that reached all the way to the back of her hips. Like her face, her limbs and fingers were thin, as if her whole body had been stretched and drawn out on a rack. The woman's eyes were like a lizard's and almost seemed to move independently of each other. They were dark, serene, and inexpressive like 2 pools of mercury. The hawk flapped its wings and the woman plucked a tightly rolled scroll from its leg. She held it out and Harold warily took it from her, wary of her ghost-like skin. What's it say, Harold? Hissed Fessin. As the others clambered forward to peek over his shoulder, Harold hastily unraveled the scroll and began to read it, muttering the words to the others. As they read, the strange woman began to speak. The dragon riders are asking for a war, and a war there shall be. There is no other way. You have 4 days before the sirens come, 4 days to wake this city and urge it to fight. Be on the lookout for strangers, and on the dawn of the 5th day watch for dragons in the sky to the north, she said. As she spoke, the woman seemed to drift backwards into the gloomy tunnel. Who are you? Asked Harold, confused and more than a little bewildered. The woman's voice echoed around the tunnel. The question is, will you help them? Will you rise up and fight, and perhaps die? Or will you hide in your sewers forever? Even an ancient oak, proud and strong as it may be, can be felled by a worm at its core. Do not forget, you have 4 days and 4 days only. And, if you encounter the mage before we do, when he arrives to right his wrong, give him this message. What message? The men called after her. Demonstone, said the voice. There was nothing like a cup of hot Albion Farska to keep away the cold. Modron clutched it to his chest as if it were a shield against the wind. He held it up to his lips and savored the hot steam brushing against his lip before it was snatched away by the cold. The smell of vegetables and meat stock and spices filled his nostrils and he took a tentative slurping sip. Swilling the boiling liquid around his mouth, the mage sighed and walked on. It was the 3rd watch of the night, which made it Modron's turn to wander the cobbles of Krauslung, searching for vampires, checking up on his written and their posts. A lesser man wouldn't have bothered. In the selfish interests of war, Vice had closed every Arcaby in Emaneska and withdrawn all their mages, and in doing so had left Modron with a small contingent of written in the city, around 50 or so, and the rest of the lesser Arca mages, of which there were a larger and more uncontrollable number. Most of his written were scattered far and wide, either hunting Farden and his accomplices or causing trouble in the outlying villages. Like the swarms of Skullguard that had invaded the city, the Arca men were increasingly concerned with their own entertainment and the war than keeping the peace. As always, when those in a position of power are given free rein and a captive audience, screams and shouts tend to follow. Modron viewed his command as a slippery rope, swiftly sneaking out of his grasp. It was all he could do to instill a scrap of order into his men, and that was why he insisted on taking his watches. The mage wandered down a windy street punctuated with worn steps. Every time he passed an alleyway, he caught a glimpse of the Arcathedral looming over city, set against the obsidian backdrop of the mountain, bejeweled by a smattering of glittering lights. Modron squinted in the face of the bitter wind and clenched his fist to send another heat spell through his cold bones. Carefully avoiding the patches of slick ice, he jogged down a flight of steps and lifted his cup to take another sip of his steaming stew. Without warning, a clatter of frantic feet came around a corner and a young boy, sweaty and dusty, suddenly collided with his chest. The cup of hot Farskow exploded over Modron's armor, and in a blur he grabbed the boy by the hair, yanked him to the ground and whipped out his sword. He had it to the boy's neck in seconds. At the sight of a fiery-eyed, stew-covered, sword-wielding Riton, the boy hung limp, even more terrified than before. There was a smear of blood across his cheek and crusting his nose. "What in God's name are you up to, boy?" barked Modron, more startled than angry. Lumps of meat and potato were slowly sliding down his breastplate. The boy didn't answer. He didn't have to. Soon enough more feet rounded the corner, though this time they were armored and heavy and accompanied by heavy breathing. Keeping the sword at the boy's shoulder, Modron turned to face the newcomers. Two Skullguard soldiers skidded to a halt and breathed two great sighs of relief. They panted and banged the butts of their halberds on the cobbles. "Nice catch," one chuckled, a muscular man with dark skin and a haze of stubble framing his face. "Almost got away from us, didn't you, boy?" said another, a taller man with a shaved head. Both wore suits of pale metal plate armor. Both of them had a wild look in their eyes. "Dirty little beggar," added the first, waggling the shiny blade of his halberd close to the boy's face. "Thought you could escape." Modron batted the weapon aside his hand, glaring at the two soldiers. "Watch who you're waving that pig sticker at." "And who exactly would that be, Arca?" The second soldier looked Modron up and down. "Mage by the looks of him," he murmured. Modron motioned for the boy to stay where he was and took a step forward into a patch of fluttering torchlight. His yellow cloak billowed in the wind. "That'd be captain to you too." But the two soldiers merely smirked, nodding to the chunks of meat and vegetable that were slowly migrating down the mage's armored chest. Modron tapped his sword on his boot. "Something funny?" The first soldier took a step forward and leant heavily on the shaft of his halberd, pointing to the spilt stew. "Seems to me like you've missed your mouth, Captain." Modron's foot moved so quickly the soldiers only realized what was happening after one of them was already sprawling on the ground, having had his weapon kicked out from under him. Modron tooted and flicked the point of his sword under the soldier's chin. "Seems to me like you've lost your balance, and please, if you like your head attached to your shoulders, then I'd suggest you stay exactly where you are. Now, perhaps one of you can explain to me why you were chasing this boy?" The second soldier, now twitchy and unsure, looked over at the cowering lad and sneered. "He's a thief." Modron turned to look at the boy, who shook his head vehemently. "What did he steal, Dot?" The soldier on the ground, very aware of the sword under his chin, spat to the side, narrowly avoiding Modron's boot. "He stole some coin." "That's right," the second soldier agreed. "Did he now?" asked the mage. The boy shook his head again. "And what were you going to do with him?" asked Modron, eyes turning steely and hard. He had noticed the blood on the fists of the first soldier. It was not his own. Neither of the soldiers answered for a moment. Then the first spat again, this time on Modron's cloak. The mage shook his head and moved so that the sword was tickling the man's eyeball. "Do that again and you'll regret it." "What were you going to do with him?" repeated Modron, already guessing at the answers. His anger was beginning to build. "Chase him," mumbled the first. "Beat some sense into him," hissed the second. Then... silence. Modron pushed the sword into the soft fleshy spot beneath the soldier's eye. He didn't blink. Instead he just stuck out his chin and glared at the mage. "Answer me or I swear I'll make you regret being born. What were you planning on doing with him?" The first soldier sneered, flicking his eyes to stare at the boy. "Whatever we wanted," he replied. "Young boy like him, not going to put up much of a fight, is he? Serves him right for being out at night, all alone." Modron's boot caught him in the side of the jaw and all four of them heard the crack of bone and teeth. One felt it. The other soldier jabbed forward with the halberd but Modron snarled at him and held out a hand glittering with sparks. "I'm waiting," he growled. "What's going on here?" bellowed a deep and hoarse voice. General Agfrey and a handful of her lackeys had emerged from an adjoining street and spotted the commotion. She was puffed up, furious, and red like a beetroot. Modron stood his ground. She marched straight up to him and prodded him with her lump of a fist. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Riton? I've half a mind to gut you right here for treason." "I'd like to see you try." Modron brought his face so close to Agfrey's he almost headbutted her. She shoved him backwards and hauled the soldier with the broken face to his feet with one hand. He yelped and mumbled in pain as the others dragged him away. Modron quenched his spell. You want to remember whose city you're in, Agfrey, and keep your cretinous dogs on a short leash. A soldier tapped Agfrey on the arm and whispered something urgent in her ear. Agfrey nodded and turned to Modron, beginning to back away. And whose king is it sitting in the Arcathedral, drinking Arca wine and betting Arca women? Crosslung is ours now, mage, you'd better get used to it, she sneered. Modron shook his head. Beneath his clothes and armor, his book burnt white hot. Agfrey and her soldiers laughed at him. You're not worth the steel, he snarled at them. He grabbed the young boy by the arm and hauled him down the street, fuming with anger and shouts of coward ringing in his ears. Once they were out sight and earshot, Modron halted. He looked at the young boy writhing in his grasp. He couldn't have been older than 9 years old, maybe 10 at the most, and he was no more than a scrawny bag of bones and terrified eyes. A constellation of spots wandered across his sweaty face. Modron slowly let go of his arm, but before he could say anything, the boy bolted down the street, shoes thumping the cobbles. Modron sighed. You're welcome, he whispered to the empty street. High above the smoke-filled sewers, high above the sulking cobbles and the ice-clad slate rooftops of the subdued city, high above the slumbering soldiers and their bitter streets, the people of the Arcathedral slept through it all. All, that is, except for one. Cheska lay flat on the cold floor of her dark peephole of a cell, eyes rimmed with pain-filled tears, both teeth and fists clenched like clamps as another wave of pain coursed over her swollen womb. Cursing everything and everyone she could think of, and one mage in particular, she took several deep breaths and waited for the pain to pass. Eventually it did, and Cheska managed to prop herself up onto her elbows. She breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her hand across her pregnant bulge, feeling the marks where her skin had stretched to accommodate her burden. Something kicked her hand, and for a very brief moment, a shiver of something ran through her blood, as if cold water had been flushed through her veins. The tiniest of smiles curled her lip, but it quickly disappeared as another brief wave of pain took its place. It was smaller this time. Manageable. Cheska breathed slowly and deeply, and it gradually passed. She shook her head and sighed. At least her broken fingers had almost healed, she thought as she clenched her aching hand. The princess pushed herself into a sitting position and wiped the sweat from her brow. Her bladder complained at her, but she ignored it. The princess refused to use the stinking bucket in the corner anymore, she wouldn't give Vice the satisfaction. With a clench of her tender fist, blue light illuminated the room and she got to her feet, telling her bladder to quieten down. Slowly and gingerly, Cheska waddled across the room to her uncomfortable straw mattress and sat down with a long and well-earned sigh. The princess was convinced the child would come any day now. She wished it would. She longed for the torture to be over. In her opinion, pregnancy was almost as bad as her ritual had been, and that was not a comparison to be made lightly. Cheska flopped onto the equally uncomfortable pillow. Once this baby was out of her, she would be let out of that horrible cell. That was all she cared about at that moment in time. The thought of what Vice might do with her afterwards had been thoroughly banished from her mind, and Cheska had refused to let her father's words disturb her. No, she told herself, she was important to Vice's plans. She was vital. Cheska closed her eyes. She concentrated on making her heartbeat as slow as it could, like she had been taught at the school not so long ago, and tried to ignore the smell of her cell, of her bucket, and the pain of her aching womb. At long last she fell into the foggy realms of a half-sleep, where time had no meaning and dreams were rife. But perhaps there was another person in the Arcathedral avoiding sleep. Outside her fortified door, someone else was awake, and stalking the corridors like a hungry bear. Bane was skirting the edges of drunk. The king was clutching a gurgling bottle of something in one of his giant hands, plodding through the silent and dark corridors of the Arcathedral and muttering to himself under his foul, drink-spiced breath. He stopped at a large window and stared at the cold city below, watching how the intermittent moonlight made the icy roofs glitter like jewels. The beauty was completely lost on him. The king breathed on the glass, as though smothering Crosslung with heavy fog, and then with a squeaking fingertip, he drew a crude sketch of a noose in the mist. How much longer must he bide his time? The king asked himself. Bane cursed and spat and watched his spittle run down the windowpane. He hated this boring city and its pathetic population. He was tired of waiting for his bloody war. He wanted excitement, and tonight he was hunting for it. Bane took another swig from his bottle and wandered on. He passed a few doors and kicked them with the toe of his boot, daring their inhabitants to open them. Nobody appeared, which was probably just as well. Bane grunted and ran his nails along the smooth polished wall. They scraped and squeaked like strangled mice. He came across another doorway and came to a swaying halt. Bane turned to the door with his boot ready and waiting, and then realized he recognized this particular door. It was the one Vice had warned him away from, that special, secret door of his, the door behind which he suspected his precious daughter Cheska was hiding. Bane's eyes flashed in the gloomy darkness and he took a step towards the door, a malicious intent already forming in his wine-addled mind. The king sneered at the doorway and waved his half-empty bottle at it, swearing at its magic locks and bolts as though the door had verbally assaulted him. Bane squared up to it and tapped its solid wooden frame with his spare finger. "Anyone home?" he whispered, and both the corridor and the door stayed quiet, refusing to answer the drunken king. "Thought so," said Bane. After an enormous gulp, he placed his bottle carefully on the floor and then rubbed his bear-like hands together. The door wobbled in front of him. He licked his lips and he put his hands on it to keep it still, and set about finding the hidden keys to Vice's locking spell. Inch by inch his fingers crept like slugs across the doorframe until at last he found what he was looking for. Vice thought he was so clever, so skilled. Bane chuckled to himself. Brother or not, Vice was an egocentric fool, far too concerned with his cunning little plots and plans, too obsessed with his histories and the prized pot-bellied pig that was Bane's pregnant daughter. They were deluded if they thought the child was going to be anything but a bastard. He had told Vice 100 times, but his brother had been vehement, and so Bane had given him his daughter. Let her be used. Bane snorted then. There was nothing special about this foretold child of theirs, and he couldn't wait to see the look on their faces when they realized it. Fools. They would turn to him and beg him for forgiveness. Beg him for a war. Beg for the use of his army. They were weak, and Bane was fed up with waiting on them. A king took what he wanted when he wanted. With a click and a thud, the magic locks came loose and slid apart. The spell was broken. Bane kicked the door roughly with the toe of his boot and it opened with a creaky squeal. Careful not to forget his bottle, he stepped into the room and half-closed the door behind him. "Cheska," he called, in a voice as slippery and as dark as tar. Something moaned and rustled in the darkness and Bane grinned. "Cheska," he said again, louder this time, and a sleepy voice answered with a tired groan. "Vice? What is it now?" A light spell pierced the gloom and illuminated Bane's leering face staring down at her. Cheska recoiled and pressed herself up against the cold wall, hugging it like a limpet. "What do you want?" she spat. Her father waved his bottle and shrugged nonchalantly. "You're drunk again." "Go away," said the princess. Bane took another step forward and Cheska got to her feet as quickly as she could. "What do I want?" he replied. "You know what I want." "Go away," said Cheska, sidling along the wall of her cell to stay out of his reach. "I'm warning you." "I want war," he said, wiping something from his beard. "I want death." Cheska's heart was beating against her chest. She had seen her father in this state before, when she was a little girl. It was not something she ever wished to repeat. She pointed a finger at him as though it were a knife. "I swear to the gods, you touch me and I'll give you death. Go find one of your little whores and play with her instead." But Bane kept coming, unruffled by the threats. The princess could feel his gaze probing her, crawling over her body. "I want carnage, Cheska. I'm tired of this scheming, this waiting, this boring life, scratching an existence like the filthy rats living below us. I want the glory of the old days, when people fell at our feet and shivered with fear. When we took what we wanted. You're a fool. Vice will give us all that and more." "Patience has never been my virtue," Bane shook his head and smiled. "I want it now. Leave me alone," shrieked Cheska. The drunken king had somehow managed to corner her. He took another swig from his bottle without taking his glowing eyes off her. "You look so much like your mother, did I ever tell you that?" "She was just like you, at the end," he whispered. "Fuck you," swore Cheska. Little sparks of electricity began to shiver at her fingertips. But Bane was quicker. Dropping his bottle, he surged forward and seized her wrists and slammed her up against the dank wall. His breath smelled of wine and spirits and old meat. Cheska shrieked and tried to keep her face away from his, but it was no use. His beard was rough against the skin of her neck. "Vice is the fool, not me. Did you hear me?" he barked in her ear. "The dust song isn't real. Get off me." Cheska's wrist tattoos glowed as lightning flowed from her fingers and coursed along her father's arms. But Bane was too drunk to notice. Instead of recoiling in pain, he took a step back and backhanded her with his huge fist. Cheska slumped to the floor, dazed and dizzy. One of his rings had cut her cheek. She touched a finger to her face to feel hot blood. She screamed at the top of her lungs, hoping a passing guard or a soldier would come to her rescue, but Bane's fingers wrapped around her throat and wrenched her upwards. Her scream died to a whisper on her tongue. With his spare hand, he ripped her thin blouse from her skin and threw it to the cold floor. Cheska kicked and punched wildly, hoping to catch him in the groin or scratch one of his eyes with her sharp fingernails, but Bane was too strong and too drunk. He slammed her head against the wall until she was barely conscious. Darkness gathered at the edges of her vision. Cheska could hardly breathe, let alone scream, and as darkness crept into the edges of her vision, she caught a glimpse of a shadow in the doorway, and reached out for help. Bane slapped her hand aside and grabbed the hem of her skirt, fingers sliding up her thigh. "You disgust me," he whispered, his vile tongue inches from her cheek. But unbeknownst to the king, a pair of iron hands were slowly encircling his neck, hands that glowed with an unearthly red and orange glow, hands shimmering with a powerful spell. A voice rumbled in his ear. "You disgust yourself," it said. Bane lurched as the hands seized him, shaking as though they had sucked the very breath straight out of him. "Let her go!" shouted the voice, but the king was stubborn and slammed Cheska against the wall once more. The hands only gripped tighter. They wrenched him backwards and Bane had no choice but to let go. Cheska slumped to the floor and looked on dazedly as Bane thrashed his arms about wildly in a vain effort to grab his attacker. Weiss had his hands locked around Bane's thick neck now and was dragging him backwards across the cell. Had the king been sober it would have been a different story, but luckily for Weiss he wasn't, and the more Bane struggled the tighter he gripped. His hands shimmered with a strange crystalline fire, neither orange nor red nor anywhere in between, and it stung Cheska's eyes to look at them. She shielded her face and watched, choked and breathless, as the Archmage pulled her foul father to the floor with an almighty crash. Bane spat out some words. "Weiss, you snake! Don't you dare! I warned you, brother!" Weiss yelled. He used his legs to keep the thrashing king at bay and used the leverage to tighten his grip even further. Bane's fiery eyes bulged and the veins on his head throbbed. His breath gurgled in his throat. Weiss shifted his weight and his grip and something appeared in his hand, something long and thin and glowing hotly like a shard of light. His spell began to shake the air as he held the shard like a dagger. "Your time is up, Bane. I can't have you ruining everything I've worked for," shouted Weiss, and with a sickening crunch and a spurt of black blood he plunged the deadly shard into Bane's soft neck. As it punctured his windpipe, the king writhed like a delirious madman, managing nothing but a wet, gurgling howl, more blood than noise. The translucent flames spun about Weiss's arms, blinding flames devoid of heat, flames of pure energy and magic. Both Weiss and Bane roared as the spell reached its crescendo. Cheska hid her face from its blinding brilliance. With a sickening crunch, the shard bit through the king's spine. Eyes popping, blood-soaked, and half-dead, the king went as rigid as an arrow. The crystalline flames delved deep into his sweat-drenched skin and shook both bodies like an earthquake as they ripped his soul out from within. In a moment they finished their work and rushed back into Weiss. Teeth bared in agony, the Archmage's face froze in a noiseless scream as the spell reached its ear-splitting end, and then finally died away with a thunderous rumble. The dank cell slumped like the corpse of the Skullguard king. Cheska watched from between her fingers as Weiss got to his feet and stood, painted in blood and swaying. Bane, his head lying severed from his body, stared up at the ceiling with lifeless swollen eyes, his last breath still escaping with a barely audible hiss. His skin quickly began to pale, and within moments it had turned an ash-gray, almost white. His true color. Cheska shuddered. Weiss stared at the grotesque corpse of his feet. "I warned you, brother," he muttered, and then in a voice that only he could hear, he added, "Our father would have done the same." A single drop of blood escaped from his nostril. He quickly wiped it away. His head throbbed. Weiss held a shaky hand out to Cheska and motioned for her to get up. His voice was hoarse and croaky. "Go to your rooms, and stay there until I say otherwise. Speak of this to no one." Cheska nodded fearfully. Weiss pulsated with magic. His very form beat like a giant heart, it quivered like a drum skin. There was a new fire in his eyes that frightened her. Trembling, she got to her feet, retrieved her torn blouse and moved slowly towards the door. As she stepped over her dead father in the growing pool of blood, she barely resisted the urge to spit on him. He had got what he deserved, nothing less, she told herself, and that was the end of it. As she reached the door, she was met by the sound of shouting and the noisy metallic clapping of armor. Cheska turned to see Agfrey and a host of soldiers running down the corridor. "Princess Cheska, your mage." "We heard shouting, is Everett," her words failed her as she halted at the door and beheld the bloody scene inside the cell. Her mouth fell open at the sight of her headless king lying twisted like a trampled porcelain doll on the floor. Weiss prodded her armored shoulder with a bloody finger. "I am the king now, understand? Bane was weak, a drunk, and a traitor." Agfrey nodded, staring dumbly at the bloody fingerprint Weiss had left on her armor and the princess's ripped clothes and telling bruises. The Archmage leant close to her ear. "That means you, General Agfrey, are now second only to me. Do we understand each other?" His voice slithered like an eel through her head. She nodded again, still speechless, though this time her face twitched with the smallest hint of a grin. Her eyes widened. Good, replied Vice, taking that as answer. He gestured to the corpse on the floor. Burn the body and throw what's left in the sea. Bring the blood crown to me when you're finished, he ordered, walking away. I need to rest. As instructed, Cheska went to her rooms, saying nothing to anybody, leaving the soldiers to gawp at the dead King Bane. Agfrey turned to her men and quickly found her voice. The king is dead. Long live the king! She shouted, and they joined in heartily. The general signaled to them. You heard him, burn the body, she ordered, wiping the sweat from her brow. Keen demon eyes stared down from above, keen demon eyes as old as age itself, watching a headless body burn in a shallow grave in the hills above the city they called Krauslung. The severed head lay near the feet of the body, staring up at the stars through gaps in the clouds, sightless and frozen in disbelief. Far, far above, proud wings flapped and teeth sneered. A putrescent smell of rotting flesh and mold wafted across the ice-cold plain, a plain full of greedy shadows with claws. The hulking demon turned his attention to the crimson stains on his claws, the leftovers of a crushed goddess lying dead and devoured somewhere in the nothing. With a smile, the demon licked his claw, savoring the warm salty taste of fresh meat, and then shivered with a tingle of anticipation. Something was stirring in the world beneath him. The interwoven parts and pieces of a plan long frozen in construction were starting to spasm and flutter into life like the unsure wings of some monstrous butterfly. Change floated up to him on the breathless wind of the void, and Orion basked in the feel of it. Chapter 14. Who can tell what rumor is, or fable, or story? Who can tell where the fact ends and myth begins? Are they not the same, and stroll hand in hand? The Eddas and poems our skalds sing are no less important than written history, and are just as valuable. In 10,000 years we ourselves will all be myth and fable, and the monsters of our days will be nothing but song and story for the children. In a letter to the Archmajadran from the critic Awakran in the year 876. Fardan was dreaming. His dreams were odd to say the least, without any shape or the barest of meaning, full of strange words and even stranger shadows. The mage's mind tumbled through fields of the absurd. Blurry ghosts of his subconscious drifted in and out of the haze, chatting idly about war and making little sense at all, nothing but mumbles and half-hearted moans. Bleary-eyed, Fardan wandered on through his dream, and somehow found himself lying in his bed. The mage's rooms were filled with fog. His bed stretched on far beyond his feet or hands could reach, stretching for miles and miles until they struck the sheer granite cliffs that were his walls. The sheets were piled about around him like a rolling white sea. There was a woman lying beside him, that much was sure, and she whispered in his ear and raked her sharp cat-like nails along his back. He could feel her soft foreign skin pressing against her naked skin. His hands felt slick with sweat in his dream. Sheets tried to drown them both. Pillows slid down waves of cotton. Slim hands of smoke and shadow explored his body, teasing him, stroking his aching hardness. Fardan felt his own rough hands exploring hers. Her moans echoed against the granite cliffs as they rolled about in the frozen white sea of sheets. She pulled him inside her and held him, in every sense of the word, as tightly as she could, pulling and searching and driving him as deep into her as possible until they became one being, writhing and groaning and lost in pleasure. Every movement was oleaginous. Time trickled past like thick honey, and Fardan was lost in the unexpected scent of flowers, wine, and a woman's skin. Fardan's head swam as together they rode the roiling waves of ecstasy, drowning in each other, and just as her rhythms brought him close to a crashing wave of climax, she faded into the fog as quickly as she had materialized, and Fardan was left to roll around in the blankets on his own, breathless and dizzy and alone. All of a sudden, the dream shifted, in the impulsive way that dreams tend to do, and suddenly the mage was standing in a dark and gloomy corridor, full of shadows. Soldiers without faces scuttled past like crabs. There was smoke in the air. Flames licked at the horizons of the mage's dream. The air felt hot, and Fardan remembered the burning sands of the desert, and his uncle's dreams of fire and falling stars. Another woman, tall and imperious, clad in a white dress, drifted serenely through the chaos. She walked without walking. A hawk followed her, and in the gloom beside her strode a man, tall and muscular and with a stormy countenance. His shadow was impossibly large, winged, and dangerous. As they walked past, they stared at the mage with solemn looks, searching his face and his soul as Elio's had. In their hands were glowing rocks, pulsating with white and gold light. Fardan watched them pass with a confused face, and forgot them instantly. The griffin was there too, flapping above the flames and screeching. Fardan quickly noticed the corridor was without a roof, and as he stared in confusion he realized it was not a corridor at all, but a narrow street lined with tall leaning buildings. Their windows were full of flames and frantic eyes, and their tiled roofs smoked like tired old men crowded around a tavern table. Their crumbled doors yawned. Chimneys crumpled and sagged. A bitter wind pushed and jostled. A figure loomed out of the flames then, a figure Fardan knew all too well. Teeth creaking and grinding, he clenched his jaw as Weiss strode towards him, a confident sneer pasted onto his lips. Farden put his wrists together and pulled every scrap of magic he had from his veins. But nothing came. Nothing came at all. Farden tried again and still nothing. Weiss kept coming at him, as calm and confident as a blacksmith's hammer. Farden strained with all of his might to summon even the smallest of spells, but the dream, as all dreams tend to be, was unrelenting in its frustrating helplessness, its treacle pace. When he looked up again, Weiss was towering over him, grinning like a court jester, his mouth full of mocking teeth. Lightning filled the air. The Archmage's hands glowed with gold and white light, and suddenly Farden found himself lying face down in a puddle, hands wet and face dripping. He rolled over as quickly as the hazy dream would allow, and looked up to find nothing but a quiet room, draped in shadows and disproportionate angles. Weiss was gone. The air remained hot, but the room was silent and calm compared to the bitter, windy streets and their smoldering buildings. Farden tried to move and wasn't surprised to find himself pinned to floor. He looked up and saw a bed. Cheska was there, lying so still and quiet that at first Farden thought she was dead. She sighed and rolled over, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It echoed around the room and mocked him. The mage cursed his bastard dream, and tried to stand, but the floor held on tight. Something was moving, however, in the corner of the room. Hooded and alone, a figure stepped out of the shadows brandishing a wicked-looking knife. Farden tried to shout, but his throat was dry and his tongue stubborn. No sound came. The figure stood at the side of the bed and raised the knife high above her head. The polished blade glittered in the half-light. Before Farden could even flinch, the figure plunged the blade deep into Cheska's breast, and the mage screamed inside his head. Somewhere a child cried out. Arms and fingers of fire abruptly burst through the door, and before he knew it, the room was swallowed by flame. Farden lay there numb and unflinching, as the roof caved in on his legs with a fountain of sparks. The smell of burning flesh filled his nose. A tear turned to steam on his cheek. Just before he awoke, he could have sworn he heard his name being called, and the strange sensation of cold raindrops falling on his hot skin. A face stared at him from the ceiling, caught in a shaft of moonlight. "Farden," said Alessi, kicking the foot of the bed again. Farden was dead to the world, snoring loudly and moaning. His eyes wriggled behind their lids, and occasionally he would twitch a hand or a foot. The maid sighed impatiently. Once more she dipped her fingers in the jug of water she was carrying and flicked them at the sleeping mage. "Farden!" she shouted, and the mage awoke with a snort. He sat bolt upright and flailed his arms in front of his face. "Wah!" he coughed hoarsely, blinking in the dawn sunlight. It was then that his hangover struck, like a surprise party for one, an ambush to his skull, and Farden wordlessly put his hands to his forehead and moaned. "Curse that ale," he thought. "It even hurt to think." "Well, it serves you right," muttered Alessi. She put the jug on the table with a thud and then tossed a fresh set of clothes onto his bed. Farden ignored them and groaned again. "Have a fun night, did we?" she asked, not really wishing to know the answer. Alessi couldn't help herself. She watched the mage roll over and fold a pillow over his ears. Shaking her head, she huffed and then left, remembering to slam the door as loudly as she could. She was not in the mood to be further disappointed. Farden flinched as the door banged. Wraith-like remnants of a fiery dream swam around his throbbing head, the memories of which seemed to have been burnt away by the sunlight. He remembered eyes like windows, a glowing knife, and strange women in even stranger rooms. He remembered Cheska and the knife and shuddered at the thought. Nightmares, he half thought half hoped, and at the back of his mind he prayed it was not another one of Ilios's visions. Not again. The mage prodded the sheets around him. Had there been a woman in his bed? The last thing he remembered that wasn't a foggy blur was saying goodnight to Laryl. He remembered kissing her, or she kissing him, but the rest was blank. The mage groaned and lifted up the sheets and found he was well and truly naked. He prodded his shoulders and investigated his sides, but there were no scratch marks, just old scars and cold sweat skin. Farden gave up trying to think and just let the hangover do its worst. Maybe a roof had fallen on his head after all, he moaned inwardly. It certainly felt like it. Farden dozed for another hour, watching the pale winter sun rise above his snow-covered balcony through half-closed eyelids. The rosy dawnlight did not last long. Ranks of clouds sidled across the sky, full of snow and sleet. The long winter was getting longer. Eventually the mage forced himself into a sitting position and summoned enough energy to dress himself. A quick spell dispersed most of the headache, but even so, the stubborn throbbing refused to leave. Hoping to hydrate the pain into submission, Farden drank some of the water Alessi had left for him and splashed the rest on his face. He thought about looking in the mirror, but his stomach was queasy enough, and he decided it would be best to just pull his hood low and hope for the best. Surely he couldn't be the only one looking down the barrel of a filthy hangover this morning, decided Farden. Most of Jospin must be nursing a headache. Buoyed by this oddly comforting conclusion, he stepped out into the corridor and went to find his uncle. But Turfing was far from hungover. In fact, he was quite the opposite. Having borrowed Farden's weight from Durnus, he had been to Paria and back several times that morning, jumping back and forth from his cave and returning with bundles of equipment, scrolls, and entire suits of his experimental armor. He was a whirlwind of activity, leaping to and fro, testing and twisting, explaining and lecturing. It was as though someone had taken away his dusty old mumbling tongue and swapped it for one that refused to stay still and quiet. Simply listening to him made Farden tired. Nevertheless, the mage found himself a chair and watched as a gang of siren helpers stacked his uncle's armor into ordered piles. Lakin was there, helping Turfing to supervise the whole thing. He looked on with an expression of curiosity that bordered on the intense. There was more of Turfing's armor than Farden had first realized, and some of it was stranger than he had imagined. He prodded a nearby bronze shield with his foot. "I'd watch that one if I were you," Farden warned his uncle, and no sooner had he spoken than the shield began to whine and click. Turfing rushed forward to grab it. He swiftly lifted it off the ground and held it far away from his body. The shield whirred and ticked disturbingly. The sirens looked on, intrigued. "What is it doing?" asked Lakin. "Watch," Turfing replied, and with a sudden twang, rows of golden razors sprang from the edges of the shield and began to rotate around its circumference with disconcerting speed. Turfing lowered the shield to the floor and chuckled as sparks sprayed across the granite. The squeal of the metal biting the stone made Farden wince. The sirens nodded and grinned approvingly. After a flick of the mage's thumb and a clicking noise, the spinning razor blades came to a grinding halt and retreated back inside the shield. Turfing carefully rested it against the wall. "That's worrying," said Farden with a wry look. "Got to mind the fingers with that one," said Turfing, wiggling his hands. "Where did you get all this stuff?" asked his nephew, and Turfing replied with a shrug. "Well, like I told you in Paria, I made most of it. The rest I've collected from passing traders, nomads, and traveling markets over the years. You'd be surprised at the things that end up lost in the desert." "It's an impressive collection," said Lakin, leaning into the conversation. Turfing nodded, almost managing to hide his pride. "Thank you. Some of this stuff is Archimade and designed to deflect magic and spells, which will come in handy against the mages and maybe even some of the lesser written. I was hoping you dragon riders could make use of it." Lakin smiled. "If it's light enough, then I'm sure we can." "Good. We need every edge we can get," sighed the old mage. "We?" asked Farden, looking to Turfing. "You're going to Krauslung too?" Turfing twitched and hesitated. "Well, I thought that was obvious." Farden shrugged. "I assumed that you'd stay here, what with Vice and everything." Turfing twitched again. "We need all the help we can get, Farden." "That we do," Farden replied. "So, where's my armor?" he asked. His uncle shook his head and tapped his finger to his temple. "Come and see me before you leave for Albion," he said, walking away. Farden called after him. "You know what I'm talking about, don't you?" he asked. "Just come and see me later," said his uncle, brandishing the weight. With a flash of light and a loud crackle he was gone, leaving nothing but empty space and wobbling air behind him. Farden sighed and wandered off to find some sanity in the mountain. Unfortunately, Jospin seemed to have run out. The palace and the fortress beneath it had been filled with hubbub and madness. The palatial corridors were now home to camps of refugees from all over Nelska. The long winter had finally driven them south and now they had nowhere else to go. Makeshift tents and lean-tos lined the edges of the hallways, struggling to find space amongst the growing piles of supplies and the constant swarms of people rushing to and fro. More than once along the corridor he trod on a hand or a foot poking out from a tent or sleeping roll. He mumbled his apologies and walked on, bewildered and aching. He made it to the great hall and found it crammed to bursting with soldiers, peasants, riders, dragons, and everyone in between. The cavernous place was like a beehive, buzzing with voices and the clanging of armor and mail. It was as though last night's party had never stopped, simply morphing into a battlefield instead. Farden was careful to keep out of the way. He stood in a doorway and watched the bedlam from there. There was no other word for it, he decided. Desperate bedlam. Ranks upon ranks of half-dressed soldiers stood in lines, arms out straight, waiting to be given their armor and their weapons. Carts of clanking metal were hauled up and down the lines while a team of weary-looking sirens doled out their contents left, right and center. Some of the pieces of armor looked new and shiny, some were antiques from the last war, rusted and scratched and dented, and the rest was a poor excuse for protection, mere hardened leather and scraggy chainmail cobbled together from forged scraps. Fardan didn't blame them. Time and resources were tight, and the sirens were using anything they could get their scaly hands on. And anyone for that matter. Word had it that the hawk sent to Krauslung had never returned, and that the spies had found nothing and no one. The chance of raising a resistance in Krauslung was looking bleaker by the hour. Fardan had been wondering why he had only seen mothers, children, and the elderly camping in the corridors, and now he knew why. Every spare and able-bodied man and woman had been conscripted into the growing army, no matter who or what they were. The strange thing was, none of them seemed to be complaining about it. Even the young men barely out of boyhood wore the same look of steely, grinning anticipation. Who knew what awaited them in Krauslung, thought Fardan. The refugee conscripts were easy to point out, their scales were of paler hues than those of the Jospin sirens and their clothes were positively rural. A group nearby wore nothing but bearskin tunics and wide-brimmed hats made from dried seaweed. Fardan assumed they must have been from the far north, maybe as far as the ice fields. Their accents and dialects were different too, from what the mage could pick out. They chatted excitedly and in quick sentences. They looked at their new armor and curved swords as though they had fallen from the sky. There were others there too. A contingent of wizards stood gathered around a fireplace. They wore long black and gray robes with colored sashes. Fardan knew from experience that the sashes denoted rank, with purple being the highest. Brown and gray were the lowest. Their spellbooks hung by their sides as always, hidden away in thick leather satchels and tucked inside their robes. The bulge under the clothes was obvious. In battle, a wizard could wrap copies of their spells around their arms and wrists so they could read them quicker, or have them on coiled strings inside their cloaks, rather than having to flip through their heavy tomes in the heat of the moment. One of the wizards caught Fardan's gaze and nodded respectfully. There was a look in his eye, however, that said something different, something Fardan didn't quite understand. There were witches in the hall. The mage had never seen a witch in the flesh, but had heard many a story. It was said that a witch could turn a man into a block of ice by kissing them, that they were followed by ghosts who could tell them every secret they wished to know. Fardan had heard tales of witches flying on magic rugs, or on pine branches covered in special tar, or with wings made of goose and black swan feathers. He had no idea which of these tales were true, but what he did know was that the witches got their magic from jewelry, and were great collectors of magic trinkets. They had no books, no tattoos, just things passed from witch to witch. To the untrained eye, this might have seemed a weakness, and saying so to a witch would have been an insult and would probably have resulted in the loss of a limb. No, the witch clans of the Icefields were masters of potions and poisons, cantrips and concoctions, physics and philters. And more than handy with a blade, too. The witches in the hall were skinny, pale women, and their tartan kilts were white and blue. Their long robes and upper garments were decorated with long black goose feathers which made them rustle and sigh with every movement. Their eyes were white like snow with pupils as black as their feathers, and their scales were grayish in color. Almost all of them wore their dark hair knotted in long, thick dreadlocks, which, rumor had it, was for keeping warm on the ice. Some of the witches had bags at their sides. Others had thick belts with pouches and pockets filled with what can only be described as things. Gods only knew what they were carrying. Their fingers and necks were covered in necklaces and rings of all colors, and while their faces were haughty and suspicious of their surroundings and their arms constantly folded, they smiled at each other often, and when they smiled the mage saw sharp needle teeth in their mouths, similar to the wild sirens he had seen the night before. Now that he thought about it, the northern sirens and witches were actually rather similar in appearance. Fardan found himself wondering whether the teeth had been filed into that shape or if they were natural. Fardan noticed something odd about one of the witches. There seemed to be something moving in her hair. Fardan squinted and suddenly realized it was a bird, a little brown finch with iridescent blue stripes like a dragonfly. The finch pecked at one of the witch's dreads and the witch, completely unperturbed by a bird in her hair and deep in conversation, clicked her fingers and the little finch flapped its tiny wings and flew to the witch's fingers, where it stayed. It was at that moment that Fardan noticed a pair of yellow eyes staring at him through the crowd of strange people. A pale face, devoid of expression, gazed at the mage like a frog gazes at its own reflection. The face smiled at him and bared 2 rows of distinctly fearsome teeth. It was the man from the previous night, the dragon rider from the far north, one of the lost clans, as Brightshow had called them. Fardan felt cold just looking at him. He wore nothing but a kilt of tails and an open jacket of black bear fur. There was a dragon behind him, a lithe black dragon flecked with gold and red like lava bubbling through cracks in basalt. The dragon's canary eyes were thin and wary and her bristling crest of horns had been painted red. Knotted scales ran along her spine and flanks, scales gnarled like the bark of a tortured oak tree. Her feet were thick and webbed, presumably for walking on snow, and her claws had the appearance of saw blades. The mage held the man's gaze until he looked away and whispered something to his dragon. The dragon growled something in reply, shrugged, and then lay down to rest her head on her foreclaws. Her black tongue tasted the air with little flicks. The rider politely excused himself and made his way through the crowded hall towards the mage. Farden, not in the mood for any sort of small talk or awkward conversation, considered turning to leave, but it was already too late. Anything he did now would just seem rude. Small talk it would have to be then, he said to himself. The muscular man approached him slowly. Yellow eyes stared into Farden's grey-green, and together they sized one another up like dueling saber-cats. There was an uncomfortable moment where Farden wondered if he should bow, and then fortunately the strange rider walked forward holding his hand in front of him at a strange angle, as if he was out of practice when it came to shaking hands. Farden firmly shook his rough, scaly hand and the man smiled. They say you killed the Hydra, said the man. His voice was hoarse and his mouth was crammed with long, thin, and intimidatingly sharp teeth, like a dragon's. His dark scales covered his eyebrows, his cheekbones, his neck, and his temples, and he had shaved his hair into a thin stripe that ran from his forehead to the back of his neck. Strange shallow ridges of bone hid under the skin of his scalp. Farden guessed him to be in his late 50s, but it was impossible to tell with sirens. There was definitely something about this man, and his lost clan for that matter, that verged on the dangerously suspicious. There seemed to be a bit more dragon in them than the Jospin sirens, a hint of unsettling wildness. Farden wondered if they were trustworthy. The mage nodded. That I did, he replied. Though it was with the help of Farfallen and his dragons. At this the man smirked. Is that so, written? He said. And now the Golden One leads us to war once again. Farden gave the man a wary look. I can't think of anyone better. Perhaps you haven't met him yet. The mage crossed his arms. He was quickly making up his mind about this strange character. I didn't get your name. The man winked. That is because I didn't give it, he said, bowing deeply and waving his arms about in mock regality. Well met, and good wishes. I am Saker, Lord of the North and Master of the Castle of the Winds. The small talk was over. Farden, Mage, and Lord of Extremely Busy. If you'll excuse me, there are a few things I have to attend to. Saker winked. That you do, Sir Mage, that you do. Say hello to that griffin for me. Farden nodded and swiftly left, confused and suspicious. He wondered if the northern sirens were really as siren as they pretended to be. Even Brightshow had seemed wary of them and their dragons. Farden shrugged to himself, he had enough problems of his own to deal with. The mage left the bustling hall and its crowds to themselves, and wandered back to his room. His head pounded. He needed more sleep. Like the lost lines of a song, the previous night's dream and the mention of Ilios were beginning to play on his aching brain. Initially, Farden was worried about slip-sliding back into a sleep infested with another murky nest of his disturbing dreams, but as it turned out nightmares were the least of his problems. Sleep itself was. Try as he might, and no matter how many times he punched the pillows, reshuffled the sheets, or shifted around the bed, he still wound up staring dumbly at the ceiling or the equally uninteresting walls. His rooms were cold, there was a strange perfume on his sheets that he half recognized, and to make things worse his mind was intent on churning over everything from the day before like a chattering water wheel. His incessant thinking kept him awake. One of his biggest flaws, Farden had realized some time ago, was his irritating overactive imagination. Every whisper of a winter leaf, every creak of an old door, every subtle nuance of mumbled conversation, every stranger's glance, his mind would begin to turn like the gaudy pages of a picture book, depicting every fantastical possibility that could possibly be extrapolated from such minuscule occurrences. It was no surprise then that thoughts of Cheska were the most prominent, and for that he could not blame himself, but everything else in the world was clamoring for his attention at the same time. Scenarios of knives and darkrooms floated past his eyes. Possibilities and hopes paraded around his room. Dark possibilities plagued his mind like waves battering ashore. Then at last, wisps of helpless grief arrived as the thought of his mission, his terrible, murderous mission, drifted past his heart. He lay still and yet tossed and turned at the same time. Thoughts of vice came with gritted teeth and ideas of sweet revenge, followed by doubts over his uncle's words. Was Farden strong enough to take on a Pale King? What if Ilios was wrong? What if the dust song was nonsense? What if it wasn't? Could he really, if faced with the possibility, kill his child and the only woman he had ever loved? What if he ran away and got to them before the others, before it was too late? Would she come? Did she still love him? What if? The mage talked to himself inside his head, instructing himself what to do about this and that, and slowly but surely, over a course of a few hours, his overactive mind grew quiet, and the dark thoughts left him be. His mind once again was made up, his course was set. Farden's eyelids drooped like windless sails and the mage soon found himself in a deep and this time, dreamless sleep. That was until there came a loud knock on his door. The mage awoke with a snort and a cough, blinking the drowsiness from his eyes and pushing the sheets away from him as though they were trying to smother him. "Hello?" he managed, his throat hoarse from his groggy sleep. "It's me," said a muffled female voice. "Ilesi?" "No, it's Laryl," replied the voice with a laugh that kindled a little spark of recollection from the night before. Farden groaned, rubbing his head, and was momentarily comforted by the fact his headache had almost disappeared. Laryl drummed on the door with her nails. "Are you going to let me in then?" "Your door is locked." "Hang on a minute," mumbled the mage, and outside in the corridor Laryl huffed. A few moments later the door was opened, and Farden was blinking blearily at the people outside. Laryl was there, a coy smile spreading across her lips at the sight of the sleepy mage with his tangled hair, and a group of sirens he didn't recognize. "A present from your uncle," she said, pushing the door open with her toe. Farden stood aside, scratching his head as the sirens walked into his room bearing boxes and blankets and bags in bits and pieces. "How nice of him," said Farden, eyeing a few shiny trinkets poking out from under paper and straw packing. Laryl was watching the mage from the corner of her eye, and when he turned and caught her gaze she smiled all the more. "What?" he asked, knowing full well what. "That's twice I've woken you up today." Farden cleared his throat and fought a confused grin as best he could. He searched around for something to say. "Last night was fun." That would have to do, he thought. "I knew you wouldn't remember," she muttered, glaring at him in what Farden hoped was mock annoyance. She sniffed and looked down her nose at him. "I'm not sure what you're referring to." "I went straight to my room after the party," she said, and then pointed towards the door. "Anyway, there's someone here to say hello." As the sirens left, Farden poked his head around the doorframe and saw a familiar beaked face and fierce yellow eyes staring back at him. Ilios trilled a happy-sounding warble and then crouched down so Farden could ruffle his feathers. The griffin purred. Behind them dragons and riders passed by, glancing at the griffin with curious yet respectful looks, every one of them trying their utmost to avoid treading in the beast's flickering shadow. The mage made a mental note to clear that intriguing aspect up with his uncle. Farden knelt down to look at the griffin's wounded side. The siren healers had definitely worked their magic, and even though the wound was still an ugly purple color, the arrowhole had been stitched up tightly, and bandaged with a moss and herb poultice. Farden put a hand to his own ribs and felt the ridged scar from his own arrow wound. He grimaced, remembering how long the pain had lasted. But Elio seemed happy enough, and with a whistle he strutted around in a circle and flapped one of his wings. The gust of air almost knocked Farden and Laryl over. She laughed and Ilios whistled with her. "He's coming with you to Albion," said Laryl. Farden smiled at the news. "That sounds like a good idea," he answered, absently marveling at how the eagle feathers and lion fur merged perfectly halfway along the griffin's body, as if he himself had been stitched together from two separate animals. "And what about you?" he asked. "Are you coming with us too?" But Laryl shook her head, and the mage found himself unexpectedly disappointed. "I'm staying here with Turfing and Aram. For some reason they need my help with the preparations, though how I'm going to be any help is a mystery to me. And anyway, I hear it rains a lot in Albion." "You know how I hate the rain," she said, suddenly shivering and cat-like. Farden half expected her to lick the back of her hand and run it through her hair. She went on. "Durnus is coming though, and that dragon Brightshow and her rider." "Good," said Farden. "Sounds like a good team." Laryl nodded and leant close to place a light kiss on his cheek, so light it felt as though her lips had accidentally brushed against his skin, and had never been a kiss at all. "I don't have to tell you to be careful." "I know you can handle yourself," she whispered in his ear, and behind them Ilios whistled a low melody and clacked his beak together. Laryl smiled and led the griffin away. "I'll see you at the shore later," she said, and Farden nodded. After he closed the door, the mage gathered together the bags and boxes and packages that the sirens had left scattered about his room in no discernible order. He lit a fire to warm the room and then began to nose around in the packages, tearing through the paper wrapping and straw padding like a spoilt child on Hyfrost's Eve. He was glad to have something to keep his mind occupied. The first few bags clinked as he picked them up, hinting at their glassy contents. He upended a few on his bed and out tumbled a handful of little vials full of what looked to be, and smelled to be, Mord, the infamous Arca moonshine. Feeling a wave of nausea wash around his stomach at the smell of the fiery spirit, the mage put them to one side. The next few packages contained tightly wrapped foodstuffs, flaky saltfish and cured bear meat, dried fruits, tack biscuits, and slices of a salty cheese wrapped in seaweed. Sirens and their seaweed, inwardly sighed Farden, before stacking the food on his pillow. To accompany his supplies, the mage had been given a new haversack and a new black seal leather belt with plenty of pouches for stowing his rations. The haversack had been thoughtfully waxed to make it watertight, which was going to be useful in Albion. There was a black hooded cloak and a leather jacket to match, one of the high-collared affairs that the sirens wore, and a gaggle of grey and white tunics to go with them. The mage shook his head with a smile. He had plenty of coats and cloaks as it was, the last thing he needed was more. Nevertheless, he spread his supplies on the bed, ready to be packed later. He would be traveling light. Next, he set about unfastening the strings that held the wooden boxes shut. The first one contained a freshly sharpened sword, accompanied by a red sharkscale scabbard. The mage held the silvery blade up to the light of his fire and watched how the flames scampered across the metal, which had been engraved with the usual siren charms at the base of the blade and a long feather halfway up the blade. The hilt was wide and painted black, as was the pommelstone, and the handle had been bound with red leather and had room enough for a two-handed grip. The blade was long and double-edged, with a deep blood channel, as straight as an arrow and sharper than a winter's wind. Fardan ran his finger along the deep groove in the center of the blade and felt the cold of the metal against his skin, cold like snowfall. He looked to where his old weapon stood propped up against the doorframe, old, notched, and tired. A new sword was exactly what he needed. But it was the remaining boxes he was interested in the most, and after placing the sword to one side he ripped open their ties. There was a knife to match the sword in the smallest box, and a longbow and quiver of green-fletched arrows in the longest, and then he found what he was looking for, a deep box filled with strands of straw, hiding something heavy and solid. Fardan delved greedily inside and pulled out the shiny Skeleton gauntlets he knew would be there, eagerly letting them wrap around his hands like coiling snakes. There was no need for gloves, the interwoven metal plates contracted around his fingers with sibilant whispers and creaking murmurs of sliding metal, squeezing there, adjusting here, shuffling and twisting until they fit perfectly. They glowed gold and red in the matching flames, glittering with their own bright fire. Fardan clenched and relaxed his fists over and over again, feeling how slight and flexible the metal was, almost paper-thin, and how strong it felt against his strong fingers, even how it stayed cool under the flames of his spells. Fardan fetched his vambraces and slid them onto his forearms. He watched with eager eyes as the metal touched and then bit, seizing their adjoining counterparts and fusing together. The mage could feel the strange energy of the armor flow through his veins like meltwater. It was ice-cold and invigorating, completely different to the hot pulsating of the magic in his blood. Fardan closed his eyes and drank it in. If an onlooker thought it impossible for Fardan's eyes to grow any wider, they would have been mistaken. Somehow, when he discovered a pair of greaves hiding in the bottom of the same box, they did. Fardan stared at them. Their diamond-shaped plates overlapped each other like the scales of a dragon's hide, fiery red and rich gold, each one a polished mirror that snatched the light. Their surfaces swam with engraved swirls and rippled with a topography of horns and ridges, perfect siblings to his vambraces and gauntlets. And, folded neatly and tucked between the plates, was a note written in smudged green ink. It read, "Nephew. These may not be parts of the 9, but I'm sure they'll keep you safe nonetheless. A word of warning, Fardan, I ran away from my fears and buried them in the sand, don't do the same with metal. Enjoy your present. I hope it makes up for the years we lost. Turfing." Fardan cast the note aside and sat cradling the greaves, saucer-eyed and confused. How could Turfing have possibly come across 4 pieces of Skeleton armor, let alone pieces of the 9? Surely it couldn't be, the mage told himself. Fardan prodded them and poked the greaves and dared them to be nothing but normal. He smudged their polished surfaces with fingerprints and then, once he couldn't take it anymore, he tried one of them on, sliding it over his trousers. He fumbled with the buckles and catches for a moment and Fardan watched as the metal began to move and bend to fit the shape of his thigh and his knee, knitting themselves together. Then, true enough, and with a wide smile from the mage, the cold shiver of their strange magic began to permeate his skin. They were Skeleton after all. No, they were more than Skeleton, they were pieces of the Skeleton 9. How could his uncle not believe? Had he never tried them on? Did it only work for certain people? Fardan smiled and shrugged to himself. It didn't matter what Turfing thought, Fardan knew different. He shivered at the feeling of the cold metal against his palms and smiled. He felt better already. His dark thoughts and even darker destiny would have to wait for now. Fardan packed light, as he knew he had to, and took only the food and the bare essentials. He donned his new jacket and cloak, his clean boots, his Skeleton armor, oiled his new sword, and then packed the haversack with the food and moored in anything else he thought he would need. He checked the sand-filled pockets of his old cloak for forgotten items and came across a lump of rock no bigger than a big walnut. He rolled the golden rock around his palm, considering whether to pack it or not. Fardan tossed it from hand to hand for a moment before finally shrugging and stuffing it into the haversack with the rest of his things. Perhaps it was just a memento of Cheska, or a keepsake from the desert, maybe it was nothing at all, but something made him keep hold of it, and secretly, deeper down than even he could tell, he knew the little rock wasn't finished with him yet. It was the same reason he kept Aram's dragon scale around his neck, and the same reason he kept the gods in mind. It was better to have something and not need it, than to need it and not have it at all. The mage met the others at sunset, on the wind-blown shore to the south of the mountain fortress. The weather was ugly. Even the dragons were indoors. The sky was a murky and roiling soup. Pockets of darkness swirled around in it. The sea frothed and overflowed like an upset bowl. Rain and sleet took turns with the waves to lash the rocks and shingles. The storm winds howled like tied-up wolves, intolerably cold and bitter, and whatever snowflakes survived the fall from the bubbling stew of a sky died instantly on the wet and salty rocks. Offshore, a trio of tall siren ships tacked northwards around the iron cliffs, battling the gale-force winds with every scrap of skill they had to spare and as much sail as they dared. They pitched and rolled with the mountainous gray-green waves, and the little group of people on the beach imagined they could hear the frenzied shouts of the sailors. Farden shivered at the thought of ships and boats. One shipwreck was enough for one life. Amidst the scream of brave seagulls and the thunderous crashing of the waves, they said their farewells and good lucks. Durnus was there, standing stoically with his hands deep in his pockets, a heavy pack on his back. He looked cold and grumpy, and had a strange look in his eye. He said his goodbyes as briefly as possible, and then went to stand near Ilios, who was testing his wings by the water's fuming edge. Rather than come to Albion, Turfing had decided to stay behind in Josphin to help the sirens, and in doing so had entrusted the griffin to his nephew. The rest of the party stood nearby. Brightshow was there with her rider Lacan, who stood leaning against his dragon's flank. Her saddle was heavy with packs of food and supplies and quivers of arrows. Lacan stood patiently with his arms crossed, clad in a light suit of black leather and chainmail. There was a huge bow and matching quiver stuffed with arrows strapped between his shoulder blades. Laryl was there as well, standing with Turfing, Aram, and Farfallen. The old dragon looked tired. Farden went to each of them one by one. Turfing looked at his nephew, his arms and legs now glistening with red and gold armor, and smiled. "Fits you well," he remarked. Farden smiled proudly. He held his hand out. "Do you have my weight?" he asked. Turfing thought for a moment and then shook his head slowly. He spoke so quietly that the wind almost drowned him out. "It's needed elsewhere at the moment, Farden. And perhaps it's safer here with me than in Albion, if you get my drift," said his uncle. Unfortunately, Farden did. He nodded and said no more. They embraced quickly and awkwardly, still getting used to the idea, and then shook hands and moved on. After his uncle was Aram, who shook the mage's hand warmly and wished him well, eyeing the scale pendant around his neck with wink. Next in line was Farfallen, who smiled wanly before lowering his golden head in a nod. Farden bowed in return, and did his best to keep his face free of emotion. He only hoped his thoughts would keep from betraying him, he knew the keen insight of dragons all too well. Lastly came Laryl. She placed a lingering kiss on Farden's cheek that raised his uncle's eyebrow. Farden smiled at her and looked around. Ilesi was nowhere to be seen, but had Farden noticed, had his mind not been distracted, he might have spied a woman standing on a balcony high up the cliff face, half scowling half squinting against the wind, her curly brown hair lashing her face. "We'll see you in a few days," said Farden. "That you shall, mage, hopefully with an Albion army at your back," said the old dragon. "Remember your mission, and remember what is at stake. All of you," he added, and for a moment his golden eyes flicked to the vampire standing by Ilios. Durnus hadn't heard, and continued staring at the cold sea. Farfallen looked to Farden then, and the mage heard a familiar deep voice echo in his mind. "You should have enough time to gather the help we need and then head to Crosslung to fulfill your duty just as we strike. Send word before you leave Albion. I need not remind you of our conversation, my friend, just of its gravity. If my words hurt, then I apologize, they were only meant to be honest. Let us hope that when we meet again in Crosslung we can celebrate rather than commiserate. I have every faith in you, Farden." Farden simply nodded, and turned to leave. "You have 3 days. We attack on the morning of the 4th, reminded Turfing. Then may the gods be with us." "We'll need it," said Lacan, and little did he know how true his words were. Not wishing to stand in the rain any longer than they had to, they left as quickly as possible, winging their way south towards the hazy lump on the horizon that was Albion, towards uncertainty and the Dukes. A wind of change was blowing through the gaps between the stars. It was as though the darkness had shifted, no, not shifted, slipped in some way, but as indiscernibly as a creeping glacier stumbling over a stone. The stars glittered less, and the silences were filled with a frantic whispering, like scuttling rat claws, or fingernails scraping on stone, like leaves rustling, or ropes creaking and swelling. Something was changing there. Both gods and demons could feel it, and could do nothing to stop it. In the darkness, shadows rubbed their oily hands and bit their lips to taste sulphurous blood against their forked tongues, while above them in the dusty nothingness winged shapes and proud figures huddled close and peered warily at the world floating far, far below them, watching their brethren, shivering as they felt their ethereal prison begin to crumble around them. They reached for their swords and staffs and bows and waited. Waited for something, and hoped for nothing, letting what prayers were left wash around them. And so the machines of desperate war had begun to turn, a war that in the end would threaten to tear Amaneska, and the sky for that matter, in two. Part 3. On Whom the World Depends. Chapter 15. Despite the rain and the mud I have experienced on this journey, I must admit there is something lying under the surface of Albion that is hard to put a finger on. Something intangible. It is as though the whole place vibrates in a way that is at odds with the rest of Amaneska. The bogs and hills are littered with remnants of darker days, old elf wells, forts, standing stones, and other things of an ancient nature. Perhaps their magic still lives on in some way. It is almost as though the gap between the real world and the other side is thinner here. Alas, who can know? Perhaps it is a sign that one day the country will be destined for great things. Perhaps one day bucolic Albion will shrug aside its superstitious ways and become the center of culture and power. Perhaps one day my cow Bentley will fly. From Travels in Amaneska by the Wandering Walliam. Vice felt good. In fact, good was a complete understatement, and had anyone asked him, had anyone dared to disturb him, he would have told them he felt beyond good. He felt great. Vice felt invincible. With every flex of his wiry muscles he could feel his dead brother's power flowing through his thumping veins. He could feel the very energy in his blood, feel the magic clamoring in his bones and making the hairs of his skin stand on end with every little movement he made. Vice felt like new again. He felt as though he had just shed 1,000 years, and there was probably more truth to that than even he knew. It had taken hours to wash Bane's stubborn blood from his hands, burnt into his skin as it was, and in the end he had simply let the rest stay. Purple and crimson blotches decorated the backs of his hands and wrists like the deformed paintings of a blind artist. Vice turned over his clenched fists and peered at the stains. At least the shaking had finally stopped, he thought. The headache and nausea had almost passed. Vice smiled. For the 100th time that evening, he strode to the polished gold mirror in the corner of the room and stared at his metallic reflection, eyeing it, challenging it, leering and smiling at it. Vice marched back to the fire and stood defiantly close to it so that his skin prickled. Reaching deep into his pocket, he withdrew a little glass vial and held it against the flames. He shook it and watched the blood trickle down the glass in miniature rivulets of dark red, like the skin of his hands. Vice put the vial back in his pocket and kept his hand on it. The Archmage stood at his wide window and once again stared down at the city below him, as he had found himself doing more and more often in the last few days, as if checking that it had not escaped. He would stand for hours, visualizing his plans and plots and schemes come to life in the streets below him. It was all so vivid in his mind. Vice could almost taste the carnage behind his teeth, smell the smoke in his nostrils, and hear the anguished cries on the wind. Soon, he would stamp his mark on the land, and that stamp would spread like a plague. 2,000 years of planning had culminated in this moment, and Vice did not try to hide his smug satisfaction. He let a wide smile spread over his face and drew an imaginary sword through the center of the twinkling city below. "Sleep well," he whispered. All of a sudden, and without any hint of a knock whatsoever, a young Written mage burst into the mage's chambers and stood panting and breathless in the doorway. Vice turned around and glared at the sudden intrusion, and his look alone made the mage take a step back. "My apologies, sire, your mage," he bowed, trying to get his breath back. "Well, what is it?" asked Vice, walking forward. The mage swallowed and put a hand to his chest to calm his pounding heart. "Your mage, we've caught one." Outside, the air was cold and bitter like a blade between the ribs. It was trying to snow, and for the moment it was failing, but it made it no less cold. A faint, ghost-like mist roamed the honeycomb streets. The clouds above were like fortified castles, each one ready to unleash its flurry of white soldiers. The moon hid behind their walls, sneaking the occasional morbidly curious peek at the city far below. A man, clothes ragged and sweaty despite the cold, hurtled headlong through the streets, taking every narrow alleyway and empty street he could find in the hope of losing his pursuers. They bayed like dogs behind him. Their shouts echoed across the rooftops and ricocheted off the brick walls. Nervous citizens poked their noses out from behind curtains. The homeless shivered fearfully in their blankets and tents at the sound of running feet and yelling. It wasn't long before the young man came to a dead end, stuck between a wall and the backside of a tall house. There were no doors. There were no windows. There was only the alleyway behind him. The man looked around desperately for a place to hide. A box, a drain, anything, but his luck, already running low, was finally out, snuffed like a dead candle. Breathless and panting, the man ran to a corner and crouched in the shadows, uttering every prayer he could think of. But unfortunately for him, the gods were busy elsewhere. It was too late. Muffled boots echoed in the little alleyway. A shadow, cast in the torchlight from a neighboring street, wandered across the dewy cobblestones. The man shivered. The owner of the shadow, a hooded figure, appeared at the opening to the alley and looked around. The figure's eyes seemed to glow a milky white in the dark, and he rocked back and forth slowly as if scanning for something. It took barely a moment for the mage to spot the man cowering in the shallow shadows, and with a triumphant smile he shouted to his friends and walked forward to corner his prey. His gloved hands began to glow with a white light that flickered and darted about his fingers. "I'd stay put, if you know what's good for you," he growled, and the man did exactly as he was told. Harold was not about to argue with a written. He could smell cheap tobacco on the man's breath. No more than a minute later, he was surrounded by a gaggle of soldiers, both Skullguard and written. They watched him from the corners of their eyes and made sure he didn't move a muscle, waiting for something. The only muscle in poor Harold that moved was his heart, and that beat a furious and frantic rhythm inside his ribcage. Not a man touched him, not yet. But his time was up and he knew it. Soon enough, the sound of boots approached and two more figures joined the shadowy throng of mages and soldiers. Their ranks parted quickly to let them through. Harold looked down this dark new corridor and stared fearfully at the newcomers. One was tall and regal and fiery-eyed, the other slightly shorter and lithe, another mage by the looks of him, with short blonde hair that shone in the torchlight. The mage seemed to be whispering something urgently to the taller man, but with a grunt he held up his hand and the mage fell silent. The tall man crossed his arms and tapped his toe on the cobbles. Harold shivered under his cold gaze. In the hazy glow of the light spells and the faraway torches he could just about make out his face. That confident, calculating face. The face of the most hated man in all of Krauslung. Weiss sneered at the ragged little man at his feet. "Stand up," he ordered, and reluctantly Harold did so, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding men. "Where are you friends?" asked the Archmage. Harold shrugged. "What friends?" he said, knowing instantly he had got the question wrong. Weiss's fist caught him on the chin and he saw stars whirl behind his eyes. Harold staggered backwards against the wall. "I will ask again," said Weiss, slower this time, as if he were speaking to a half-deaf moron. "Do you think me to be stupid?" he asked, and Harold shook his head emphatically. "Do you think I am blind?" Once again Harold shook his head. "Then why do you pretend as though I am both?" he said in a cold growl. Harold gulped down the stone-like lump of fear in his throat. Weiss leant closer, placing his hand around the poor man's neck and hissing in his ear. "Do you not think I hear your whispers? Do you think I can't see you scurrying about, plotting your little war on me?" Harold uttered something that might have been a gargled no. "When do they attack? Tell me now and I might spare you." Harold shook his head once more. Weiss tightened his grip and Harold squeaked like a trampled bagpipe. "In 3 days, at dawn," he managed. Weiss smirked as if he had known all along. "And where are your friends?" asked the Archmage. Harold tried to swallow. "Even if I knew I wouldn't tell you, erg." He choked. "Sire," interrupted the blonde mage standing nearby. But once more, Weiss held up his spare hand and silenced him. He didn't take his eyes off Harold for a moment. They bored into him like a hot poker. "And where is the vampire?" Weiss asked. "I know he's here. I know you're hiding him." Harold squinted, confused and slowly turning a shade of purple. "Vampire?" he gasped. "Tell me where he is," yelled Weiss, spit flying from his mouth. "Never," whispered Harold with his last breath. Harold had heard the rumors of a vampire in Krauslung, but he was as clueless as Weiss was to its whereabouts. Whether his last word had been accidental, or some final conscious and glorious effort to taunt the Archmage, one thing was true, it was not at all what Weiss wanted to hear. Enraged, the Archmage squeezed the man's neck until it snapped and then slammed his skull against the brick wall with a loud crack. Harold's dead body painted a dark stripe of blood down the wall as it slowly slid down to the cobbles. Nearby, Modron shook his head. "We could have used him," he began, but Weiss whirled around and flashed the captain a murderous look. He took a step towards him. His voice was low and dangerous. "Dare to correct me again, mage, and I will tear your head off and throw it in the sea. If I were you I'd spend some time digging out those balls you're hiding so deep inside you, and for once be the captain I made you." "You're a spineless worm, Modron," he growled, curling his lip contemptuously. Modron said nothing. He simply held his Archmage's gaze for as long as he dared before turning away. While Weiss dished out his orders to the other mages, and while they sniggered behind their hands, Modron slunk away into the shadows. He clenched his fists as tight as he could, feeling utterly indignant and furiously bitter. To make things worse, Agfrey was there, leaning against a nearby wall. She smirked and nudged him as he passed. "I always knew you were a coward," she whispered. Modron bared his teeth and brought his face uncomfortably close to hers. "Say that again and you'll find my fist scraping against the inside of your skull," he hissed. "You'd better watch your back, bitch, you and the rest of your army." Unable to think of a suitable retort, Agfrey just snorted and looked away, fingers lingering on the hilt of her sword. Modron spat at her feet and disappeared into the shadows. Her lips sneered in disgust. Deny it as she might, Modron's words had rattled her slightly. "Coward," she thought to herself, shivering. The Skullguard general combed a stray bit of hair behind her ear with a grimy finger, cleared her throat, and turned her attention back to Weiss. He was speaking quietly to the others. "Comb the streets for this bastard's mutinous friends. If anyone puts up a fight, then clap them in irons and make an example of them. Do whatever you need to. I want every house overturned, every drain and sewer searched for any signs of a rebellion. If you find the vampire, then summon me immediately. Do you understand?" he ordered. "I want the city on its knees." The soldiers nodded eagerly. The mages rubbed their hands together. Voices murmured in accord. There would be blood on the streets of Krauslung tonight. Weiss couldn't have cared less. The Archmage spun sharply on his heel and left. Alone and pensive, Weiss strode through the misty and deserted thoroughfares of the Forsaken City, a dark mood gathering over his head like a personal storm cloud. His earlier mood had been soiled. For Weiss there was only one chink in his armor, one minuscule gap in his entire plan, and that was the vampire, the long-lost vampire that Weiss had buried the memory of deep inside himself and had kept locked up for the last 400 years. It had been wrapped in iron and thrown in the sea. Forgotten. Entombed. Now it had been exhumed and the smell of it made Weiss sick. Fear was not something he was accustomed to. In the pocket of his cloak his hand rubbed against a sharp shard of blood-stained stone, glowing steadily and stubbornly inside his pocket. 3 days, he said to himself. 3 days and it would all be his. Instead of heading towards the Archcathedral, Weiss took a quick detour and headed south towards the docks. There was someone there who would have the answers he wanted. He cursed himself for not thinking of her sooner. As he walked, his skin began to shiver and shake and warp. A beard sprouted from his chin. His jowls sagged with age. His gait shifted to that of an older man with a slight limp, and his hair grew longer and grayer with every hobbling step he took down the sloping streets. On reaching the docks, the Archmage wasted no time in seeking her out. He limped fearlessly across the boardwalks and the rime-stained cobbles and sniffed the salty air as he went, hidden under his new, or rather, old face. The old merry air of the docks had vanished a long time ago. Now hovels and wooden boxes stuffed with straw littered the boardwalk, packed with shivering people and bags of homeless things. Small groups of people ambled along the waterfront or hovered in doorways, smoking pipes, eyeing the old limping stranger that wandered past. They whispered wide-eyed about the echoing shouts and noises that had begun to fill the cold city air. Muted and muffled music leaked from a dozen gloomy taverns along the way. Coughing and murmuring filled the silences in between. Somewhere in the night a seagull mewed. Waves slapped the wooden struts of the piers and walkways. Skeletal ships loomed out of the mist. Hunkered on the far side of the harbor, deep in the wispy darkness, huge shapes hovered on the waves and waited to be used. Soon enough, he thought. Weiss kept walking until he saw a tavern on his left, a filthy little hole with a lopsided sign that said the Bilge Swindler. Avoiding a patrol of soldiers, he ducked under the low door and headed towards the back of the inn, where he knew she would be. The air was clammy and thick inside the tavern. A few patrons were scattered about the place, sipping dolefully on tankards. He found her ensconced in a smoke-filled corner, sitting comfortably in an armchair, one hand resting on an empty bottle. 3 stones sat on the table in front of her, one red, one black, and the other a milky white color, like a sightless eyeball. She sneered. "Knew ye'd come eventually," she croaked. "I would be suspicious if you hadn't," whispered the Archmage as he found a stool. She looked older than he remembered. It had only been several months. She noticed his look and waggled a long fingernail in his face. "And ye can stop staring at me," she hissed. "At least my face is real." Weiss swiped her hand away and shuffled his stool closer. "Be careful who you're speaking to, wench," he warned. The seer sniffed. 3 days, then, and then it'll all be over," as she whispered, a knowing look in her beady crow-like eyes. Weiss eyed the seer stones in front of him on the table and hummed. "It is only the beginning." The woman cackled with delight, halting only when a cough caught in her throat. She banged her hand on the table, making the stones jump, and then thumped her chest. "Gah," she wheezed, "this long winter has to stop, Weiss. It's killin' me. Enough talk. Cast your stones, Lilith, and you can drop that old crone act while you're at it. I know you better than that. Now, where is Ruin? Where is he? There was a serious look in the Archmage's face that the seer knew not to trifle with, and so with a sigh she cupped her stones in her hand, closed her eyes, and then cast them back onto the battered table. She squinted at them and murmured to herself while Vice waited patiently. It had never been his virtue. Lilith said, poking a stone. Your vampire is not in Krauslung, Vice, that much is true. He's elsewhere, and the stones don't say much more than that. She cackled suddenly. He lied to me then, he said he was staying, but... Vice leant forward, causing her to lean back. He came and spoke to you? He did, she answered, knowing to tell the truth. And what did he ask you? The seer bit her dry lip, and then winked. He asked after you, and if he was truly who you think he is. Or was. Vice drummed his fingernails on the tabletop in an effort to stay calm. And what did you tell him? This time it was the seer's turn to lean forward, and she brought her leathery face very close to Vice's, and stared deep into his hazel eyes. I told him he already knew the truth. No point castin' stones on the obvious, I said, don't need a seer for that, she grinned, baring rows of rotten teeth. Vice wrinkled his lip and sat back. Would he join me? Lilith moved her stones around, flicking them this way and that with her nails. She shook her head. No. He is no longer his father's son, nor his brother's brother. Vice nodded and glared at the seer stones. Go on, she said, knowing there was more to ask. Could he defeat me then, if it came to that? Asked the Archmage. Lilith sniffed and poked around in her nose for a moment. With her thumb, she turned the red stone over and shivered. As a vampire, no. Not with your brother's blood in you, she confessed. However, as his former self. But Vice held up a hand. That's impossible. The curses are irreversible, unbreakable. The triad is ancient lore. Vice crunched his knuckles together. So you say, nodded the seer, pursing her lips. As a vampire, he whispered to himself. Then what are you worried about? She asked. Vice stared at the stones for what felt like a long time, until finally a glimmer of relief flashed over his angular features. His hunched shoulders seemed to relax. Nothing, he said, with the faintest of sneers. The seer watched him closely, nodding. And that's what you came to hear, wasn't it? She asked, already knowing the answer. Vice didn't reply. Instead he reached into his pocket and brought forth the little glass vial. Lilith's eyes widened and she bit her lip again, almost drawing blood. Vice held the vial between finger and thumb and turned it from side to side, watching the dark blood rock back and forth. It is almost Cheska's time, he said, and as you know, that child is of the utmost importance to me, to us, and therefore I will not risk even a hair of its head. The mother I care less for. She is a distraction. Vice tapped the little vial on the table. Nudging the seer stones aside, he slid it slowly across the wood towards Lilith. The old woman grabbed at it greedily, but Vice held it firmly in his grasp. He continued. When I have crushed the city under my boot, the child will go with you, wherever you see fit to take it, and stay hidden until I call for you. It will suckle on your foul breasts as if it were your own child, and you will teach it exactly who and what it is, fill it with lies and anger and the old stories, teach it the dark magics, and when the time comes you will bring it to me, and together we shall bring down the sky. There is nothing that can stand in my way now, spoke Vice, his voice a low and dangerous rumble. The flames of the nearby candles bent low and cowered, throwing shadows across their table. The air grew chill and bitter. Shadows quivered around them. And my reward? Vice looked at the vial. As we discussed. A lifetime supply, so long as the child is alive. Lilith's eyes twitched back and forth between the vial and the Archmage. Do you understand me, seer? He asked. I do, she said, without hesitation. Vice released the vial and she snatched it away, grinning with delight and clutching it to her chest. Then it is done, said the Archmage, getting to his feet. Come to the Archcathedral tomorrow, and wait there until the time comes. Lilith wasn't listening anymore. She had heard him, but she wasn't listening. Vice pulled his cloak about him and stood up. There was nothing more to say. He had found his answers to his questions. Whether they had been the right questions, however, only Lilith knew. The seer waited until Vice had left and then she did the same, hobbling out of the bilge swindler as fast as her arthritic legs would carry her, pausing only to swipe a half-full bottle of wine from a passing table. Outside on the boardwalk she looked around furtively and sniffed the air like a rodent before heading in the opposite direction from Vice. In a gloomy gap between two lopsided buildings, she found her hiding place. Lilith pushed herself as far into the gap as she could manage and then hunkered down. Confident she was hidden, she took a few deep breaths and then uncorked the bottle of wine with her rotten teeth. She spat the cork to the side and put the bottle to her lips. The wine was strong and stale, and she could feel it burning her throat as she gulped it down. It dribbled down her chin and neck and stained her craggy skin an inky purple. When it was emptied, she smashed it against the wall, and then put a hand to her right shoulder, to the stump of her missing arm, and prodded it contemptuously. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but she might have grinned then, and bared those rotten teeth of hers for one last time. Lilith held her little treasure, her little glass vial, to her nose and sniffed it, smelling the coppery sweetness of the blood inside. Then, without a further moment of hesitation, she threw her head back and opened her mouth, and let the demon blood trickle down her throat. She shook out every last little drop and let her tongue swish the dregs around her mouth. But she knew better than to relax, to sigh and smile. No, there was none of that, for suddenly the sting of the stale wine was replaced with something much, much more painful. For once, and this came as most surprising to the intrepid little band, it was not raining in Albion. Though the clouds hanging above them were thick and grey and dominated the sky from horizon to horizon, for the moment they remained dry and rainless, and it meant the first night in Albion was an enjoyable one, if not a little cold. Brightshow had caught a fat stag just after sunset, and now the men were busy roasting what was left of it over a campfire. Lakin was slowly rotating a plump haunch on a spit, watching it like a hawk as the fatty meat spat and crackled. Occasionally he would prod it with a knife and mumble something. Farden meanwhile was busy polishing his new armor, Ilios was preening his feathers with his razor-sharp beak, and Brightshow was feigning sleep. She lay with her head on the leafy forest floor, keeping watch on their dark and creaky surroundings with one half-closed eye. Durnus had gone for a walk. They had found their campsite little over an hour ago, a leafy clearing in the middle of a thick pine forest sandwiched somewhere between the low mountains and their bumbling foothills. Against the headwind, it had taken the Griffin and the Dragon around 5 hours to reach the rocky shores of Albion, and they had found it no more hospitable than Nelska. Snow covered most of the treetops and the open ground. The air was sharp and the temperature just above freezing. There were no farms or settlements for miles and miles. They were surrounded by nothing but moorland, mountain, pine forest, and frozen marsh, and for the time being the silence was eerie. The only sounds were the creaking trees, the rustling of dead leaves in the treetops, and the occasional dull thump of falling snow. It appeared that the long winter had crept even further south than they had first imagined. Farden put his clean Skeleton armor aside and rubbed his oily hands over the fire. There was a metal pot resting on a rock in the fire, full of ice and snow that they had chipped from the rocks and trees. Farden dipped his finger in the now melted water. "Almost ready," he said, wiping his wet finger on his cloak. "Good," murmured Lakin, concentrating on the venison haunch. With a spare hand he tossed Farden a packet of something that smelled like bitter herbs in 4 wooden cups. "Good for the cold," he said, and Farden nodded. The mage had taken a great liking to the calm and sensible dragon rider. He was like Aram in a way, in his quietness, but Brightshow's infectious humor had crept into his mannerisms and his personality, just like her scales had crept over his face and arms. Farden could see the similarities between them. They had the same coloring and the same eyes, and when they flew it was as though they were one beast joined together, like all the other riders he had ever seen. Farden had only recently found out that all dragon rider pairings were male and female, never of the same sex. If a female dragon took a rider, he would be male, and vice versa. Farden had wondered why, but had thought it rude to ask. The sirens had always been a bit secretive in their ways, so he left the matter alone. He made a mental note to ask Brightshow some other time. "Where's Durnus?" asked Lakin. Farden shrugged, but Brightshow cleared her throat with a growl. "He's coming back now, I can see him picking his way through the trees," she said. The dragon was right, and after several minutes the vampire rejoined them. He sat down beside the fire silently. "Where did you go?" Farden asked. Durnus stared at the flames. "Just wanted to stretch my legs," he said. Farden eyed his friend with a suspicious look. Ever since they had returned to Nelska he had been in a strange mood, furtive and gloomy, and going on plenty of leg-stretching expeditions. Farden hummed to himself, and caught Durnus's eye. The vampire held his gaze for a moment, saying nothing, and yet speaking volumes, and then looked away. There was definitely something wrong with his old friend. "Meat's ready," said Lakin, and the mage and rider grabbed their plates and began to carve off chunks of fatty and delicious meat with their knives. Durnus simply sipped something from a flask and stared blankly into the orange flames. "So then," began the dragon rider, "where do we find these dukes?" Farden swallowed his mouthful and wiped the grease from his chin. "Well, there's our favorite the Duke of Leith, a little to the south of here," began the mage. At the mention of Leith Durnus groaned. "And the rest of them are based mostly further the south and to the west, which is a problem for us because their duchies are spread far apart. Farfallen hasn't given us much time at all. Which are most likely to help?" Lakin asked. Durnus snorted. None, he said. Then which is the most powerful? Asked Brightshow. Wodehallow, gone, Leith, maybe Pendern at a push, said Durnus. Leith? Farden echoed, slightly confused. Leith was a tiny town on top of a lonely hill. It had no army. You'd be surprised, answered Durnus. Old Leith holds a lot of sway with the other dukes, and has a lifetime of favors to call on. The vampire shrugged. It is hard to tell these days. Their lands change hands constantly, and their people are traded with it. They're a bunch of useless squabblers, and their soldiers are nothing more than mercenaries and peasants. That's helpful, murmured Farden between mouthfuls. Maybe not, but it is true, he replied. Durnus was right. The crepitating fire and the sound of chewing filled the silence. Well, it isn't all doom and gloom, at least it isn't raining. Keep telling yourself that, grinned Lakin. I give it an hour before the next downpour. Suddenly Brightshow hissed and they all fell quiet, instantly dropping their plates and flasks. Farden put a hand to the fire and they were quickly enveloped by thick darkness. The sound of the wind in the icy trees was eerie. The only light was the faint glow of the embers, and the glint in both Helios's and Brightshow's eyes. Farden slowly and carefully drew his sword, while Lakin knocked a thick arrow to his bow. He looked to his dragon and then back to the others. Somebody's coming. Lots of them by the looks of it, he whispered. Soldiers? Not sure, the rider shook his head. He pointed to the west and they moved off silently into the bushes and trees. Behind them, Helios leapt into the sky with no more than a faint whisper of feathers. Careful to avoid any twigs or sticks that might snap under their weight, the men crept forward, walking on their very tiptoes and keeping their breathing low. They could hear footsteps now, coupled with the occasional pop of an unlucky twig. Somewhere in the dark, a tired cow lowed and a bear snuffled. The three came across a little deer path and crouched behind a screen of bushes. Once Farden's eyes had adjusted to the gloom, he spotted a procession of huddled figures coming through the trees towards them. They were following the deer path through the loam, and by the sounds of them they were not worried about doing it sneakily. The mage guessed there were about 30 of them in total. There were women in the group, and children too, and they were all lugging packs and bags of varying sizes. They were mumbling amongst themselves, some coughing, others whining, stumbling over fallen trunks and branches and generally making a racket. The noisy rabble couldn't have been further from an ambush party if they had bells tied around their neck. Lakin made a low whistling sound and the others walked forward to stand in their path. Farden summoned a little light, and they put their weapons away. It took a while for the people to notice the three strangers standing in their path, and when they did, they recoiled with surprise and fear. Some of the children ran into the bushes and hid, while the men strode forward brandishing thick staves of oak and pine. One had a rusty sword at his hip. They stood in a line and waved their sticks at the three strange men in a menacing way. They looked at Lakin with a mixture of fear and confusion, most likely believing him to be some sort of lizard man of the forest. Farden held up a hand. We mean you no harm, he said, but they didn't respond. What's the hold-up air? Said a thick Albion accent, croaky with age and years of shouting. The wary men moved aside and out of the gloom came an elderly man riding a flea-bitten, and very sleepy, bear. He was balding and rugged-faced, and by the looks of his clothes and skin he was a farmer. He grumbled and clipped one of his men around the ear. What have ye stopped for now? Asked the man gruffly, but as soon as he saw the men standing on the path he wilted like a dead leaf. What do ye want? He gulped, maneuvering his bear in between the strangers and his men. Not wishing to worry them, Farden held up his empty hands. We were camping nearby. You can trust us, we don't want anything from you. We mean you no harm, he said in a calm tone. Not bandits? Rogues? Farden shook his head. The farmer made a strange face and got down from his brown bear. The animal seized the opportunity to have a quick lie down. Farden didn't blame him, they all looked as though they had been on the road for days. The old man rubbed his grizzly chin. Well, what business have ye in the forest tonight? Nobody lives in these parts, except for the shrieks, he inquired. Behind Farden, Durnus coughed as if to stifle a groan. Both of them had heard the old Albion wives' tale. Durnus had books full of them. Shrieks were an Albion myth, a story to make excitable children go to bed, like mermaids, or wights, or huldras. They were supposed to be screeching, tree-dwelling wraiths who offered to tell a man's fortune for a price, and that price was more often than not a plump peasant child or the soul of the man in question. Shrieks? Asked Farden, humoring the farmer. They're ghosts, said one of the men. Another quickly spoke up. Oi heard them calling to me, oi did. The farmer held up a hand. Quiet, he ordered. He shrugged apologetically to the three strangers. My boys, full of stories they are. We heard voices in the forest the night before last. Strange little voices, arguing and bickering, speaking of things men aren't supposed to hear. Scared the children half to death it did, never mind the rest of us. He shivered as if recalling something horrible, and then rubbed his hands together. So, what business brings ye to the forest? You ain't from around here, oh I can tell that much. He said this to Lacan. Farden looked to the siren and then back to the man. No, we're just passing traders. Heading south to Kiltiran. It was a simple enough excuse. The farmer and his boys exchanged confused looks. Traders, are ye? Headin' to the bartering, I assume, down in Woodhallow? He asked. Surely it wasn't that time already, thought Farden. A glance from Durnus confirmed it just might have been. The bartering, this time of year? Farden replied, and the farmer nodded slowly in return. Of course, once every summer as usual, not that we get a summer anymore mind ye, but tradition is tradition wherever you go. Oi would ave thought ye would have known that. For traders, ye don't know much about tradin', do ye? He said with a suspicious glint in his craggy eyes. But the others weren't paying attention, this was fortunate news. The bartering happened once a year in the unofficial capital of Albion, a city called Woodhallow that had, for some unknown reason, laid its foundations in the largest and wettest marshland Albion could possible offer. Woodhallow was the oldest city in the country, and for 1 week every summer it played host to the largest marketplace in Albion, so large that even the dukes gathered together. Clustered together like bats in Woodhallow's grimy old keep, they would spend the week drinking and bartering themselves into a stupor. Titles and lands would fly back and forth like arrows, gold would rain from the ceiling, and afterwards they would return to their own lands happy and smug, each convinced they had outswindled the others. Of course, this was never true, but nevertheless this was what the bartering was, and the three men couldn't have wished for a better opportunity. All of the dukes in one place at one time. The gods were smiling after all. We forgot, mumbled Durnus. The man mused for a second and sniffed. Oi see, he said, and that was that. Well ye got a long walk on your ends, he said. We're going south too. The snows are creeping further south every day, and our fields haven't seen a crop in months now. He lowered his voice then, as if sharing a secret that nobody should have heard. Truth be told, there are strange things going on in this world. It's as if everything's startin' to crumble around our ears. There's war coming, they say, in the east, with that Ark-a-lot. I don't want my family anywhere near it. Farden understood more than the man could possibly know, but for now he simply nodded and shrugged sympathetically. The farmer sighed, and signaled for his boys and the rest of their group to carry on. The bear looked up with a face full of weary despair. The farmer coughed, patting his bear's back. Well, I'd say ye could come with us, but truthfully you're a strange-looking lot, and I am not sure if we trust the look of ye, he said. The three smiled politely. They didn't blame him. They stood aside as the train of people and baggage squeezed past. It was a procession of nervous and mistrustful looks, of tired and raggedy people, of whispering and pointing children. The bald old farmer swung his leg over his bear and seized its reins. Before he left, he cast a look back in the direction they had come and leant close to whisper another of his secrets. Farden lent him an ear. If I were you, which I am glad I ain't, he hissed. I'd keep an eye out for them shrieks, and for them tall stones back up the path. They're not entirely safe, I tell ye. Mark my words. Now gods be with ye, and don't be following us. Or else. And with a flick of the reins and a tired growl the bear and the bald farmer moved off into the night. As soon as he had gone, the three men swapped glances. In silent acquiescence they set off up the forest path in single file, curious of these strange stones they were camping so near. As it turned out, the stones were only a short distance away, and they sat right in the middle of the path. It was rather impossible to miss them. The granite megaliths stood in a skewed circle 20 paces across at the widest point. They were huge in every sense of the word, almost 30 feet high and as thick as an oak tree, carved square and pointed by someone or something. There were 9 of the enormous standing stones, and they seemed as firmly rooted in the earth as the surrounding trees, reaching out of the soil like the fingers of a dead rock troll groping for the sky. Vines and loops of poison ivy crisscrossed their pitted surfaces, shackling the granite with its waxy green ropes. It seemed to be the only living thing that could stand to touch them, for around each of the stones was a grave of shriveled leaves and the husks of dead insects. Even the snow seemed to have given them a wide berth. There was not a patch of ice or snow to be seen on or near them. Fearlessly, Farden walked forward and ran a hand over the nearest one, brushing away some of the ivy so he could touch the stone underneath. He could feel his fingers tingling as he did so. He cast a light spell and squinted at the pockmarked surface of the granite. There were shapes carved into it, shapes that had almost been lost to time and weather. Farden traced one with his finger. There seemed to be others on each of the 4 sides. Runes, he said. The mage beckoned to the vampire, and for a moment, his old friend seemed intrigued. Can you read them? Durnus came forward and traced the same angular shape with one of his nails. He frowned and shook his head. No. They're too degraded, he said. What are they? Lacan asked, nudging the frozen shell of a long-dead stag beetle with his boot. I don't know, Durnus confessed. Farden shrugged. Well, if Durnus doesn't know, then nobody does. I say we should leave them alone. We've got better things to do, he said, prodding his stone once more. Whatever had made his fingers tingle, he was sure he didn't like it. Something told him he hadn't seen the last of these monoliths. The 3 men left the stones to the forest and retraced their steps back to the camp, where they found Elios and Brightshow waiting for them. It didn't take Farden and Durnus long to explain the bartering to the others, and before they could say dragon they were ready and raring to go, not wishing to waste another moment in the cold and dreary forest. So, when the red dawn climbed over the eastern horizon and poked its head through the tumbling clouds, the men were already winging their way south towards the marshlands, 1 on the griffin, 2 on the dragon, each with a little hint of hope stirring in their hearts. Hope, meanwhile, was the last thing on Cheska's mind. As was food. No matter what the maids tried or offered, she would not eat. Maybe it was the fact she felt constantly sick, maybe it was the thought of her father's hands grabbing at her skin, or maybe it was the fact every time she thought of her stomach she thought of the baby curled inside of her, and that, for some reason, filled her mind with hatred and nausea. Hope was the last thing on Cheska's mind because her doubt had gnawed away at it until there was nothing left of it that even resembled hope. A hollowed husk of resignation. She sat alone in her rooms, exhausted, and for the second time in as many days, scared to death. The princess spread her hands over her unsettled belly and felt the kick of her unborn child. The bastard hiding in her womb. She clenched her fist. A tightly curled threat. Cheska stared at the wooden door of her room, a smaller, starker room than her own quarters, but infinitely better than that dark hole Vice had locked her in. She didn't need to test the door, she knew it was latched and guarded from the outside, the maids had already reminded her of that. She could hear the bolts and keys turning every time they came and went, waving trays of food in front of her face, tempting her to eat. Others had come to prod and poke her most private places, or massage her pregnant bulge with their cold hands. One maid had even tended her wounds, believe it or not. She had put ointment on her bruised and bloodied scalp, cleaned the dust from her long hair, and in a sweeping moment of insincerity, had dared to ask her if she was comfortable. Cheska couldn't remember the meaning of the world. She had snarled and sent her packing. They were checking in on Vice's most prized possession, nothing more. Cheska felt another kick beneath her hands and winced. She pushed back, as if to teach the little brat a lesson, and it kicked again, harder this time. Pursing her lips, she lifted her left hand and held it an inch above from her skin. A single white-blue spark jumped from fingertip to fingertip, investigating the dust beneath her nails, tingling with electricity and magic. Could she? Asked the little voice in her head. Would she? No, she told it. Vice would only make her end that much more painful. She tried to remind herself that she was a written, that she felt no fear, but the little voice was quick to correct her. She was close to drowning in it. Something by the door caught her eye then, and mercifully distracted her. Cheska forced herself up and out of her simple bed, and waddled to the door. Instead of reaching for the handle, she turned instead to a wooden cabinet that stood against the wall just to the right of the door, and reached for the little object that lay on top of it. It was a little figurine of a goddess, no bigger than the length of her hand, carved out of a dark volcanic stone, smiling benevolently and holding a small, if not misshapen, set of scales. It was a cheap-looking thing. One of the maids must have left it behind. Probably the same maid who had tended her wounds, thought the princess. Cheska sat on the edge of her bed and turned the little figurine over and over in her hands, tracing the folds and dents of the carving with her thumb. There was no mistaking the likeness, it was Avernia, the goddess of wisdom and magic, and for a moment, Cheska was tempted to break the thing in two and smash it against the wall. She could feel the demon blood in her veins hissing and spitting at the little goddess, yet for some reason she couldn't put it down. Then, for a reason that would stay hidden in her heart forever, a reason that betrayed her in everything she had ever thought, she clutched the little statue with both hands, closed her eyes, slumped to her bruised and scratched knees, and prayed for the gods to save her. Somewhere deep in the icy wilderness, a shadow fell across the gnarled roots and slimy leaves of a pine forest floor. A shadow on a moonless night, with no candle or flame to cast it, but a shadow nonetheless. Above her in the boughs of the oaks, crows huddled together for warmth, sleepy-eyed and murmuring to each other, watching as the ghost passed underneath them and then stopped dead in its tracks. The shadow paused, foot half raised and ready to fall. She looked around her as if she had heard her name on the breeze. Black velvet sinews twitched as she raised a hand to rub the air between her fingers. She could taste something there. Teeth tugged at soft lips. A faint whisper floated past her ears. She shivered at the feel of it. A thin smile spread across those soft cold lips. When her foot touched the loam again, the wet leaves almost bent under her weight. Chapter 16. Curiosity killed the cat, but luckily for the cat, she has 9 lives. Old saying, source unknown. The Woodhallow marshes were a strange place. Just as the Dunwold moors in the northeast were devoid of life, the marshes thrived on it. Everything there moved, whether it was the whirring, humming bugs that infested the puzzle of bogs and rotting walkways, or the half-frozen ground that squelched and slipped from underfoot, thick with worms and slugs and leeches. Even the water moved of its own accord, bubbling in the places where the ice couldn't reach and rippling under the tentative feet of the swarming insects and other furtive creatures. A cold and heavy fog hung over the landscape like a thick blanket. It muffled sound and yet carried it at the same time. Things would wail, or howl, or creak in the distance, or zip and buzz past their ears, and every now and again they would hear snatches of city noise coming from the shadowy walls ahead, and the whoosh of wings from Brightshow and Ilios above. The fog also played tricks on the eyes. It made the city in the distance look like a shapeless mountain of shadow. It smothered the weak winter sun, plucked it from the sky, and turned the marshes gloomy and monochrome. Color was a rare commodity there. Occasionally a flash of a scarlet dragonfly or the iridescent emerald glitter of a wandering beetle lost in the fog would interrupt the gloom. Depressing was a theme that the Woodhallow marshes knew inside and out. It wore it like a cloak. For the third time that morning Farden's boots sank ankle-deep into the mud. The thick peaty stuff pulled and sucked at his leg like a hungry leech. The mage clenched his fist and swore to himself. "Remind me again why it is we're walking instead of flying, Lacan?" He grumbled to the siren. "Well, as Durnus said, if you'd like to scare the entire populace of this Woodhallow city half to death, then be my guest. I can call Brightshow down and we'll land in the center of the bartering thing," smirked the writer. He had an annoying knack of finding solid and dry ground with every step, and hopped from spot to spot as confidently as a sprightly frog. His boots were barely muddy. Farden scowled. The mage's feet squelched inside his socks. "Superstitious peasants," he mumbled, and made an effort to follow the siren's steps. Durnus was somewhere behind them in the fog. Over his shoulder Farden could see a hunched and silent figure picking its way slowly across the marshland. Even in the hazy, pallid sunlight, the vampire still had to keep his skin hidden. He looked ominous under his black hood, his black scarf, and his long gloves. The swirling mists made him look like some sort of marshland wraith. After another half an hour or so of slow, squelchy progress, Brightshow spotted a rickety wooden pathway through the marshland and directed the men towards it. The makeshift wooden road was half rotten and covered in muddy slime, but it made the going easier, and soon afterwards they came across solid ground and a solid dirt road. The city wall of Woodhallow leant out of the fog at them, awkward and hunchbacked with its stubby wooden turrets and machicolated battlements, flying a myriad of colored flags and patrolled by beady-eyed men with spears. They watched the travelers like curious owls, completely oblivious to the dragon and the griffin hidden somewhere either above or in the fog. To the left, one of them yelled, as though they needed directions, and Farden thanked him with a wave. They followed the road around the wall until they spotted the main gate. Stretching out of its mouth, like a half-swallowed snake, was an enormous wriggling queue of people waiting to get into the city. Amidst much sighing from Durnus and Farden, the 3 men sauntered to the end and joined its ranks. They listened to the intermittent eruptions of loud music and laughter, muffled as they were by the heavy air, and through the narrow gap in the gates up ahead, they caught glimpses and flashes of color. Behind them a wide dirt road wound its way into the gloomy marshland. "Oh look," remarked Farden, scowling sideways at Lacan. "A road. Brightshow never mentioned there was a road." The dragon rider grunted and shrugged. "I would have thought you'd known, spending so long in Albion and all?" He replied with more than a hint of a grin. Farden smiled and shook his head in mock annoyance. He hadn't known, and even if he had it would have risked Brightshow and Ilios being spotted. A peasant faced with a dragon was hazardous enough, but seeing a griffin was a step too far. The last thing they wanted to do was to start a riot. Farden stared back at the road, pondering escape routes, and he suddenly realized how Woodhallow's swampy foundations were actually the perfect defense. What better to slow your enemy down with than 20 miles of surrounding bog and a single narrow road? Whether it had been by accident or by design, it was as close to a tactical genius as an Albion duke got. The long queue gradually shuffled forward like a weary centipede, full of braying donkeys and lowing cows led by colorful traders and chattering women. They and their beasts toted enormous bags and boxes of things for sale, so stuffed and overloaded that their wares threatened to spill over the road with every step they took. Thankfully, it didn't take too long for the 3 men to reach the gates. Once there, they found a wide lump of a guard barring their way. "Hold up," ordered the big man, thrusting out a calloused palm. Farden sized him up instantly. Everything about this man was thick, from the set of limbs to his rotund waistline, from his giant neck to his mental faculties. His accent was so thick they could barely understand him. He snorted officiously. "What's your business air then?" he gurgled, as though he were in the middle of chewing on his limited vocabulary. "The bartering," replied Farden, with a disarming smile. The guard looked to his nearby colleagues and made an unsure face, baring ivory teeth that looked as though they were trying their best to escape. They shook their heads and tapped their spears on the dirt, motioning for their hefty comrade to ask again. The big guard turned back to the men. "But what's your business? What why sellin'?" he repeated. Farden shrugged and looked from side to side, from the tall rider to the stoic and blank-looking vampire flanking him. "Us," said the mage, and as if to qualify his statement he patted the sword handle at his hip. The big man looked confused. "You?" "Yes, us. We're bodyguards for the dukes," said Durnus, quietly. His face was hidden by his scarf and, even though it was uncomfortable for him to do so, he had folded his fangs back and out of sight just to be safe. Vampires were as welcome in Albion as the plague. The other guards were staring at him suspiciously. Durnus hoped they were as stupid as their friend and wouldn't think too hard about his covered face. "We've come to offer our services." "That we have," nodded Farden. "We're the very best at what we do." "And what's that?" challenged the guard. "Making sure people don't get in our way," replied Farden. The thick guard looked as though he had been given a very long mathematic problem to solve. He chewed the inside of his lip for a moment, trying to work out if that had been a threat or not, before giving up. He looked to his mates. They shrugged. "Blades for coin," one mumbled. The big man waved his calloused hand. "Very well, in you go. But no funny business, hear me? We don't want no trouble in Wodelau today." Farden and the others bowed and moved past the gaggle of suspicious guards and under the archway of the gate, eyeing the wooden portcullis suspended above their heads by heavy chains. When they emerged it was into a world of barely contained chaos. The main square had been converted into a muddy trough of riotous colors. Cacophonous noise bombarded them like a war zone of discordant music and yelling. Stalls had been pressed against each other back to back and side by side like coins in a miser's purse. Dirty children ran about in droves, heckling and pickpocketing, while men and women of all social classes tried to make their way from one end of the marketplace to the other without being injured or dying on the way. Everywhere they turned, merchants were haggling in a way that bordered on harassment, and even assault in some places. The fervent traders literally threw their wares at passers-by, bellowing insane offers at the top of their lungs. Nearby a fight had broken out between two fruit dealers. A crowd had gathered to watch. Coin started to flow. A gaggle of sackcloth children sprinted past, mud flying from their heels, chased by a red-faced fishmonger. Like any society given an excuse to act as it pleases, Wodelau had descended into chaos. It was a maelstrom of disorder. A flaunted farce. Farden looked to Lacan and Durnus and shook his head with a groan. He knew now why he had avoided the bartering in the past. As one, the men hoisted up their hoods and retreated into anonymity. Sadly, they needn't have bothered. Despite their unsociable appearance, they barely made it through the marketplace alive. Even skirting the edges of the stalls did no help them. The zealous merchants, noticing three men wearing expensive-looking armor and foreign clothes, saw an instant opportunity, and pressed on them from all sides as though they were walking bags of gold. Farden almost broke the arm of one man as he pressed a vase into the mage's hands for the 10th time, suggesting he take it home to his wife. The rest were more cautious after that, circling the men like hungry foxes. Mercifully, they soon got bored and went to harass some less dangerous clients. The men collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After escaping the market, Farden and the others made their way up the main thoroughfare towards a large square keep that sat on a hillock at the center of the muddy city. Wodelau was the largest of Albion cities, hence its claim for being the capital, and like all the other cities its architects had no concept of space nor order. Every clay-smeared building seemed to have been built on top of another, and the dirt streets had been strangled by pipes and gurgling waterways. The smell of burning peat leaked from stubby chimneys. Insects hovered over the gutters. Brothels and brick factories nudged shoulders. Carts sat here and there, full of half-forgotten clay bricks. However, apart from the riotous noise of the bartering, the churning of industry, the sulphurous smell of the encroaching marshland and the occasional waft of sewage and urine, Wodelau could have actually been a peaceful place. The fog and lingering wood smoke managed to give the city a slightly ethereal look. Pale misshapen patches of sunlight moved lazily across the ground wherever there was a gap in the clouds or the fog. Somewhere inside one of the houses, a woman was singing. Water wheels clanked and splashed softly between the buildings, and deep streams and rivers crisscrossed the streets like brown capillaries, murmuring as they flowed, full of silent dirty children harvesting precious mud and clay for the smoking brick houses near the north wall. The men paused on a wooden bridge and watched a gang of children working below. They were knee-deep in the mud and hard at work. They looked like little mud devils, strange creatures covered head to toe in thick clay and brackish water, and where it had dried on their skin, it cracked and splintered like burnt bark. There was a tall man in a tall hat standing at the end of the bridge, leaning leisurely against the handrail and smoking a pipe. Every now and again he would reach inside his pocket and withdraw a small pebble and then fling it at one of the children, telling them to work faster or harder. "Come on, Carly," he called, "that mud doesn't collect itself, does it?" Seeing he was being watched by Farden and the others, he took another puff on his pipe and winked. "Orphans, eh? Slackers, the lot of them," he smiled. Farden wanted to break his jaw. Perhaps slavery had reached Emaneska's shores after all. If that was the case, then a deep hatred of the practice was starting to grow inside him. The three men left the clay slaves to their labor and carried on towards the square keep that commanded the rest of the city. As they walked up the hillock, the buildings became bigger and grander and finer, until finally they felt as though they were surrounded by a different city altogether. Rough cobbles appeared underfoot, and for the most part they were clean and dry. As they rightly assumed, this was the wealthier side of Wodehollow. Farden noticed the same things as he had once seen on the streets of his own Crosslung: women in overly decorative dresses, wearing their wealth around their necks and on their arms and walking plump geese on velvet leads, men in tailed coats, and people with too much time on their hands and dreams of dukedom. They had no idea of the world outside Wodehollow's walls, they had no clue of what was befalling the rest of Emaneska. This Albion society had no contribution to make to the world. They had no great seats of learning, no might or power, no magic, no worth to speak of besides land. The Arca, despite their similar crimes of wealth and pomp, had at least strived for betterment, and they had succeeded for a time. Here were cheap imitators, wrapped in finery, pretenders and gutless to the bone, wallowing in ignorance and casual indifference. Farden and the others hated them for it. The mage met their snooty passing gazes and stared back at them until they looked away. Behind him, Durnus glowered at everything from under his black scarf. As far as the two men were concerned, Albion had a debt to pay, and it was collection time. Walking briskly, it didn't take long for them to reach the door of the keep, and when they did they found it tightly locked. There wasn't a guard to be seen. Lakin kicked the wood with the toe of his boot. "So, what now? How do we get an audience with these dukes?" asked the siren. Farden made a face. "We knock," he answered. "Surely it can't be that easy," began Lakin, looking to Durnus for a bit of wisdom. The vampire squinted at the battlements hanging above them. Far above the crenellations, soaring high in the pale sky, were two faint specks, which, if one looked hard enough, might have resembled a dragon and a griffin. "Who knows," he said. The rest of the guards seemed to be busy with the bartering. "It's worth a try." "We need the Duke's armies, or we'll be handing Vice our head on a plate," muttered Farden. He rapped loudly on the pine door, hearing the locks jangle. It took almost a minute of sighing and foot-tapping before there was a rattling noise and the wooden cover of a peephole slid back. A wary eye with a pierced-in wonky nose below it appeared. "Who are ye?" challenged the eye. Farden inwardly groaned. Why did all the thick ones become guards? The mage wondered. "We're here to see the dukes," he said, with an authoritative voice. The eye laughed and a finger poked over the edge of the peephole, as dirty and as wriggly as an earthworm. "By Jotun's balls. You and every other merchant in the city. The dukes aren't seeing anyone but themselves today. And besides, ye don't have the appropriate goods for sale," winked the eye, gesturing towards the men's chests. Farden looked to Lakin and made a confused face. "Tits," explained the eye. "You ain't got none. Females is what the dukes want. And you ain't very female-looking to me. So get lost." Their conversation was apparently over, and the peephole slid shut with a bang. Farden rubbed the bridge of his nose between finger and thumb, praying for patience. "Now what?" asked the siren, crossing his arms. "Well, unless you're planning some extensive changes down below, Lakin, I suggest we teach somebody some manners," Durnus muttered darkly. "Good idea," agreed Farden, and after clicking his knuckles he knocked once more upon the wood. There was a faint smile hovering around his mouth. They heard an impatient scratching and the peephole cover opened once again. A familiar eye glared at them. "I thought I told you lot to foo," but unfortunately for the man behind the door, he never got to finish his sentence, because a mage jabbed him hard in the eye with a finger. The man wailed with pain as Farden pressed his other hand against the door and felt for the locks and bolts he knew were there. In a blink of a sore eye, the wood convulsed and shivered and burst apart at its hinges. The door flew inwards, squashing the unfortunate guard beneath it. Calm as could be, the mage, the vampire, and the dragon rider picked their way over the shattered door and wandered into the gloom of the keep, ignoring the groaning man lying on the floor. Nobody challenged them. Nobody was even there to perform the challenging. The corridor was empty. The three men stood in the corridor and listened hard, expecting the thunder of feet or the ringing of alarm bells, but none came. Instead, hoots of laughter and shrill giggling echoed along the corridors, twinned with the smells of roasting food and expensive tobacco mixed with cheap perfume. Music wafted drunkenly through the stuffy air. Smoke and dust hovered in the shafts of light that fell from the high windows. Dernis ducked under one as he removed his sun-proof scarf and rubbed his sweaty face. "It sounds as though somebody is home," he said. The others murmured in agreement, and kept walking. The three men soon found the source of the drunken music, and found a crowd of drunken people to go with it. The corridor opened out into a wide room with a low ceiling supported by pine beams. Spread around the room were luxurious chairs, the arrangement of which suggested they might have once been in an orderly square, but had since wandered off in a drunken stupor, much like everything else in the room. Whatever was going on, it wasn't the bartering. Barrels of wine squatted on tables, men and women lying underneath their taps, giggling and guffawing every time the wine spilt over their fine and dandy clothes. A roast pig rotated over coals in one corner. A bard sat on a nearby stool and plucked tunelessly at his lute, wailing and humming unrecognizable songs. Servants ran to and fro and tried to clean up while avoiding their inebriated masters. Courtesans, prostitutes, ladies of the court, whatever they were, shamelessly entertained the dukes and their rich friends. Most were missing items of clothing, some danced completely naked in front of the fireplace, while the rest just flirted and flounced about the hall. Standing behind one old duke were three young boys. They stood sheepishly and shirtless, staring blankly into space while their master sat chatting to a woman and stroked her hand seductively. Another man circled the young shirtless trio, flicking wine at them and prodding their pale skin, giggling to himself. If this was dukedom, thought Farden, Albion could keep it. He had never seen such a debauched room in all his life. As it turned out, neither had the others, and their stares of disturbed exasperation said it all. Lacan leant close to Farden. "Are these the dukes?" he asked, hoping to the gods they weren't. The mage nodded. He counted 12. That meant one was missing. Dernis had noticed it too, and his keen eyes quickly sized up the colors and the crests of the servants in an effort to find the missing duke. "Leith isn't here," he growled in Farden's ear. The mage could tell the vampire was disappointed, and he had to admit that little hint of hope had faded inside him too. As Dernis had informed them that morning, the Duke of Leith controlled the largest conscripted army in Albion, bigger than any other duchy, and getting his forces on their side would be crucial in the fight against vice. Thinking of the impending battle suddenly gave Farden a little shiver, half of anticipation, half of anxiety and unease. The war was merely a few days away. It loomed like a stormy shadow on the mage's horizon. It didn't take long for the distracted servants to notice the three strange men standing in the archway. They surged towards the men, waving their hands and shaking their heads as if they were being attacked by bees. Farden and Lacan both put a casual hand to their weapons. "You can't be here," hissed one of them, a pompous-looking man with wine stains on his hands. "It's against protocol." "We want to see the dukes," ordered Farden. "You're not allowed," he said, waggling a finger in the mage's face. "You should leave immediately, his lordship does not deal with riffraff." Another puffed out his chest like a fat sparrow, not wishing to be outdone. "Neither does mine," he said before clearing his throat with an authoritative cough. "Or mine," said yet another. Farden was getting very bored very quickly. The first servant, utterly unaware of who he was dealing with, moved to prod the mage's chest with his wine-stained finger. Farden broke it in a flash, and left the man cowering on his knees, face scrunched up in pain and mouth hanging open in a very silent scream. "Anyone else?" he asked with a menacing smile, holding his hands wide. The servants backed off warily, clutching their precious fingers by their sides. "What's all this ruckus?" came a shout, and instantly the hall fell silent. Only the drunken bard played on, completely unaware. Somebody threw a fork at him and he came to a halt, swaying on his stool and blinking as if his eyes were too big for their sockets. Everybody else stared at the three strangers in the doorway. A rotund man pushed himself up from his velvet armchair, dislodging a few scantily clad women in the process, and took a few steps forward. He eyed the newcomers suspiciously. The coat of arms on his breast, a trio of boars on a harlequin platter, told the men he was the Duke of Wodehallow himself. His face was flushed with wine and food and lust, and his scowling eyes were hidden behind thick crystal-lensed spectacles. "What business have you here, strangers? Explain this intrusion at once," he ordered. The other 11 dukes began to get to their feet. A few of the other men reached for nearby daggers and forks. Dernis took a deep, impatient breath and moved to step forward, but he found Farden's hand pressing softly against his chest. The mage shook his head at his old friend, and Dernis understood. After you then, he said, and then in barely a whisper he added, but don't expect to get any sense out of the pretentious fools. Farden stepped forward and bowed in as grand a manner as he could manage. He knew exactly how to play this sort of ostentatious crowd. The dukes looked on and waited, already wrinkling their noses at the sight of mud on the mage's boots, his weathered, stubbled face, his scars, and his disheveled hair. A few noticed the mage's armor, and their eyes glinted greedily. Farden began. Your lordships, ladies and gentlemen, I bring an important message from the sirens of the north and the rest of Emaneska, began Farden, waiting for a response. At his back, Durnus and Lacan exchanged glances. Their mission hung on a very subtle knife edge, and they knew it. Wodehallo, his stomach stretching the buttons of his purple waistcoat, waved a hand covered in gold and silver rings. Let us hear this message then, messenger, so we may get back to our business, he replied, seeming somewhat intrigued. The other dukes murmured in agreement. Inwardly, Farden seethed at being called messenger. He wisely swallowed his pride and continued. As you all know, there is dark trouble in the east. The Archmage Vice of the Arca, it troubled the mage to say the word, has joined forces with Bane the king of the Skullguard, and together they intend to march their combined armies across Emaneska. At this very moment they are loading their soldiers onto ships, ready to sail for Nelska. There was a shout from the back of the hall. Well, what has this got to do with us? Hollered the voice, slurring badly. The others mumbled and grumbled between themselves. Wodehallo held up a hand for silence. Once they are finished with Nelska, Albion will be next, Farden replied, trying to sound as ominous as possible. The drunken dukes had mixed reactions, some looked around with worried looks and thumbed their golden earrings, while others smirked and shook their heads. The rest just stared blankly. Lacan stepped forward. The sirens cannot defeat the combined forces of the Arca and the Skullguard hordes by ourselves. That is why we're calling on the rest of Emaneska, and hence that is why we need your help, spoke the dragon rider. Somebody in the crowd chuckled and snorted. A few others sniggered at the very thought of doing anything but enjoying their comfy armchairs and barrels of wine. Lacan clenched a fist, and turned to Farden. The mage made a helpless face. He looked to the Duke of Wodehallo, whose bland expression was gradually turning into a wide and toothy smile. For some reason he was staring at Lacan. Farden tried again. Albion will be destroyed if you do not act now. He urged. Join us and we can fight Vice on our own terms. But it was no use. The dukes shrugged and laughed and went back to their drinking. When have the sirens ever helped us? Came a shout. Or the Arca for that matter. Said another. Now they need us. Ha! Durnus snarled then, coming close to exposing his fangs. You're a bunch of fools. He yelled. You weak, spineless worms, all you care about is gold and wine and land. I hope Vice does destroy Albion, and every last one of you with it. Needless to say, alcohol, pride, and insults never mix well together. Uproar descended on the hall. Angry dukes leapt from their seats, furious and indignant. One red-faced and proud-looking man in a tabard strode forward with a dagger, and Farden readied himself to fight, feeling the magic itching at the base of his skull. Wait! Shouted Wodehallo, with a voice like a foghorn. The angry hall ground to a seething halt. Tension tugged at the air. Everyone watched as the rotund duke rubbed his chin and took a few ponderous steps forward towards the three men, all the while staring directly at the tall dragon rider. Lacan warily looked left and right, eyeing the approaching duke, his fingers hooked around the waxy string of his longbow. Wodehallo plicked his chubby fingers and smiled. Yes, he said. Yes, you. Lacan narrowed his eyes. He didn't reply. The duke came closer and squinted at the scales adorning the siren's face. For a moment it looked as though he were about to poke Lacan in the face, just to make sure he was real. Farden and Durnus were both as tense as springs. Wodehallo grinned. A real dragon rider if ever I saw one. In my very castle as well. Said the duke. Where is it? Above us somewhere? In the marshes? Is it a female? It is, isn't it? He smiled a clever smile and turned to his cohorts behind him. He made an intricate sign with his fingers, the traditional sign for commencing a barter, and winked. A trade! He cried, clapping his hands loudly. In the blink of an eye, the hall transformed from an angry, wine-fueled mob to a calm, even if still far from sober, circle of dukes. Chairs were dragged into a semicircle, wine barrels rolled away, servants mustered, and daggers sheathed. Even the naked women were ushered away. It was such a quick transformation that Farden had to blink several times to make sure it was not a mirage. Wodehallo sat in the center of the semicircle, his clever smile hovering on his wine-stained lips. His heavily ringed fingers tapped rhythmically on the arms of his wooden chair. The rest of the dukes watched the strangers, waiting to see what this trade would be, measuring their reactions like seasoned gamblers and merchants. Which, of course, they were. A trade, said Wodehallow. Something of yours, strangers, for something of ours. Our men, our arms, whatever you deem necessary, and yes, our cooperation in this war of yours. One of the other dukes started to speak. His coat of arms indicated he was Kiltirin, a shield with a black cat and crossed daggers on it. Now just one moment. I have not agreed. But Wodehallow flashed Kiltirin a wink and he fell silent. Another duke to his left, a small and puny man, whispered something and he shook his head. Wodehallow continued. Of course, as my esteemed dukes are very aware, the payment must be equal to our commitment. One that we can all benefit from. And in this case, it is, well, sizable. The word was oily like cooking lard, and it slid out of his mouth like a snake. And what would that be? Replied Farden, finally unclenching his fists. We have gold, alliances, favors, whatever it is you need. They were not in an advantageous position and the dukes knew it. They needed Albion's help desperately, and the dukes could smell desperation from a mile away. Wodehallow looked around the room. He had them eating from the palm of his hand and he knew it. He jabbed a finger at Lacan. Your dragon. Before anyone could blink, the siren had an arrow knocked to his bowstring and had drawn it as far back as he could stretch. The bowstring quivered under the pressure. Wodehallow smiled like the cunning reptile he was. Those are the terms. You can accept them or you can leave. Around him, the other dukes were whispering frantically, grinning and wide-eyed like village idiots. Farden could hear snatches of their hushed conversations. A dragon? That would put Albion on the map. Think of the power. The possibilities. The eggs we could hatch. We could have a whole fleet of dragons, one for each of us. Imagine Leith's face when he finds out what he missed. The mage glared at all them, one at a time. Lacan's eyes simply bored a hole in Wodehallow's forehead. The Duke smiled back, but behind his calm expression there hid a glint of fear at the sight of the daunting siren and his longbow. A dragon or nothing, he said again. What do you say? I say I should let this arrow go and watch you choke to death on your own blood, muttered Lacan. Only Farden and Durnus could understand what the Duke had asked. Such a thing was unthinkable for a siren, bordering on the fatally insulting. Wodehallow might as well have asked for one of Lacan's limbs, or his hand in marriage. Farden moved closer to the siren and put a hand on his arm. Lacan flinched away at first, and then grudgingly relaxed his arm. Wodehallow surreptitiously breathed a sigh of relief. Nearby Kiltirin, a strong-looking man with a shock of red hair and a matching goatee, spoke up. We haven't got all day, Siren, what's your decision? Lacan glared daggers at the both men. No, he said. Then we will not help you, said Wodehallow. He raised a hand to summon his guards, who had finally gathered at the edges of the hall. Wait, began Farden, but he was interrupted by Durnus. Give us a moment to decide, said the vampire. Wodehallow shrugged. Be quick about it, he said, and the dukes resumed their excited whispering. Durnus lowered his voice so low that the other two had trouble hearing him. I have an idea, he hissed. Well, it better be a good one, because we're running out of options, replied Farden, looking to the siren. Lacan was literally shaking with indignation. You were right, Durnus, they're nothing but a bunch of slippery whores. I say we call down Brightshow and raze this keep of theirs to the ground. That'll make the bastards change their minds, growled the writer. Farden was inclined to agree. But the vampire shook his head. No, they'll promise you anything to save their skins, and then at the last moment they'll change their minds. We need them to join the fight willingly, Idat. And how exactly will we do that? Asked Farden. Durnus tapped the side of his nose with a sharp fingernail. His sly plan had momentarily roused him from his dark mood. I once read something very interesting on the subject of griffins. Something your uncle, Farden, might have forgotten to mention. Something that might work on these weak-minded fools. What is it? If it works, you'll see. It might just be a myth. Just be ready to cover your ears when I say. Our ears? Repeated Lacan. The vampire nodded. Tell Brightshow to send Ilios down right away, he said. Lacan hesitated. Trust me, Siren, urged Durnus. Farden shrugged. Whatever it is, it's worth a try, he said. A faraway look came over Lacan's face for a moment. It took no more than a few seconds. Done, he said. Durnus turned around to address the dukes. We have another offer, he said. Wodehallow instantly crossed his arms. His dragon, or nothing? The vampire shook his head. We have something better than a dragon. And what could possibly be better than a dragon? Called Kiltirin. Durnus flashed him a gaze that made the man wilt, and for a moment the Duke caught a glimpse of something fierce and dangerous hiding behind those calm pale eyes. He withered in his chair. Durnus let his gaze rove over the Duke's. His voice was low and hypnotic. Years upon years ago, when I was young, I was exploring the ice fields to the far north, further north than anyone had ever dared to go, where the mountains are made of frozen steel and the wind can cut a man clean in half. In this place there lived a beast that no man had ever tamed, a creature with poison teeth and terrifying strength. They said it had the wings of an eagle, yet the claws of a lion, fire for breath, and eyes like chipped diamonds. He paused for a moment, making sure he had the attention of every Duke. They were rapt. The vampire continued. And so I found this beast, and I fought it. For 40 days and 40 nights we raged back and forth, across ice field and frozen sea and back again, until finally I managed to tame it. I was poisoned and maimed and I hovered on death's doorstep, but nonetheless I tamed it, and the beast was no longer wild after that. It took everything I had to keep it from breaking away from me, and in a way, it broke me to do so. Durnus paused again, as though a distant memory had drifted through his mind for a moment, and then left again. The papery skin on the back on his neck prickled, and then there came a whistling noise in the corridor behind him. The vampire blinked his way out of his momentary reverie and turned around as a large shape emerged from the shadowy corridor. Dukes of Albion, I give you this very beast. There was no whispering, no shuffling of feet, no drunken slurs. There was only a shocked and deathly silence from the semicircle of greedy men. Ilios stepped out into the light of the hall and spread his feathered wings so high that they brushed against the ceiling. His curved lion claws clicked against the stone as he walked. His eyes flicked from Duke to Duke, eyeing each one in turn, and each man felt their soul being searched and probed, as Farden had in the desert. What is it? Stammered Wodehollow, his ringed fingers gripping the edge of his chair tighter with every step the griffin took. They call it a griffin in far-off Paria. You might call it a griffin, said the vampire. Careful to avoid Ilios's shadow, Durnus leant forward and ran his hand along the griffin's neck, and whispered something very secret in his ear. Ilios clacked his beak and bowed his head. Durnus retreated to the doorway, and stood near to Farden. The mage murmured in his friend's ear. Nice story, he said. The vampire said nothing, and merely nodded. Wodehollow had managed to tear his eyes away from the griffin and was whispering to nearby Dukes. It definitely looks scarier than a dragon. Smaller though. Could you ride it? I wouldn't like to try. He said it was tame. Does it lay eggs? Before the Dukes could discuss the matter further, they suddenly became aware of a very low whistling sound coming from somewhere in the hall. Durnus looked to the others and nodded, and together they slyly shuffled backwards and put their fingers in their ears as tightly as they could. Lacan and Farden looked at each other and shrugged. The whistling noise began to grow, slowly at first, like an organ warming up, like the wind moaning softly over the edge of a windowsill. But soon that wind began to whine and howl, and soon it was joined by another note, a higher whistle that was strangely discordant with the first. Had the three men unplugged their ears, they would have felt the strange harmony rattle their eardrums and make their teeth tingle. The Dukes were spellbound. They stared into the mesmerizing eyes of the griffin, still poised with his wings outstretched, and watched the yellow orbs that were his eyes twist and swim and whirl in their sockets. The whistling song grew louder and louder until it reverberated against the pine pillars and granite walls of the room, piling up and up like waves on a shore, whining and screaming and undulating like a sea of noise. One more note joined the strange harmony, a piercing high note that made bones shiver. The Dukes twitched and convulsed in the chairs. And then it was gone, as quickly as it had started. The semicircle of Dukes sat wide-eyed and frozen like confused statues. Guards and servants swayed like reeds, slack-jawed. The glassy-eyed bard hovered on the edge of his stool and wobbled precariously. Ilios folded his wings by his side and clacked his beak together once again. Satisfied with his work, he turned, bowed his head to the three men, still with fingers plugging ears, and left. Durnus was the first to take his fingers out of his ears, and he crept forward warily, as if the Dukes would wake from their strange daze at any moment. It worked, he whispered to the others. How do we know? They just look frozen, Farden hissed back. As if to answer the mage's question, Wodehollow suddenly blinked and shivered, looking about like a newborn. His mouth hung open like a trap door. Saliva dribbled from the corner of his wine-stained lip. Durnus folded his arms behind his back and smiled his most winning smile at the Duke. So? He asked. Our arrangement? 10 chests of gold for your armies? Wodehollow looked at the strange pale man, as though he were trying to call a dream, and slowly raised a hand. It is a deal, came his slow, droning words. Durnus shook the Duke's hand with two of his, holding on tightly. We have your word? You will join the attack 2 days from now? At dawn on the 3rd? Of course, he mumbled. We will help you. 2 days, dawn, attack Krauslung. Excellent, grinned Durnus, accidentally flashing a fong or two. Wodehallo squinted woozily at the pale man standing in front of him. He could have sworn he just saw something strange in the man's mouth. The vampire continued before Ilios's magic had a chance to wear off. Tomorrow indeed, as you said, your lordship. With all the men you can muster. We will send dragons and open your quick doors. Fortunately for your ships, the winds blow west this time of year. You have 2 days. 2 days, repeated the Duke. Nearby Kiltirin mouthed the same words. Durnus nodded. 2 days, he said, shaking the man's hand vigorously. More than satisfied, the vampire turned and left, leaving Wodehallo to stare dumbly at his hand and wonder where his favorite gold ring had gone. Not wishing to ruin their success, the 3 men left hastily, stifling grins and bewildered smiles. They left the dazed dukes to scratch their heads and rub their chins. When the swarm of courtesans returned, they found their lords limp and confused and foggy-eyed, and yet when asked what the strangers had wanted, every single one of them grinned, utterly convinced they had just made a hefty profit of 10 chests of gold. The bartering had been lucrative indeed. Durnus, Farden, and Lakin swiftly made good their escape. They walked down the dark corridor with long, fast paces. Stepping over the broken door and the unconscious guard lying beneath it, they emerged into the open air. Ilios was nowhere to be seen. They stared upwards, but could see nothing. The sky was a scaly patchwork. Here and there the pale sun had broken through, and had managed to burn away some of the wispy marsh mist. The warmth on their skin felt odd after the cold morning in the cool keep. The air was filled with the smells of baking clay and burning wood. They could hear the clatter of the rowdy market. What just happened? Asked Lakin, as they strode down the hill. That, I believe, they call a slumber song, replied Durnus, hoisting his scarf around his face to keep the sunlight at bay. His skin around his exposed eyes was already starting to blister. What's that? Asked the mage, frowning. He rolled up his sleeves and watched his scarlet and gold vambraces glint in the winter sunlight. His gauntlets were stowed away safely in his pack. Durnus shrugged. Something I read in a book long ago. I wasn't sure if Ilios could do it or not, or whether it had just been a fairy tale, but as it turns out it's very true indeed. Slumber song, repeated Farden. Well, it worked. Looks like we were lucky today. He rubbed the dragon scale pendant around his neck, saying his thanks to whoever might have been listening to his thoughts. Especially for you, Lakin. The dukes are the ones who were lucky not to have one of my arrows in each of their throats. Fortunately for them we had a griffin with us, grunted the siren. Farden couldn't help but smirk. Now there's just Leith left, said Durnus, in a low voice. Leith? Asked the mage, making a confused face. Is it worth the trouble? Believe it or not, our favorite duke controls one of the largest areas of farmland in Albion. Farmland needs farmers and farmhands, and you can rest assured that there are a lot of them. Not many of the other dukes know it, but if Leith wanted to, he could raise an army of peasants that could rival the rest of the duke's forces put together, explained Durnus. Farden made a confused face. All those years spent living in the shadow of the scraggy town of Leith, and he had never realized the duke's real power. And how would we go about convincing him? Asked Lakin. Who knows, replied Durnus, glumly. Farden patted his friend on the shoulder. Luckily for us, I have a plan, and I think you might like it, said the mage, much to the vampire's concern. He frowned, but Farden said no more. The 3 men walked on. They battled their way through the crammed marketplace once more and reached the gates as quickly as they could manage. The queues for the city had already tripled in size. They squeezed through the archway, and as they left, Farden winked at the big guard who had challenged them earlier and smiled. I'll see you in a day or so, said the mage, leaving the man even more bewildered and confused than he usually was. Now that the morning fog had all but lifted, it took them an hour to get out of sight of the city walls. The going was once again slow through the marshes, and it took them almost another hour to reach the spot where Brightshow and Ilios waited for them. The two sat awkwardly on their haunches, their claws precariously perching on wobbly boulders covered in slime. Brightshow looked relieved to see them. Ilios warbled at the sight of his new shiny trinket, a gift from Durnus in the form of a heavy gold ring studded with a fat ruby, recently pilfered from the finger of a duke. The men, the dragon, and the griffin had a brief lunch, and then quickly set off north again, winging their way north through the cold Albion air. The patchwork sunshine did not last long. A storm was gathering at the eastern edges of the sky, dark brooding clouds that towered like the iron faces of cliffs, heavy with ice and rain and fueled by biting winds, lashed and whipped like the slaves of a dark factory. Shadowy fog, curtain thick and cold as ghost breath, came as their herald. Heavy banks of mist and gloom slid furtively across the Bern-and-Jorman seas, creeping across waves already tipped white with angry foam and salty spray. Ships ran for the shelter. Mile by mile the storm crept forward, confidently baring its bitter teeth and readying itself to pounce, clawing at the shores and calmer skies. Mountains hid under its shadow. The sun, shackled by cloud, cowered in the west. It was not long before it vanished below the sea, drowned in dusk and stormfront. All across Emaneska, animals began to dig hiding places, or burrow between tree roots, or cluster together in caves. Even the tree and earth and stone giants, even the rock trolls, solitary in their secret groves and mountain passes, gathered their roots and rocks about them to anxiously watch the clouds fill the winter skies above. They could feel the electricity, the stifling thickness of the very air around them pressing down on their senses, and it filled them with trepidation. On some unknown level the people of Emaneska felt it too, even if they were not sure what it was. They shuffled hurriedly along their streets and paths, eyeing the gathering storm clouds above them, whispering strange prayers and mumbling to themselves. They went home and locked their windows and doors tight. Lightning flashed forebodingly across the ceiling of the sky. Thunder rolled and boomed in its wake, and the rain waited for its chance to strike. Chapter 17. Like most other magical creatures, such as lichens, or wild wyrms and vampires, fairies feed off and sniff out magic. Winged pests from the far eastern reaches of Emaneska, they have been explicitly banned on the magic market, especially in the lands of the Arca. Hence the calamity of the Nefra incident, which makes me shudder even as I recall it. In the year 879 a group of dark sorcerers decided to send a message to the Arca in the form of a sick joke. They decided to con a merchant by the name of Nefra, a gloriously gullible charm peddler from the east. They sold him the idiotic idea of capturing 20 of these vicious little fairies and selling them as pets to the mages and nobility of Emaneska. What they had forgotten to tell Nefra, already up to his knees in their atrocious prank, was that fairies have the innate ability to shimmer, or in other words, turn invisible at a whim. And so, after months of hunting these beasts, this most ambitious of merchants arrived in the port of Rose and opened his stall. Of course, upon gathering a crowd, he opened his box of fairies and found it utterly empty. Or so he thought. The fairies immediately set upon anything and everything magical, from spellbooks to potions, to women wearing charms to mages on patrol. I can tell you that there is nothing more panic-inducing than being attacked by a swarm of invisible teeth, and my word, do those jaws work quickly. It took a week to find them all, and we lost a great number of mages, and noble ladies for that matter, in the process. Nefra was clapped in irons and immediately gave up his sorcerer friends. To this day the magic market remains a tightly controlled affair. In the end, the joke completely backfired. Archmages Adrin and Helyard deployed the Written to hunt down every last dark magic user, and hunt them down they did. Tales from the Streets of Power by Hargrim Olsen. As the clouds began to fill the narrow Krauslung sky, as night began to fall, something began to happen on the streets. After the previous night, the citizens of the city were subdued, beaten, and frightened. A few house fires still burnt here and there, adding smoke and soot to the gathering darkness. Nobody had bothered to put them out. Arca and Skullguard soldiers stalked the streets in groups of 10 or 20, on the lookout for any hint of rebellion, and for the elusive vampire everyone was talking about. The sewers had been scoured, every loft, attic, and crawlspace had been torn apart. Those who had put up a fight lay naked and dead in gutters or hanging out of windows, milky-eyed and stiff. Unfortunately for the beleaguered people of Krauslung, Vice wasn't quite finished with them yet. The Archmage stood on highest parapet of the city gatehouse, watching with beaming satisfaction as long lines of people were forcefully ushered through the gates like wide-eyed livestock. Nothing slammed the echelons of society together like oppression and occupation. Farmers and rich merchants shuffled along side by side, knocking elbows, while proud-looking women and peasants picked each other out of the mud. Vice sniggered. Their lines stretched into the distance, all the way to the valley's edge to the tall hill of Manismark and the charred corpse of the spire. From atop the gates they looked like an endless column of ants. Vice turned to the bulky woman standing next to him. General Agfrey watched the procession below with cold emotionless eyes, like those of basking lizard. Below them a man stepped out of line, and was whipped back into place. The snap of the whip echoed against the formidable granite walls. Agfrey didn't flinch at the sound. This city had done nothing for her conscience. "And you are sure this is all?" Vice asked her. His voice was low and hoarse. It sounded as though he had not slept. Agfrey nodded. "All we could find, your mage. We searched every village and town within 50 miles and brought them all here, just as you ordered," she answered. "Like lambs to the slaughter. Need to be sold and bartered," muttered Vice. He turned around and walked to the other side of the parapet to watch the people being pushed towards the city and down to the port of Rose, where a dozen grey ships waited to be filled. I want the people held at the docks until nightfall, ordered Vice. Then load them onto the ships under the cover of darkness. Give them food and water, and keep them calm for now. I don't want an uprising on my hands. Not now. Yes, your mage, replied Agfrey, suddenly confused. But if... Vice rubbed his tired eyes. What is it? I was under the impression that the ships were for us? The soldiers? To attack the dragon riders? The Archmage shook his head and smiled without any trace of humor. There was a sick malice in that smile. And that is exactly what the dragons will think when they attack the city the day after tomorrow, but... It took a while for the realization to dawn on the slow woman, and when it finally did she looked at Vice, then at the people below, and then another smile began to creep across her lips. Very good, your mage, she said, eyes alight. Lambs to the slaughter, General, repeated Vice. He grabbed Agfrey by her thick steel breastplate and pulled her closer. Keep them calm, and keep it secret. Agfrey nodded, her head wobbling as if it were on springs. I will do, sire. Very secret. And what of Modron? Why hasn't he reported in? Vice asked. Agfrey sneered at the mention of the mage. According to as written and my soldiers, he has disappeared. Nobody has seen a whisker of him. I suspected as much, said Vice, letting her go. When he does rear his head, then you may do with him as you please. Treat him like the traitor he's become. Make an example. Yes, sire, replied Agfrey, with a greedy smile. Her mind began to conjure up all sorts of punishments and tortures. It will be my pleasure to teach him a lesson. Good, nodded Vice. Satisfied, he walked away, and left the general to watch the endless procession of Arca enter the city for the last time. The smile stayed on her lips for quite a while. Agfrey and Vice weren't the only ones watching the procession of innocents. In the depths of Krauslung, somewhere near to the docks, a boarded-up house sat quiet and unassuming on a corner. Behind one of its splintered windows, a pair of squinting eyes stared through a tiny crack in a thick black curtain. Behind it crouched a man, a dour-eyed man wearing borrowed clothes and stolen boots, and behind him stood an aging fellow with a fair face. Where's Harold? He asked. Is he out there? The dour-eyed man shook his head as much as he dared. There were crowds of soldiers outside the house, and endless lines of glum-looking people. I can't see him, he breathed. Trying to catch a glimpse for himself, the aging man ducked and hovered behind the other man's head, peering at the bright slit of light in the curtain. What are they doing out there, Alger? Alger, the Dar one, shrugged. I have no idea. It looks like they're sending everyone to the docks. Why? Alger didn't answer. He narrowed his eyes and leant a little closer to the dusty window. A cobweb crackled as he shifted the curtain a little to the side. It looked as though the people were being herded towards the big gray ships in the harbor, over on the east side of the port. Surely it couldn't be, he thought to himself, thoughts trailing away like chimney smoke on a windy night. Alger leant backwards and took a deep breath. Suddenly a movement caught his eye. Someone was coming. Get down! He hissed, and the skinny man dove for cover under a dirty blanket. Alger hunkered down with his back to the wall beneath the windowsill and waited. He held his breath. The Arca soldier prodded the boards that covered half of the window, testing them. He pulled the fraying black curtain aside and peered into the dusty gloom. There was nothing there but a pile of dirty blankets and a broken chair. The soldier flicked a piece of glass off the windowsill and heard it chime on the stone floor. The house smelled damp, filthy, and moth-bitten. As he held the back of his hand to his nose, he yanked the curtain shut, cursed, and left. Beneath the windowsill, Alger breathed out slowly. His heart was racing. He wasn't used to all this sneaking around and hiding. The other man, Fessin, peeked out from under his sooty blanket. Gone? Gone, nodded Alger. He shuffled around and with the tip of his finger, very carefully and very slowly pulled the torn edge of the curtain back. There's so many of them, he said, looking at the endless line of people and watchful soldiers. God's curse, that Archmage, whispered Fessin. Just when you think it can't get any worse, he pulls something else from under his evil sleeve. Whatever it is, we can't help them. We'll just have to tell the others to stay low and wait for these sirens to make their move. We haven't got a chance against them on our own. A moment passed. Where's Harold? Asked Fessin. Alger sighed, ignoring the question. Harold had already been missing for most of the night, and as more hours scraped uncomfortably by, no word of him had come. In all honest likelihood, his friend was probably face down in a gutter by now, Alger conceded grimly. In the silence, there was a soft scratching noise behind them, like the tap-tapping claws of a scampering rat. He turned around to look. Nothing. The dark room was empty and the door behind them was locked. They were safe for now. That was until a cold blade slid under his chin and gently pressed upwards. Alger froze. Fesson whimpered under the blanket, hoping the mage hadn't seen him. Alger carefully turned his head to look at the blade's owner, very aware of the razor-sharp edge of the thin sword tickling his skin. The mage stood as still as a statue. He was written by the look of his armor and the tattoos on his wrist. Despite the dusty gloom, Alger could see he had short blonde hair, and a face full of stress and tiredness. There was a yellow cloak hanging from his shoulders. Alger swallowed, carefully, and gradually held up a pair of grubby, empty hands. The sword crept forward an inch, warning him to be careful. "If you're going to kill me, then kill me, and stop wasting whatever time I have left," Alger hissed, momentarily shocking himself with the brazenness of his own words. The mage sighed. He leant to the right and hooked a finger around the edge of the black curtain so he could look outside. "I'm not going to kill you," he breathed, in a voice as quiet as a mouse's. He gently withdrew his blade and sheathed it. The mage seized Alger by the wrist and yanked him to his feet. "We need to leave, before they search this house properly." "It's not safe here anymore," said the mage. "It hasn't been safe for a long time," replied Alger. The mage narrowed his eyes at the bald man. "That it hasn't," he said. "But without me, they'll kill you on sight for not being in that line." He nodded to the window and its heartbroken view. Alger shook his head and began to back away, but the mage pulled him closer. "You'll kill us as soon as our backs are turned." "If I wanted to kill you I would have done it already," hissed the mage, a dangerous look in his tired eyes. Alger remembered the words of the strange woman in the sewers. "Are you the mage?" he asked. The written fixed him an odd look. "I am a mage, whatever that means. My name is Modron. Were you expecting someone else?" "We had a message for someone. A mage, that was coming to the city." Modron made a humming noise. "Machem, I wonder who that could be," he muttered. Not sure what to say, Alger just nodded. Modron looked out of the window again. "We need to leave. Get Counsel Fesson to come out of hiding and tie each other's wrists with these," he instructed, grabbing 2 short lengths of rope from his belt. Alger looked at Fesson, who had reluctantly poked his head out from underneath the blanket. "Yes, that's right, I recognize you, Council Member," said Modron. "Captain," mumbled Fesson, clearing his throat. He looked back at Alger and Alger shrugged. Modron spoke their thoughts aloud for them. "It's not like you have a better idea," he said, and the 2 men had to agree. After their hands were bound, Modron led them to the back of the tumble-down house and opened the door. But for a few lean-to tents and a group of people huddling around a little fire, the gray street outside was empty. Every other door seemed either locked or smashed. Curtains twitched. Flickering candles hid behind them. The storm clouds above rolled and roiled like an upside-down sea of granite waves. Rain was on the way. "Let's go," said the mage, leading them into the gloomy street. "Where are we going?" whispered Fesson. "You're taking me to your friends, the others," said Modron. At their panicked looks he glared. "Don't take me for a fool, I know there are more of you." But Fesson tugged at the ropes and shook his head. "You're tricking us," he began, but Modron flashed him another of his dangerous looks. "Don't waste my time." "I'm on your side," he said. "And I always have been," he added, but that was just for himself. "Fine," said Alger. "Follow me." Far to the west, night had also fallen. The disconsolate stars hid behind miles of rain-heavy cloud. It would be a wet and wild night for Albion. The tiny town of Leith sat upon a hill. It was a villagey sort of town, and it was a rocky sort of hill, overran with granite outcrops and gorse bushes much like the surrounding countryside, which rolled and undulated between craggy tor, mumbling brook, and wild forest. For the time being Leith was quiet and still. A wooden palisade encircled its edges like a spiky crown. Frozen snow perched on the rooftops. Windows sparkled with yellow fire and candlelight. Grey wood smoke, pestered and antagonized by the approaching winds, rose up from chimneys, giving the place a somewhat picturesque and peaceful atmosphere. It was a far cry from the angry sky above, yet the town of Leith slept on oblivious, if not fitfully. At the center of the town, perched on the highest part of the hill, was a proud-looking mansion with many rooms and windows and crowned by tall, arched slate roofs. A coat of arms hung over the front door, a stag's head on crossed spears, the crest of the dukedom of Leith. Had an inquisitive peasant wandered up the many steps to the front door and tried the handle, they would have found it heavily bolted and immovable. The stained glass windows were the same, covered by tapestries and heavy black velvet drapes. The mansion, for all intents and purposes, was a fortress of privacy. Inside, the mansion was no less peaceful than the slumbering town behind its locked doors. Candles flickered and whispered in corners. Opulent wall hangings and tapestries rustled in the cold nighttime drafts that crept under doors and through cracks in keyholes. Mounted animal heads hung on the walls. Their glass eyes twinkled. Dead teeth grinned. In the bowels of the mansion, servants slept soundly in their beds. Nothing stirred in the Duke's house. That was, of course, except for the intruder. On the top floor of the mansion, a shadow pinched a candle flame between two fingers and doused the corridor in thick darkness. He crept on, stealthier than the stealthiest of thieves. Like a ghost, he slunk from doorway to doorway, avoiding suspicious floorboards and extinguishing candles as he went. It was darker than the deepest night, but the intruder's keen eyes pierced the gloom like a cat's. He soon found the door he was looking for, an audacious thing covered in intricate carvings and plastered in gold leaf. The man rolled his pale eyes and reached for the door handle, muttering something under his breath. Durnus couldn't help the tiny shiver of anticipation that crept up his spine. He had dreamt of this moment for years, of creeping into the Duke's room and sinking his fangs into that fat and useless neck, tasting his rich blood. But there would be no sinking of fangs that night. Much to his disappointment, Durnus was on a diplomatic mission, if diplomatic was the right word for it. He turned the door handle and stepped into the Duke's room. It was silent in the room. No candles kept the dark at bay, no drafts disturbed the curtains. Only the gentle snoring of the sleeping Duke could be heard. The vampire closed the door behind him and stepped forward. There was a stale smell of urine and dirt in the room, and it made Durnus cover his nose. A single shaft of dim light poked through the curtains and divided the room in two, illuminating the foot of a large bed. Leith lay there, fast asleep and dreaming. He was wrapped in several layers of blanket and clothing. For a moment his breath caught in his throat and he coughed a ragged cough, thick with phlegm and other things, and then slept on as if nothing had happened. Leith was sick. The vampire slid forward until he was standing at the bedside. He could almost feel the heat of the fever on the Duke's forehead. He could see the blood throbbing lethargically in the veins of his neck. Durnus bit his lip. Hunger nibbled at his thoughts. No, he told himself again, and that was that. He had more important things to take care of. Durnus made his way to the foot of the bed, where the shaft of light fell across the covers. The vampire reached out and dug a sharp fingernail into the spot where he thought the Duke's foot was. Leith merely groaned and rolled over. Durnus tried again, giving his leg a shake, and this time the Duke sprang awake, gasping with surprise. Seeing the ghostly figure standing at the end of his bed, he scrambled behind his collection of pillows and launched himself into a coughing fit. Durnus waited for him to regain his breath. "Who are you?" gasped Leith, between coughs. "You know who I am," hissed Durnus. He bared his fangs and leant into the light. Leith froze with terror. He knew exactly who this man was. The vampire had terrorized the town for years, bleeding the peasants, or manservants, even his favorite butler, creeping unseen about the town in the dead of night and terrifying his subjects. The Duke shivered. Somewhere in his darkest thoughts he had always known this night would come. He lifted his head. "What do you want of me then?" he demanded. "Not you, if that's what you think. Then why are you here? Come to terrorize a sick man on his deathbed, have you? I'm offering you a truce, Duke. Your help in exchange for my leaving you alone." "You would leave?" he asked, a slim trace of hope in his shaky voice. Durnus snarled and Leith flinched. "Perhaps," hissed the vampire, bearing as much fang as he could. "It depends." "On what?" Durnus leant forward and put his hands on the bed. Out of the light his face was full of darkness and shadow. Only his eyes were just about visible, and they glinted like cold, hard diamonds. Brimming with fear, the Duke recoiled and pressed himself up against the ornate headboard of the bed. "The other dukes are going to war in the east, against the Arca, and I want you to join them," said the vampire. Leith coughed and wiped his lip. "Me, Dot. Your army. Every single man you can get your greedy hands on." "Why?" "Because otherwise I will stay in my forest, and every night I will come and hunt your people, every single man, woman, and child. I will bleed them dry, until there is no one left except you." Durnus leant further forward for dramatic effect. "And we wouldn't want that, would we, Leith?" "No," said the Duke, clenching his jaw. Durnus almost pitied him. He had no love for the useless, greedy dukes, but cowering in front of him was a weak, sick man, lying on his deathbed, and still he had the courage to lift his head and meet a vampire's gaze. Durnus suddenly felt slightly ashamed of himself. He sighed. The world was at stake, after all. The vampire clenched his fist and retreated from the bed. "Do we have an agreement, Duke?" he asked. Leith nodded furiously. "We do," he replied. "Good," said the vampire. He went to the door, sliding through the darkness like a wandering shadow. You have 2 days. I'll be watching, he murmured. He turned the door handle and left, leaving the Duke to a fitful and sleepless night. Durnus crept out of the mansion like an escaping draft and into the quiet and cold streets of Leith, his conscience chiding him. Durnus looked up at the stormy sky and watched the clouds being chased by the wind. They had done it, the Dukes had agreed to join them, and their armies would fight alongside the Sirens and the others in Krauslung. That left only one more thing to do, and the very thought of it chilled the vampire to his old bones. It almost made the icy wind feel warm in comparison. As he walked, his fingers began to furl into fists, like sails of a ship before a storm. His teeth creaked as he tightly clenched his jaw. His fangs drew blood from the inside of his lip. The vampire took several deep breaths of the cold air and told himself to be calm. A long-awaited dread was uncoiling inside him. The day had finally come. Surely it wasn't time already? He asked himself. But he knew it was. The answer was like the muffled tolling of faraway bell in his mind. He hoped Farden had become bored and wandered back to the Ark Abbey. It would give him time to steal his mind, he thought. Anxious, agitated, and angry with himself, shoulders hunched like a sullen old crow, Durnus stalked the muddy streets. The sound of his boots echoing against the walls of the buildings thudded in time to his heartbeat. For the first time in a long, long age, Durnus found himself afraid, and he hated himself for it. It is a hard moment when a man realizes that there is a coward hiding inside him. Unfortunately for Durnus, Farden had not wandered off. He was thoroughly bored, that much was true, but he had waited for his friend. He roamed the streets of Leith like a hooded ghost, taking advantage of the quiet and the keen edge of the wind. The distraction of Albion was swiftly coming to an end, and like Durnus, it was time to face up to the inevitable. Farden had begun to wonder whether the town had been abandoned. He hadn't seen a single person since the sleepy guard at the town gates. Even the taverns were closed, and in Albion that was a peculiarity that bordered on the extreme. There was barely any sign of life in Leith. Occasionally a curtain would twitch, or the light of a window would be snuffed, but that was all. Hence the mage was surprised when he turned a corner onto the main street and came across a trio of figures huddling in a dark doorway, whispering between themselves. Hearing footsteps they turned and saw the mage and instantly fell silent, huddling closer. They were young, teenagers maybe, and shabbily dressed. They were hiding something close to their chests. 2 of them were chewing something. Farden cleared his throat and made a show of crossing the street, so as not to scare them off. The town of Leith had never welcomed his kind, not for all the years he had lived at the Ark Abbey. The 3 youngsters whispered something, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a faint orange glow. He turned around, but their secret treasure, whatever it was, had already been hidden away again. But Farden didn't need to see to know what it was. The wind shifted slightly and brought him a whiff of an all-too-familiar smell, just like the passing stranger in Pariah. Nevermore. The mage took a deep breath and this time he kept walking. He made it to the other side of the street and leant against the corner of a house, acting as nonchalant as he could. He stared at the busy clouds above and tried to ignore the teasing smell of the drug he had once been so dependent on. Its acrid sweetness pestered his nostrils, that intoxicating sweetness that had once kept his mind so still. The 3 figures huddled in the doorway continued to smoke, ignoring him now, mumbling and whistling and giggling amongst themselves. No more than a minute later, Farden took a step towards them. His legs dragged him across the street and a moment later he was standing in the doorway. They stared at him with suspicious faces. Farden looked down at their pipe and opened his mouth to say something, anything, but the sound of purposeful footsteps interrupted him, and he turned around to see Durnus striding down the street towards them. And past him. The vampire didn't even give the mage or the youngsters a second look. Shoulders hunched like a beggar he marched straight past and carried on down the street towards the town gates. All thoughts of Nevermore quickly forgotten, Farden quickly caught up with him. The mage had to jog to keep up with his old friend's pace. Durnus didn't look at him. Did it work? Asked Farden, in a voice just above a whisper. They were nearing the edges of town. A few guards, no more than a scruffy bunch of farmers with spears, stood sleepily at a pair of crooked wooden gates. Blearily, they blinked at the 2 men and waved them past, saying nothing, just squinting at the stormy skies hanging over their town. Strangers were the least of their worries. Durnus waited until they were out of Leith before he answered the mage, and even then his answer was short and clipped. Most probably. Farden shrugged. Good. I knew it would. You and Leith have been at odds for years. He's a decrepit old shell of a man, mumbled Durnus. Farden was not sure what that meant. Well, we'll see in the morning, the mage mumbled. Replied the vampire, and for the remainder of their brisk journey they did not talk. Farden followed slightly behind the vampire, eyeing his purposeful gait, his sullen posture, wondering what had gone wrong with his friend. And as they strode through the darkness towards the gloomy forest of Durn, towards their old Ark Abbey, the very first drops of rain began to fall, announcing the arrival of the storm with heavy, unforgiving drips that hammered on their shoulders and pummeled their hoods. As the clouds began to cry, the men quickened their pace, quiet and pensive, feeling trapped between the oppressive storm above and the mud under their boots. Had they stopped a while and talked, they might have shared their fears and troubles and felt better for it, and perhaps they might have avoided what was to come next. But they didn't, and they never would. Lakin, meanwhile, was wet and hungry. The old ruined Ark Abbey leaked like a creaky ship and his clothes were getting soaked. Brightshow, on the other hand, was enjoying the wet and the cold. She perched on the old bell tower and preened herself in the icy rain, letting the storm water flow over her white and gold scales. Every now and again, she would pause and look around to scan the forest. Down below her in the main hall, Lakin was trying to find anything resembling firewood and kindling amongst the piles of shattered doors and tables. Whatever had happened in the Ark Abbey had been swift and brutal, or so he guessed. Scars of magic and fire crisscrossed the granite walls. Everything else in the hall had been smashed and broken. There was a shrine of a goddess against the north wall. She held a pair of golden scales in her hand. Moldy candles surrounded her and her white marble features had collected a dark layer of dirt. Had the candles not been rotten and able to hold a flame, Lakin would have lit one for her. It was always wise to stay on the good side of the gods, he thought, and besides, they could have used all the help they could get. Lakin walked on. Rainwater cascaded from the holes in the roof above. A myriad of miniature waterfalls streamed from the gloomy ceiling, meaning Lakin had to weave this way and that between them to avoid getting a further soaking. Slippery moss made the going treacherous underfoot. Around him, at least a dozen twisted and decayed corpses littered the floor, grey mouths gaping, jawbones poking through rotten, pallid flesh. Lakin ignored them as he picked his way across the hall. Finally, hidden away below the main hall, he found the kitchens. They were pitch black, but at least they were dry. The smell of spoiled food was no more. The cupboards and larders had been emptied long ago by starving mice and rats and forest creatures. Stoves and pans sat unused and rusting in corners. Knives were scattered haphazardly across a nearby oak table. One was still stuck deep in the wood, point down. Lakin flicked it and it rocked from side to side with a twang, shedding flour dust. He crouched and found a skeleton under the table, picked clean by scavengers. Using his dragon's night-sight, the siren explored, looking for anything they could use to make a fire. It did not take long to gather a bundle of split-chair legs and a broken shelf, and soon he was climbing the stairs with his arms full. "They're coming," said a voice in his head, echoey and distant. "How long?" he asked. 10 minutes away, Brightshow replied. "Good," said Lakin. "Just long enough to get this fire going." Avoiding the drips and juvenile waterfalls falling from the broken ceilings, the siren quickly found a dry spot in a corridor between the main hall and a doorway to the outside. From there he could see the edges of the forest, where the dark wood shook and trembled and creaked in the tumultuous winds. The sound of their swishing branches and quivering limbs sounded like ghostly applause, as if unseen hands clapped at the darkness and the moaning wind. Brightshow landed outside with a thud and a little growl. She poked her head through the door to give her rider a little fire, and in a matter of seconds they had a warm and crackling blaze. Lakin smiled and rubbed his hands together over the flames, and together they waited patiently for the vampire and the mage. Thankfully they did not have long to wait, for two figures soon emerged from the forest's edge and jogged quickly across the grass. Brightshow spread her giant wings over the two approaching men like an umbrella and they ran inside, huffing and puffing. The dragon sat in front of the door to keep the wind out, while Lakin poked and stoked the fire, adding a few more chair legs. "Looks as though our luck with the weather has run out," he said. Farden nodded. "Looks like it." "It was good while it lasted," he said, catching his breath. Shaking off his hood, he rubbed his hands together to coax some warmth back into them. Durnis kept his hood up and crouched by the fire in silence. Brightshow rested her chin on the stone floor. "How did it go?" she asked. "What did the Duke of Leith say?" The vampire said nothing, so Farden answered for him. "Apparently it worked. We will see in the morning. So we're done then. Back to Nelska." "And a day early as well," said the dragon. Farden couldn't tell if she was happy or sad to leave. A shiver ran through him. "Back to the war," mumbled Durnis, as if reading the mage's mind. Lakin and Farden traded glances. "Where's Elios?" asked the mage. "He's out hunting." "He was hungry," said the dragon. Durnis abruptly got to his feet. "I'll be back in a moment," he said, and without another word he wandered into the gloom of the main hall and disappeared, leaving the others to themselves. Nobody said anything. The rain hammered the grass outside. Drips pattered on the stone floors. The fire crackled submissively between them. The wind howled like a lost wolf, eager claws reaching into the corridor and snatching at the flames, making them shake. "What's wrong with him?" asked Lakin, after the silence. The mage shrugged and wriggled out of his wet cloak. He sat beside the siren and fished out a few bits of hard bread and cheese from his haversack. In front of them, the orange flames licked at the hissing chair legs and splintered bits of wood, eating the moisture out of them. Farden put his hands in the flames to warm them up, oblivious to the heat. "You've noticed it too, then," he answered. "Hard not to." "He's been like this since we came to Albion," Lakin replied. He reached inside his cloak and dug out his pipe and a box of tobacco. Farden looked in the direction Durnus had gone. The mage sighed. He had enough to think about besides his old friend. "I've never seen him like this before. There's definitely something wrong with him, but he'll be damned before he tells me anything." "Sounds like someone else we know," said Brightshow, softly. Farden shrugged and took a thoughtful bite of his bread. "I suppose you're right," he admitted. Lakin held out his pipe towards the mage. "Would you mind?" he asked Farden, and the mage shook his head. He clicked his fingers over the bowl of the pipe and a flame hovered on his thumbnail. Lakin put the pipe to his lips and exhaled a bulbous cloud of grey smoke. He took his turn to sigh. "Well, I'm sure he will tell you if you ask him," he said, brushing crumbs of tobacco from his armored knees. Farden snorted. "You haven't known us long, have you?" Lakin, knowing the mage did not mean to be so rude, shook his head. "I thought Farfallen had rid you people of your secrets, but here they are still clinging to you like vermin." Aram said as much. Farden looked at the dragon rider. "Just when I think you sirens have run out of wisdom to dispense." Lakin offered the pipe to Farden. "Would you like some? It'll clear your head." Farden hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. He took the pipe from the rider and put it to his lips. Breathing in deeply, he let the richness swirl around his nose and felt the warm smoke fill his throat and lungs. Thankfully, it tasted nothing like Nevermore. Misgivings erased, Farden felt himself relax slightly, and took another drag from the pipe before passing it back to Lakin. He went back to his bread, savoring the taste of the woody tobacco on his tongue. "Well, I think our work here is done," said Brightshow. The Dukes agreed to help. "We'll just have to wait and see what tomorrow brings. Let us hope they keep their promises." Farden pointed at her and her rider with his crust of bread. "You two might as well head back to Nelska. Ilios can carry Durnus and me. We'll probably be back a few hours after you." Lakin sniffed. "Are you sure?" Farden nodded. "Positive," said the mage, turning his gaze to the moldy ceiling above. "I think you're right. I think Durnus and I need to have a talk." Lakin got up and stretched. His wet leather armor creaked. "Good luck," he said. "To all of us. I think we're going to need it." Brightshow blew rainwater from her nostrils. In the firelight her scales glistened. "Let's hope the gods are with us, at least one more time," she said, and somewhere, far away in the dark night, someone heard her, and quickened their pace. Farden tossed the rest of his bread into the fire. As Lakin and Brightshow made ready to leave, Farden added a few more bits of wood to the fire and stoked the flames with his finger so he would have a warm fire to return to. The siren stepped out into the pelting rainstorm and hoisted his hood over his head. With all the poise and grace of practice, he leapt onto his dragon's back and fastened his feet into the stirrups on either side of her saddle. He held up a hand as Brightshow backed away from the door. "We will see you later," he shouted over the cacophony of wind and rain. Farden waved back. A flash of light shattered the darkness, and for a split second every raindrop, every blade of grass, every twig and branch was illuminated and exposed. Thunder rolled in its wake and made the walls of the Arkaby tremble. With mighty flaps of her wings Brightshow rose into the air and disappeared into the stormy darkness, leaving the mage alone. Farden sighed and went off to find his friend. Farden wandered through the upper halls, poking about in the shadows. It had been 8 months, 9 maybe, since he had trod the Arkaby floors, and the dead bodies still lay where they had fallen, dusty arrows poking out of pallid and rotten skin. Dead eyes watched him. Farden occasionally met their gaze and wondered if he had killed them. He didn't care if he had. They were Vice's men. What bothered him were the tortured corpses cowering in the corners, hiding under chairs and tables, the ones in tattered nightdresses and servants' clothes. Their faces were unrecognizable, smashed and broken. If he had no other reason to hate Vice, this would have been enough. The mage walked on. At the end of a gloomy corridor high in the bell tower, Farden found the splintered mess of wood that had once been Durnus's door. Inside the room, a weak candle fluttered, taunted by cold drafts. Strange shadows danced on the moldy walls. Farden stepped over the broken door and entered his friend's old room. He looked around at the room he had spent many a long night in, swapping stories and glasses of wine with his superior and friend. The armchairs were in their favorite places by the fireplace, a cold and quiet quick door lurked in the corner by the window, tables and desks and bookcases heavy with dusty books and wet scrolls lined the walls. Water dripped steadily from a crack in the ceiling. The constant thawing and melting of the surrounding forest had probably split the stone. It was as though the room had aged 100 years in less than one. Dernis stood with his back to the door, poring over something on a desk. The candle sat beside his hand. It tried its best to hold back the shadows. Farden perched on the arm of one of the chairs. "Lacan and Brightshow have gone," he said quietly. Dernis said nothing. Farden coughed to clear his throat and the vampire looked briefly over his shoulder. He replied, distracted again. Farden prodded the soggy cushion of the nearest armchair. "I miss this place, in a strange way," began the mage. "It was simpler here, I think, uninvolved. At least, it was before any of this started. Before we knew about Vice, or Bane, before Cheska." Dernis looked up from his book and sniffed the damp air. "I never realized how much of a prison it really was," he replied. "We came here to get away from the city and all the rumors, away from the politics and the pressure of Crosslung, and that's what I got. I was trapped. I used to think living on the fringes mattered in some way. I convinced myself that the missions we were given were of some great importance, and that we were integral to the Arca. But for too many years I've languished in a chair instead, fuzzy-minded, weak, old, useless, picking on poor peasants and driving an old man to his sickbed." Dernis lifted up his hand and clenched his fist, watching the way his muscles contorted beneath his paper-like skin. He prodded one of his fangs with his tongue. "And Leryl's message changed all of that," he whispered. "And what of me? Did I become useless?" "No," whispered Dernis. "It seems you were of great use to Vice." He sighed. Behind him, Farden glared at the back of his friend's head. "Your uncle charged me to look after you, and it dawns on me now that I even failed at that. I thought bringing you here would keep you from harm's way." "Obviously we didn't get far away enough, then," Farden replied. The vampire shook his head. "We could have buried ourselves at the bottom of the ocean and fate would still have dragged us ashore by the scruff of our necks, just as it has now." Farden was confused. "What's going on, Dernis? What aren't you telling me?" Dernis closed his book with a loud thud and turned around. Farden had never seen his face so full of emotion before, pained by something he couldn't fathom. "What is it?" he asked. Dernis took a step forward. The vampire's pale blue eyes burned like two frozen suns wrapped in gray skin. Farden found himself unable to tear his gaze away from them. Dernis's voice was ironclad. "I wish things had been different for you, Farden. I wish it had never come to this. I wish that I had the strength to rip that book from your back and save you the years of strife and misery that have been and gone and are still to come. And I am sorry, Farden, that we are standing in this moldy shell of a life we once had, but the good news, if it can ever be called that, is that your work here is already done." Dernis took another step forward. Farden opened his mouth to say something but nothing came out. Speechlessness, it seemed, always saves itself for the most profound of conversations. His old friend had never spoken to him like that before. He was confused and worried. The vampire continued. "I know you inside and out, mage, and call it love or cowardice. I know you won't kill Cheska or the child. Turfing and Farfallen were wrong. I can see it so plainly on your face. I am right or am I not?" Farden's heart throbbed doggedly against his ribcage, full of something that might have been guilt or shame. Even then his stubborn mind was trying to justify its intentions. He winced and stared at the floor. His head moved with something that might have been a nod. Dernis took his last step forward. He looked down at the mage and bit his lip. He knew he was doing the right thing, but it was close to impossible to say it. "Farden," he said, and the mage looked up. The vampire's words pelted him. "She doesn't love you. She never has and she never will. The child will die at my hands instead." Anger and grief surged through Farden's body, but before he had time to say or do anything, Dernis seized the mage's head with both hands and there came a blinding flash of electric blue light and a deafening crack. Farden cried out, eyes rolling up inside his skull, and he fell to the cold floor, thoroughly unconscious, swimming in a pool of impenetrable darkness. Dernis quickly knelt to check the mage's pulse. Once he was satisfied, he leant close to his ear. "Every story needs its hero," he whispered. "I guess this just isn't your story anymore." With the back of his hand he wiped away a trickle of blood that was worming its way out the mage's nose. Dernis stood inside. He put his hand to his mouth and tasted the warm blood with the tip of his tongue. It was bittersweet, coppery, and bursting with sour, fierce magic. He shuddered at the sharp taste of it. Durnus wiped the rest on his shirt, and reaching for a coat and his book, walked to the shattered doorway. Before he left, Durnus paused to reach into his pocket. Slowly, he lifted out a slender silver mirror, old, scratched, and dented in the corners. He looked down at his reflection for the first time in months, for only a silver mirror could show the face of a vampire. He flashed his fangs and noted the dark, weary bags drooping under each eye with a sad grimace. Durnus looked back at the unconscious mage, once and once only, slid the mirror back into his pocket, and then left without another word. Had Farden been conscious, had the light been better than a single candle, he might have spied a glimpse of the title on the dusty spine. It said Treatises on Shapeshifting. Then again, he might have missed it altogether. High above in the stormy sky, a griffin soared on the raging winds. Below him the forest was spread out like a dark carpet. It swayed and convulsed like a living thing, its threads taunted by the greedy wind in the freezing rain. The griffin was oblivious to all of it, and instead his keen eyes picked out a tall thin figure in a cloak, put up and hurrying south through the trees, clutching something to his chest. Ilios whistled a sad and troubled whistle, and gradually began his descent. The winds tugged at his ruffled feathers. There was a mage that needed his attention. Almost there, said a deep, thunderous voice. A pair of tawny eyes stared at the twinkling sapphire of the world below. There was something lacking in its usual sparkle. Heimdall did not have to squint. He could see everything. Somebody cleared his throat beside him. Heimdall sighed. The smaller god picked a speck of dust from his wing and flicked it into oblivion. About time. Patience, Loki, rumbled Heimdall. The smaller god sniffed and shrugged his wings, his eyes following the speck of dust as it drifted towards the plane of darkness and shadow below. Something there moved, swayed, and then disappeared, and the god looked away. A shiver climbed his back like a spider. The small god folded his wings around him and put his hands on the cold translucent stone of the wall and closed his eyes to listen to the whispers of the others behind them. Where are they? He asked. She is very close. He is not far behind, pursuing the other mage, the uncle, he muttered, concentrating. When staring at something so infinitesimally small, the tiniest movement of the eye make for the biggest differences, even for a god. Heimdall paused. We're wasting time in prayer. The mage will never listen, as usual, and this other one, well, who knows what he will do. I don't understand why we can't just leave it to the third, but... Heimdall sighed and growled in the same breath. Because he doesn't have the demon stone. The mage does. Your lack of faith is tiresome, Lightbringer. Avernia and Thrawn know what they are doing. It is better to try to kill one giant with 3 stones, than 3 giants with 1, after all. Loki sighed. So again we leave our fates in the hands of a gaggle of useless pawns. Heimdall shook his head. Even a pawn can kill a king, Loki. The whispering stars crumbled into a hushed, nervous silence. The sky took a deep breath. Chapter 18. Believe me, I have tried for decades to remember my past life as a normal man. Beyond the day I was bitten on the ice fields, I cannot remember a single thing. Therefore, one can imagine why it has been the subject of my research for as long as I can recall, that of course, and the possibility of removing the vampire curse. So far I have found nothing. The assorted letters I gathered from the wild vampire coven last year turned out to be no more than the illiterate ramblings of a drunken madman. The family of so-called tame vampires in the book married to a vampire are nothing but a bunch of fictitious dolts, and that fortune-teller in Fiddlerig had never even seen a vampire, never mind cured one. She wasn't completely useless, mind you, she gave me something to nibble on for the return journey. And so for the moment, my only hope seems to reside in the old spell book Treatises on Shapeshifting, the origin of which is still rather suspect. Judging by what I have translated so far, there seems to be a dark relationship between the wolf and vampire curses. Like 2 opposing armies, the curses are at violent odds with each other, yet somehow the same, and related, strangely, to demon blood and the Nephilim, as if they were connected by some sort of triad. Alas, according to this somewhat dubious book, there seems to be but one option to release me from this body, and the consequences of that method terrify me. Taken from the diary of Durnus Glassrin, written in the year 886. Ilesi was bored. Nobody had spoken to her in what felt like days. Not that they were being rude, no, on the contrary, they had just been busy with things, getting things ready, polishing and sharpening things, carrying things, stacking heavier things in piles, banging hot things with hammers, cooking things for the journey, and every other manner of things and activities a nation needed for war. Unfortunately, she was not a part of any of it. With no mage and no vampire to look after, she found herself at a loose end. The first day, the maid had gone to find the others, but they had been wrapped in war and terribly busy. Brightshow had gone with the others to Albion, Gruff Aram had been too busy to talk, Farfallen wasn't to be found, Svarta didn't want to talk to her, Alessi refused to talk to Laryl, and Farden's uncle made her feel uncomfortable, what with all his scars and those wild eyes of his, so she didn't talk to him either. After spending an hour or two standing in the corner of a busy room and watching the whirlwind of activity, she had wandered back to her room, bored and quiet. For a little while, Alessi had managed to keep herself busy by helping the palace servants cook and wash, but they were worried and distracted by their spouses or fathers or sons getting ready for war, and so for the most part they ignored Alessi, and kept to themselves. She had wandered down to the steam baths in the hope of helping with the fortress laundry, but on discovering that the baths had been turned into a bubbling potion factory by a horde of witches, she quickly made her excuses and swiftly retreated. And so the maid had wandered the mountain fortress for hours on end, watching the comings and goings of ever stranger people. They congregated in corridors and halls, training and preparing, whispering in strange dialects and languages. She listened to the rumors floating around. They hovered on everybody's lips. Some of the spies had returned from Crosslund, newsless and weary. Message hawks were flying back and forth in their droves. Siren wizards had been dispatched to her native Albion to rouse the old quickdoors from their slumbers. The dukes were setting sail. Alessi sighed. At that moment, the war was the only thing that mattered. There wasn't a single person not caught up in it. Except her. Alessi didn't pretend to understand what the sirens were going through, how they felt seeing their relatives dressed in armor and pale-faced, the tension and uncertainty in the air. She had no relatives back in Albion to worry about. She had no concept of the numbers involved or the tactics or the odds of succeeding. She had never even been to Crosslund. All she understood was that this war was necessary, that it needed to be done, and like it or not, it would be done. She had to admire the sirens' bravery. She felt a little guilty that she wasn't helping in some way. Then again, she asked herself, what could a humble chambermaid like her do to help? Apparently very little. All of a sudden, a little after noon on the second day, Josphin was emptied. Within an hour, the fortress went from a bustling, crowded hub of people and dragons to a subdued, hollow mountain, inhabited now by the refugees and the unfit, the too old, the too young, and the too weak. Alessi stood on Farden's balcony to watch the brave army leave, a fleet of dragons and riders the size of which had not been seen for decades. The sky was turned into a vibrating canvas of dazzling colors, of glinting armor and shimmering scales. The sight of it made the maid's heart jump. Wings throbbed and boomed like war drums. The riders yelled and their dragons roared in a proud symphony. Steel clashed against shields and pounded on armor. The sound of the trumpets and horns had made the mountain shake beneath her feet, and the cheering from the sirens who stayed behind had almost deafened her. Such was the orchestra of war. Far below her, tall ships and long ships and every other type of seagoing craft the sirens could find, braved the tumultuous seas in an effort to sail for the mainland in war. The plucky fleet had left during a lull in the storm, and by the looks of it they had left just at the right time. Most of them managed to ride the vicious winds and waves to safety. A few were not so lucky. It did not take long for the dragons and ships to disappear into the foggy east. The wind and rain came soon after. The sirens had retreated into the mountain, and locked their windows and doors tightly. Without its armies, Josphin felt empty and cold. Turfing, Laryl, Farfallen and a handful of other dragons had remained behind for now, still gathering and maneuvering what precious others they had managed to recruit. There had been no word of Farden, nor Durnus for that matter. Brightshow and Lacken had returned the night before, bearing the good news from Albion. Alessi had greeted them along with the others, but Farden had not returned with them. She had retreated back to the mage's room, even more irritated than before. Alessi didn't want to talk to him, she just wanted to make him aware that she was upset. Evening found the maid in no better mood. She was occupying herself with lighting the candles in Farden's room. Alessi lit her last candle and placed it amongst the others next to the mage's bed. There were no logs for the fire, and so the candles were the only form of warmth she could find. There must have been 100 of them in the room, clustering here and there on top of the bookcases and tables, perching on upturned bowls and plates, roosting on the windowsills. The smell of burning tallow and wick filled the room. Alessi sat in a chair in the corner of the room and watched them flicker. Despite all the little flames, she was still cold, and she shivered under her layer of blankets. After half an hour, she grew bored of the room and its myriad candles. She would go to the great hall, she decided, and sit in front of one of the big fires to warm up. They were fed day and night with precious wood, and no doubt would be toasty and warm. She blew out the candles, one by one, which took an age, and then left, locking the door behind her. The great hall was empty save for a few servants and a young white dragon that slept in a corner. It was obviously too young to be at war. Perhaps it was its milky white skin, but to Alessi it looked ill, weak even. If its hissing snores were anything to go by, the dragon was fast asleep and deep in dreams. Alessi found a stool and went to sit by the nearest fire. Even over the roar of the fire, the maid could still hear the howling of the wolfish wind inside the chimney flue, and the pounding of the rain on the stone above. She was glad Josphin was a fortress. The stormy weather outside was frightening. It assailed the mountain like an invading army. As she sat there and pondered what she would do with herself over the coming days, while everybody was at war, or stranded in the mountain by the storm, or off gallivanting with cat women, two figures, one small and one large, emerged from an adjoining corridor and strolled through the hall. Despite their whispering, their voices still echoed around the hall. Ilesi turned to see the old dragon and Fardin's uncle, Turfing, ambling slowly across the stone floor. The old mage caught the maid's eye and smiled politely. She raised a hand in a slow wave. She didn't want to be rude after all, but she couldn't help but be curious either. They were obviously having some sort of important conversation. She could hear snatches of it over the crackling of the flames. It sounded hushed and serious, and there was an urgent tone in the dragon's low rumblings that made Ilesi's ears tingle. She peeked over her shoulder and met the golden eyes of the old dragon staring back at her. She flinched and instantly looked back at the fire, pretending that she was stretching her neck. It looked so unconvincing that she winced as she did it. Ilesi waited until their footsteps became distant, and then she began to follow them. Buzzing with intrigue, and glad to have something to break her boredom, Ilesi gathered up her white skirts and apron and tiptoed across the hall, keeping an eye on the white dragon snoozing in the corner, and sneaked a look down the corridor. Turfing and Farfallen had already disappeared around the next corner. As quietly and as softly as she could manage, the maid inched along the corridor, hoping to the gods that Farfallen wasn't blessed with some sort of unnatural hearing. Being a dragon, of course, he was, but luckily for Ilesi he was concentrating on Turfing, and the soft sound of sneaking socks behind them went unnoticed. Ilesi followed them to the dragon's chambers, where they paused in the corridor. Fortunately for her, there were no guards outside the old dragon's doors that night, and only half the torches had been lit, filling the cavernous hallway with numerous little hiding places and dark nooks and crannies. She hovered in one of these shadowy places and waited for them to move inside. She could barely keep still. All this sneaking around was making her excited and nervous. She didn't have to wait long. Farfallen went in first, followed by Turfing, who looked up and down the hallway before he shut the doors. Ilesi froze, and waited. Turfing made a thoughtful humming noise, as if he had forgotten something, shrugged, and then went inside. Ilesi held her breath. Once she heard the thud of the huge latch, she scampered down the corridor. She crouched under the door handles and put an ear to the thick, ornate wood. She could hear their voices, muffled and low, receding further into the dragon's chambers. It was all going so well, she thought to herself. Who knew she had such a talent for sneaking around? Ilesi waited until their muffled voices had faded away. Then, like a pickpocket reaching for a purse, she reached for the door handle, twisted it, and pushed the door inwards with her shoulder. It creaked noisily, and she winced. A whole minute passed and nothing happened. Ilesi finally allowed herself to breathe. She pushed again, and this time the door opened without complaint. Shuffling on all fours, she crept into the warm room and made for the cover of a nearby table. The dark room was empty. A single whale oil lamp sat atop the table, and in the fireplace glowing embers slumbered. There was a door at the far end of the room, and it hung ever so slightly ajar, spilling a shaft of ochre lamplight on the stone. Through the gap she could see figures moving, one small and one large. There was silence for a moment, and then a man's voice mumbled something. Ilesi pursed her lips. She would have to get closer. Quieter than a mouse, the maid crawled across the room and crouched by the open door. She avoided the shaft of light as though it were a sharp blade, and pressed herself up against the wall. She tucked her hair behind her ear and hugged the doorframe. Voices drifted to her eavesdropping ears like moths to lamplight. There is wine on the shelf, if you would like some. Svarta likes it. This was a deep voice, cavernous and throaty like a dragon's. Farfallen sounded tired. Thank you, no, we've got so much to do tomorrow. I need to get an early night. This must have been Turfing, thought Ilesi. I have not slept for days. Silence. Are you worried? Turfing again. A sigh. Worrying is a king's vocation, mage, yet in this case worried would be an understatement. My thoughts have been haunted since you arrived. Not that you are to blame, but you were the herald of some disturbing revelations. One in particular. I counted 2. Laryl delivered that. And who sent her? Another silence. I have faith in both of them. The old dragon cleared his throat. It sounded like a fire being stoked. You may have, mage, but I am finding it increasingly difficult. Everything they do, or rather fail to do, puts the lives of my sirens in jeopardy. Another sigh. This war will be costly for us all. It will, but if we're successful, then it will be worth the loss. And that success again depends on them. To be honest with you, Mage, it makes my scales crawl. Durnus I can excuse given his circumstances, but I wish Farden could have been honest with me. I should have seen it the day he washed up on my shores. Maybe I will have some wine. Someone rattled something. A glass was put down. Liquid gurgled. Someone sipped it. So are you saying that you don't trust Farden? I have never said that, but I cannot help but suspect failure. He is too close to her. He still loves her for God's sake, though I cannot imagine why. At this Ilesi's ears pricked up. And Durnus? He is something else altogether. The lack of contact with them makes me nervous. Lacan said he left them at their old Arcaby. I can only hope Durnus explained everything to Farden. He was so adamant about the whole thing, about keeping it secret in case it failed. He always was a stubborn old man. Obstinacy seems to be a common theme with you people. Another sip of wine. Farfallen growled to himself. I think I made the wrong decision charging Farden with this task. I am trusting you, do you realize that? To do what, old dragon? To do the right thing if Farden and Durnus fail. Turfing took a deep breath. But Farfallen, with Vice there, I would lose Farden if I did that. I only just got him back. Then so be it. You will have to swallow your fear like the rest of us. You know what is at stake. Farfallen sounded angry. Of course I do. Elio showed me that future, I don't like it any more than you do, but then I trust you will do the right thing. The child must not be allowed to live. It puts me in one hell of situation. So does it all. I will give Farden one more day to rear his head. We are at war, Turfing, a war I thought was over when we killed the Hydra. A war I never thought I would see us fight again. A war I thought was over almost 30 years ago. By Thrawn, if I had known, I would have torn his head off there and then. Even if you had known, Vice would still have ripped you to shreds, like he almost did, judging by that scar on your chest and what you've told me. None of us knew, not even me. Farfallen growled again, but not at the mage. Turfing took another sip of his wine. Thank the gods for that griffin. He has probably saved us all. If only he had seen the child sooner. Ilesi's eyes widened so much they hurt. She almost lost her balance. Unfortunately for us, he didn't. I wish Farden had trusted us enough to have told us about Cheska and that unborn creature of his. Farfallen raked his claws against the stone floor. Perhaps it wasn't trust, but shame that stopped him. Or hope. At this Ilesi had to cover her mouth to stop from sobbing, or shouting, or both. I could have come back from the desert sooner, Durnus could have been less stubborn, Farden could have followed the rules. Turfing's voice faded off into a mumbling trickle of possibilities, none of which were true. Farfallen sighed once more. Hindsight is a beautiful thing, Mage. The past is for the memory, the present is for the mind. It is up to our claws and our wings, or in your case your hands and your magic, to right our wrongs. Then let's hope we can. Farden most of all. Luck, and the gods, Mage. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid, said the dragon. Their voices carried on, but Ilesi had given up on listening. She had heard all she could bear to hear. Sneaking all but forgotten, she walked to the door and left it open, trudging along the corridor with her hand still firmly clamped over her mouth. She didn't trust herself to remove it, and her other hand was clenched into a fist. Slowly, Ilesi dragged herself to her room and locked the door tightly behind her. She walked into the bedroom, to the door to the balcony where the storm raged and howled. The rain hammered the window like a blacksmith. Ignoring it all, Ilesi opened the door and stepped out into the wild weather. The wind tugged and grabbed at her clothes like a lecherous beast. The rain pelted and chilled her to the marrow. She didn't care. She walked to the balcony's edge and peered over at the black mountainside and the frothing sea far below it. A flash of lightning tore open the pitch-black sky and purged the night of its shadows, and for a second Ilesi could see everything in perfect clarity. Every rock, every stone. The clouds threw themselves together recklessly, hammering and rumbling. She slammed her hands on the balcony railing, so hard that it hurt, and then, because there was nothing else left to do, she screamed at the top of her lungs, at the storm and at the sky and the sea. Ilesi screamed at Farden and his useless self, for every time that Mage had snubbed her and ignored her, she screamed at Durnus and at Albion, and she screamed at herself for being stupid and inadequate. Finally she ran out of breath, and her scream died away to a sob. The maid slumped to the cold wet granite and tried to breathe. Her throat was raw. Ilesi closed her eyes and let the rain pummel her face and her head and the backs of her hands and her legs, savoring its coldness. Ilesi sat there for what felt like an hour, until finally she forced herself to get up. Once again, she went to the edge of the balcony and stared down at the mountainside below. Another flash of lightning dissevered the sky and she saw the rocks, jagged and dangerous, beneath her. Thunder boomed again. Ilesi shivered. What was the use of it all? She asked herself. Without thinking, she lifted her skirts and herself up and over the railing until she sat straddling it, hands strangling the metal. Ilesi closed her eyes, daring herself, and slowly, very slowly, she twisted so her other leg joined the first. Her socks were soaked and the granite was slippery, but the lip of the balcony was just wide enough for her toes. Her hands were still stuck fast to the railing, and her knuckles were white from the cold. The wind buffeted her from all sides, goading her on with howls and jeering shrieks. Her curly hair whipped her face sadistically. Grimacing, Ilesi opened her eyes and the view between her feet made a lump stick in her throat. Her heart pounded. Gods, Ilesi whimpered to herself, staring at the rocks below. What am I doing? She shuddered and looked up, and found a man standing in front of her, on the other side of the railing. She jumped in shock and cried out as she lost her slippery footing, and for a brief moment the rocks below her seemed to open their jaws wide and lick their jagged lips. But she did not fall. Eyes wide in terror, Ilesi looked up and found that her hands were still firmly gripping the railing, and the man held his own gnarled hands gently on top of hers. She scrabbled for a footing and just about found it, and, with strength she didn't know she had, she hauled herself into a standing position. She hugged the balcony railing as though it was a long-lost friend. The man slowly released her and took a step backwards, folding his hands behind his back. Ilesi looked up at him. Framed by the light of the window, his face and body were dark and obscured, but somehow Ilesi could tell that he was old, ancient even, as if the years he had witnessed leaked from his body in some way. His hands had not been wrinkled or frail like Dernis's, quite the opposite in fact. Like a leathery tone that only hints at its antiqueness with the faintest of yellow at the corners, they were strong and as tough as bark, backed up by the very tall and muscular silhouette that held them. His dark hair was short and shaved close to his scalp, which was ridged and swollen as though he had suffered a terrible blow to the skull sometime in his long past. His clothes looked odd and unusual, like they had been stolen from a smaller man, and the arms bursting their way out of his short sleeves rippled with muscles and veins like tree roots. His legs were the same, they barely fitted the tight trousers he had somehow managed to squeeze into. The man's shoulders were equally large and powerful. The shadow he cast in the light of the window was huge, and strangely shaped, as though it had wings. "Does it hurt?" asked the man. His voice was deep, deeper than a dragon's even, yet calm and authoritative. Even though he spoke quietly, his voice easily matched the rain and wind in volume. So easily, in fact, it felt like he was whispering in her ear. Ilesi shook her head, scared. "Does what hurt? To cry?" The maid sobbed, and looking up to the furrowed brows of the clouds racing overhead, she closed her eyes and nodded. "Is that why you were screaming?" Ilesi put her forehead to the cold metal railing and wiped her tears on her sodden apron, as if it would make a difference. "I was angry at someone." The calm voice spoke again. The man had barely moved. "What did this person do to make you angry?" Ilesi shivered. "You wouldn't understand," she cried. "I wanted to tell him something, and then he left, and then," here she faltered, unsure why she was telling these things to a stranger. "He's not the man I thought he was." She sobbed. The strange man nodded as if he understood. "They rarely ever are. They rarely ever find out either, unless they are forced into it." Ilesi wished she could see his face. "Who are you?" she yelled above the wind. But he ignored her question. "Is it the child?" he said. Ilesi looked up. "How do you know about that?" "There are many things that I know," said the man. He lifted a hand, a gnarled and scaly hand, and rubbed his chin. "I wonder, what did they say about this child?" "That it has to die, that this is what the war is about, and that it's Varden's baby," sobbed the maid. "Though I don't understand any of it." "I don't understand anything." The man nodded again. "Understanding, in this case, is not required." He looked behind him to the door, as if considering something, and Ilesi almost caught a glimpse of his face. "I wonder," he murmured. "Who are you?" yelled the maid once again. The man turned back. "I wonder if you have what is required. The courage." "What are you talking about? What do you want from me?" The man cocked his head to one side, and leant forward. "Not I, maid, but the world and its gods, and we are in dire need of a savior." "Will you help us?" Ilesi looked down at the rocks that waited beneath her. She sniffed, and swallowed her tears. She suddenly saw the opportunity hung in front of her like ripe fruit dangling from a tree, tantalizing. She could teach them all a lesson. She would surprise them all. Every closed door, every snide comment, every mop bucket and broom, every bandage, every worry-drowned night and morning, every moment spent staring through cracks in doors, every secret she had kept for that god's-forsaken mage, every night she had laid alone in her cot conjuring up meaningful moments, every glance she had ever craved, everything would be wiped away like a stain on a window. For once they would sit up and notice. Farden's head would turn so fast he would get whiplash. "Yes," she said. "I will." "Would you kill this child? Kill it to save more than you can possibly know?" Ilesi nodded. Her instant certainty scared her. "Yes." Blinding lightning flashed again, and in that moment Ilesi saw the man's face, and it shone in the darkness. His skin glittered with countless white scales streaked with rain. His eyes were like dying embers, red pupils flecked with orange and yellow grains. His expression was grave yet kind, and there again was the ageless quality that Ilesi would never understand. She knew in that moment that the man's face would stay with her until she died. Staring at a god, even a shadow of a god, was like suddenly finding out that she had been given her very own set of wings long ago, and had only just remembered, so that the joy and guilt swirled about her and bubbled up in strange stew of emotions. From behind his back he drew a dagger, short, sharp, and bejeweled with raindrops. It was simple and deadly looking, and its brass-colored blade seemed to glow with a bluish light. Ilesi panicked for a moment, fearing the man was going to use the dagger on her, but instead he placed it in his open palm, and held out his other hand, beckoning to her. "Take my hand, and I will give you that chance, Ilesi." Shaking, she climbed over the railing and walked, feet aching with the cold, towards him. She looked at the knife, and then at the man, and then without a further thought, took his hand. It was coarse like old leather, unexpectedly warm. "Who are you?" she asked again. "I am a god," replied the man. Ilesi simply nodded. She wasn't confused, or scared, merely accepting. What else was there to do? She thought. "Take the dagger," he said, and Ilesi did, surprised by its deceptive heaviness. It was as heavy as a rock. She had never held a weapon like this before. The man, the god, almost seemed relieved to be free of its weight. "Where are we going?" she asked, but the god did not answer. "What's your name?" She tried again. "Thrawn," he whispered, so quietly she thought it was the wind. He took a step forward and pulled her after him, and the stormy night began to dissolve around them, melting and warping like a whirlpool. Ilesi shivered. The strange man seemed unafraid. He walked confidently towards the twisting tunnel of darkness that was swiftly opening up before them. Walking hand in hand, they stepped into the whirlpool of rock and rain, and vanished. Far away to south, something similar was happening. The Dornai Hills were barren at the best of times, but that night, with a storm ravaging the countryside, nothing dare brave the wilderness, save for a small hovel cowering in a shallow valley between two hills, miles and miles from the nearest town. Shaking violently in the howling gale, its makeshift walls looked as though they would crumble at any moment. Nail-infested and rust-riddled, the little structure creaked and groaned with every gust. On one of its crooked faces hung a door, askew and trembling with fear, and by its side was a small cracked window, shielding a tiny tallow candle that seemed to stare, horrified, at the weather gnashing at it from behind the glass. The hovel was a shaking derelict, nothing more, and whomever it belonged to was oblivious to the sudden whipcrack that shook the earth, and the abrupt flash of light that illuminated the windswept hill. There was a storm overhead, a little thunder and lightning were to be expected. Only the little candle saw it happen, and even if it had a voice with which to warn its owner, it would have probably been too scared to speak. But this was far from ordinary thunder and lightning. A stone's throw up the hill from the hovel the air split and cracked. Light broke the darkness. Suddenly a man stood on the horizon. He stumbled and then steadied himself, dizzy after the jump. The man put one hand to his head and another to his stomach and waited for the nausea to pass before he went on. The man slid something circular and golden into his cloak and muttered something under his breath. That was last time he would use that, he thought. He would go on foot for now. Soaked to the bone and on the brink of exhaustion, Durnus looked around, peering into the dark night ahead him. Still nothing. The vampire cursed and wiped rain from his frozen face. He turned around, and for a moment he didn't notice it, the faint glimmer of candlelight peeping out from behind a broken pane of glass. Durnus stared and squinted, and when the next bolt of lightning ripped through the clouds he saw the little shack in all of its tumble-down glory, leaky roof and splintered door and all. That must have been it, he told himself, just like Farden had described. For a few minutes the vampire just stood there, hand on his heart, wishing it to be calm. But he couldn't help it, his heart pounded nervously in his chest, and the all-too-familiar sick feeling of anxiety gathered at the bottom of his stomach. Durnus took a breath and forced his feet to move. And move they did. The vampire strode forward, knowing that if he stopped now he would dig the weight back out of his pocket and leave. He couldn't do that. Not now. You've put this off for long enough, he chided himself. Dernis marched up to the door of the hovel and promptly kicked it in, breaking it in half as he did so. Pushing his way through the splintered wood, he stormed inside. A disheveled man jumped up from his pile of patchwork blankets with a hoarse shout, still half asleep, and blearily reached for a metal pole that was propping up a section of wall. He grabbed it and swung it wildly at Dernis. The vampire dodged the pole with ease and backhanded the old man in the face. He landed hard on the floor. Dernis snarled and put the heel of his boot on the man's throat. Go ahead then, kill me, mount my head on your wall, see if I care, spat the man. His eyes were a shade of dull purple and wide with a mixture of fear and hate. It takes a brave man to butcher a helpless old fool, but. Dernis ignored his sniveling. You are exactly what I expected, Jurgen, said the vampire, baring his teeth. Jurgen stared at the fangs and then into the pale eyes of the man standing on his throat. He hissed. How do you know that name? We have a mutual friend, now get up, ordered Dernis. He grabbed the man by his collar and pulled him upright. The man teetered on his feet and rubbed his scaly throat. Dernis looked at him. The years had ravaged his skin. There were deep hollows beneath his purple eyes, and his long white hair hung lankly over his shoulders. His old scales flaked away from his sharp cheekbones. Jurgen's clothes were shreds and tatters, and barely covered his skeleton frame. He shook constantly, like a withered leaf clinging to an autumn branch. The old siren was the definition of pathetic. Jurgen had once been a learned man and a historian, and now here he was, a ragged sack of bones, more animal than man. Was this Dernis's future? His destiny, staring him in the eyes? He had strived for decades to avoid the wild beast inside him, and for decades, he had succeeded. Now looking at Jurgen, he realized that they were no different from each other. That realization made Dernis burn with hatred. What do you want from me then, stranger, if you aren't going to kill me? He rasped. If you know who I am, then you know what I am. You are lucky it's not a full moon. Dernis sniffed. That's exactly why I'm here, he said, trying to hide his anxiety behind confidence and authority. Jurgen shook his head. No moon. Not possible, he said with a cough. As he spoke, his shaking stopped and his expression changed slightly. His eyes took on a different hue and he smiled through teeth that resembled a broken fence. Anyway, I'd rip your throat out, he whispered, and then, as quickly as his personality had changed, it went back to its normal whimpering self again. Dernis took a step forward and looked into the man's eyes. That would be the Leakin talking, would it? Jurgen nodded. Why are you here? All I want is to be left alone. The vampire took a deep breath. You have something I want, he said. Jurgen looked around his shack. It smelled of festering meat and human waste. And what would that be? What do I have that you would want? The last man who came here wanting something was a mage, asking about a book. He left me alone, like you should. I did not come here for you, I came here for the other half. Dernis stared at Jurgen until it dawned on him. Jurgen shook his head violently, as if he were trying to shake it loose. No. You can't want that. The wolf curse is worse than death. He cried. Don't you think I know that? Hissed Dernis, pointing to his fangs. Reaching behind him and under his cloak, he pulled out something square and heavy and tossed it at Jurgen, who caught it awkwardly. He read the cover and instantly threw it back. Then you're a bigger fool than I thought. That book is nonsense. A pile of tripe written by a fame-hungry time-waster. I've seen a plethora like it. Dernis jabbed Jurgen hard in the chest with his finger. Well, I disagree, and I don't care, you will bite me whether you like it or not. The old siren grimaced. Why? That's my business. Then there's no deal. Dernis grabbed the man's throat and squeezed. Jurgen only chuckled. Kill me then. I already told you I don't care. Apparently you need me, said the man, knowing full well he was right. The vampire relaxed his grip and snarled. His heart was still pounding. Even as he said the words, he felt the fear and the sick feeling swell in his stomach. People are depending on me to kill someone they can't kill, and I can't do that as this cursed old creature. So you need me, said Jurgen. Yes. To do what? To turn me back, replied the vampire. Nonsense. Even if that book was telling the truth, no man could survive it, spat Jurgen. Dernis clenched his fists and ground his teeth. Time was hurtling by like a flash flood. He just wanted the waiting to be over. He could almost feel death breathing down his neck, praying for an opportunity. The only time death ever prayed, thought Durnus, a sliver of nonsense bubbling up from nowhere. And who can't you kill as a vampire that you can as a human? Jurgen trailed off. He narrowed his eyes and sniffed the vampire's hand that was still encircling his neck. Unless you weren't human in the first place, unless you were something altogether different. Jurgen looked to the book, lying half open and face down on the stained floor. Treatises on Shapeshifting, said the cover in mock gold leaf. He reached out with his spare hand and turned it over. His tired purple eyes wandered over the page. Something entwined with both vampires and lichens, he mumbled, and then his eyes grew wide and he began to flail his arms frantically. It's impossible. Durnus shook him viciously. Be quiet. He shouted. Don't you dare say it. Jurgen opened his mouth and Durnus squeezed tighter. Don't say it, bellowed the vampire. Nephilim, croaked Jurgen. Durnus snarled and threw him to the floor. He hit him hard in the face, and then again, and again, and again, harder and harder, until the old disheveled siren coughed blood and wheezed. Durnus stopped as suddenly as he had started, blood-covered fist frozen in midair, suddenly appalled at the sight of the broken man lying on the floor, a mess of split lips and yellow teeth and a crumpled nose oozing black blood. Which of them was the animal now? Durnus asked himself. He looked at the blood on his hands. This was not him, Durnus whispered under his breath, this was not who he was at all. This man was scared, and hateful, and desperate, a coward clothed in his own skin. Durnus felt painfully pathetic then, and it shamed him. Questions that Turfing and Farfallen had constantly hounded him with he now asked himself. Was it death he feared? Was it the ferocious jaws of the Legion? Did he not believe them? Was that what had stalled him? Or was it the fear of unleashing an even fouler beast, in the form of his true self? What had he been before the vampire's bite? Was this creature with blood painting his fists his true self, already bubbling eagerly to the surface? The prospect of truth put the prospect of death to shame. It paled in comparison. Durnus could feel the fear welling up inside him like the springs of Josphin, bubbling and boiling. He felt like running away, turning his back on everything, and giving up. If Jurgen could do it, then so could he. Durnus began to panic then, but before he could do anything, Jurgen reached up to push the vampire's bloody fist away and gasped for air. Wait! Wait, he rasped. I will do it. But on one condition. What is that? Durnus whispered, breathing hard. Jurgen swallowed blood. I want you to kill me, he said. End it. I've lived too long like this. I can't escape like you can. Durnus shook his head. No, he replied. Do it yourself. But Jurgen shook his head, and bared his wrists for the vampire to see. They were ridged and knotted with countless scars, some red and fresh, other milky white or gray. I've tried so many times but the Legion never lets me go. He's too strong. Fine, said Durnus, abruptly filled with pity and shame. If this pathetic man could face death and the unknown then so could he. I will. Promise. Gasped the old siren. Promise you will. I promise, vowed the vampire. He hauled the bloody-faced man upright and took a deep breath. Are you ready? He asked. Jurgen closed his eyes and held his shaking hands by his side. Do what you have to do, he replied. Durnus bravely swallowed his fear and reached for the book. He turned to the page he had turned to so many times before, and found the keys, the unlocking words to begin the spell, at the corners of the page. Speaking the words aloud, he began, shakily at first, but then stronger as the air began to hum with magic. It did not take the spell long to take effect. Around the ninth word, Jurgen flinched and doubled up as though his stomach had suddenly been torn in half. He fell to his knees and winced, clawing at the floor with his long fingernails. Durnus kept going, hands trembling now with both magic and fear. Jurgen's limbs began to shake. He put his hands to his head and cried out. Thick gray and black hairs sprouted from his chest and shoulders and soon his bones and joints began to crack and break as they changed shape. His skin convulsed like a pale sack of snakes. Durnus threw the book to the floor and carried on, reciting the words from memory, unable to tear his eyes away from the lichen breaking out of Jurgen's skin. Jurgen cried out once more, and the cry became a tortured, blood-curdling howl. Claws and teeth burst from his muddy fingers and blackened gums. Durnus took a step back and grit his teeth. It was too late to run now. Duty calls, he told himself. All too quickly it was over, and all too quickly he was staring at death in the eyes of a 9-foot-tall wolf, panting steam and grinning with a mouthful of fangs. Red eyes replaced violet ones, and they looked Durnus up and down like a piece of meat. In a flash, the Legion pounced. It took all of Durnus's mettle to stand and take the blow, and with a cry he was thrown through the wall and out into the rain. Dernis pushed himself upright, ignoring the broken ribs, and bared his own fangs at the creature walking towards him. It swung a mighty fist and the vampire ducked it. The second one caught and stunned him. He hit back, catching the hulking monstrosity in the stomach, but the Lycan shrugged it off like a wasp sting and kicked out. Claws rent the old vampire's shirt. Lightning flashed. Thunder rolled. Anger suddenly replaced fear and Dernis found himself yelling in the Lycan's snarling face. "Stop wasting my time and bite me!" He bellowed, and then in a blur his wish was granted, as the beast sank its jaws into the soft flesh of his shoulder. Dernis cried out in unspeakable pain, pulling at the matted hair on the Lycan's neck. His feet left the grass as Jurgen arched his back. Muddy claws dug into his sides, piercing flesh and scraping ribs. Unable to take any more, Dernis battered the Lycan's face with his fists until it finally let go. The vampire was dropped on the wet grass and he coughed blood as the wind was driven from his punctured lungs. Rain pelted him in the face. He opened his eyes to find the Lycan bending over him, hot breath escaping from its fang-filled jaws like steam from the jagged grills of some godless forge. Words slipped past those dagger-like fangs. "I don't know how long I can stop him for," said the voice. Dernis's eyelids felt heavy. The grass beneath him was stained red with blood. "Quickly!" barked Jurgen. "Do what you promised me." With every fiber of his body crying out for him to stop and give up, Dernis got to his feet, whispering the last lines of the spell. The effort racked him from within, as if every hissed syllable clawed at his heart with iron rakes. His breath was labored. Blood flowed down his right arm like a crimson river. He could feel the Lycan's poison burning his veins, he could feel the pain and magic creeping up into his skull, but worst of all, he could see the Lycan raising its claws for the final strike. The killing blow. But it never came. Dernis swung his fist as hard and as fast as he could muster. His fingers glowed white-hot with magic and light, and as he struck the beast, thunder and lightning shook the sky again. Jurgen's face crumpled under the hammer-like blow. The beast fell without a sound, spine severed and skull split in two, red eyes quenched and dead. Dernis collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Like a rotting fruit, the Lycan's corpse began to shrivel up, steaming and hissing, and in a matter of moments the creature had disappeared, leaving the malnourished body of Jurgen behind, naked, dead, and finally content. Dernis reached out and closed the man's violet eyes, ignoring his broken and misshapen face. He had got what he wanted in the end. They both had. Utterly drained, Dernis sprawled on the grass. Shaking, he stared up at the sky and blinked as the rain drummed on his chest and his forehead, drenching his ripped clothes. Dernis shivered. "It is done," he told himself, and then, not knowing whether he was going to wake up again, he slowly let his eyes droop and then finally close. Dernis gave himself up to the thick folds of bleak unconsciousness, letting the Lycan's poison creep through his tired flesh and letting the tempestuous storm wash away the blood. Chapter 19. The Gods Work in Mysterious Ways. An old proverb. It was a black and dreary morning that Emaneska awoke to, a morning still thick with rain and granite shade clouds. Thunder and lightning had, for the moment, retreated into the far reaches of the sky, but they would be back, and soon too. The world felt soaked to the bone. Chill winds swept across the skin of the land, bringing whispers of snow. Another bleak day. Ilios was also soaked to the bone. He had spent 2 nights and a day in the rain, patrolling the Arkabi grounds, keeping watch and an eye on the unconscious Varden. The griffin now sat at the entrance to the Arkabi, stoically ignoring the cold, his yellow eyes half closed and watchful, beak and teeth clamped together, ears flat to his feathery skull, breathing slowly, waiting. Dawn had been smothered by the storm, and the difference between dark night and gloomy day was now barely noticeable. The winter sun had been kidnapped by clouds. It was almost late afternoon, verging on evening, when she finally arrived. Something was making its way through the forest. Ilios stood and peered into the rainy haze. His keen hunter's eyes spotted out a figure, no more than a shadow, carefully and precisely picking its way through the bushes and over tree roots without a single sound. Ilios sniffed the wind, and relaxed. She was late, but she was here. Ilios waited for the figure, a tall slender woman with a serene and ageless face, to emerge from the forest before going to meet her. She was wearing nothing but a long gray dress, the bottom of which was torn and muddy, and her feet were bare. She looked tired. The griffin bowed his head to the ground and lifted a talon for her to touch. Her fingers were colder than ice. Ilios almost shivered at the feel of them. "Ilios," she breathed, shaking his claw. "It has been an age." The griffin nodded and whistled in reply. The woman looked up to the bell tower of the Arkabi and nodded. "In there?" she asked. Ilios nodded once again. "The vampire has gone?" she asked, face falling almost imperceptibly. Then I hope, she said, that we can salvage something from my belated arrival. She walked towards the Ark Abbey. She did not hurry, and even though she winced with every drop of rain that touched her skin as if they wounded her, she walked slowly and calmly across the wind-blown lawn. Her weight barely bent the wild blades of grass beneath her feet. Ilios followed. The woman walked into the Ark Abbey and waited for the griffin to squeeze through the narrow doorframe. There was a circle of cold charcoal and dead embers in the middle of the floor where a fire had burned out some time ago. A pack of supplies lay propped up against the wall. Ilios and the woman moved on. Before going upstairs to find Farden, the strange woman went into the hall and looked around. Noticing the grimy effigy of the goddess, she went up to it and stared into its marble eyes for a moment. She smiled a small smile, no more than a slight tightening of her cold lips, and touched the base of the statue with her finger. The grime and dust and mold instantly faded away and the goddess was left shining and polished once again. The woman sighed and walked away. Ilios was waiting for her by the stairs. He whistled and she shook her head. "We wish it were that easy," she replied. Together they climbed the stairs and made their way to the vampire's room high in the bell tower. The old Ark Abbey was full of creaking and dripping and the moaning of the wind outside. Here and there on the stairs dead bodies lay, and Ilios pushed each one aside so the woman did not have to step over them. Unlike his talons and claws, her bare feet made no noise on the stone steps. To anyone but the griffin it might have seemed odd and slightly unsettling. There was an air about this woman that was mysterious, ancient, cold, and yet preoccupied, as though half her mind was somewhere else. When they reached the room, the griffin tore the broken door from its twisted hinges and dragged it aside with his beak so he could fit through. They found Farden lying behind a chair near to the fireplace. The room was cold, and the mage was paler than a ghost. He looked dead, and had it not been for the faint sound of his whispered breathing, and the even fainter haze of breath that escaped from his lips, that might have been true. But they knew better. Ilios could hear his heart beating in his chest, throbbing slowly and doggedly like a drunken drum. The griffin warbled a concerned tune, sat down close to the mage's body, and waited. The woman stood over Farden's body and let her dark eyes roam over him. She had watched this man for many years, and had even met him once before. But this body on the floor was not the mage she had once known, this was a different man altogether. He looked tired, as though the weight of the world was pinning him to the floor. He looked as helpless as a lost child. Even in his deep sleep, his face was etched with lines of worry and despair. His chin and cheeks were thick with dark stubble and his skin drawn. His black hair was longer than it had been, moist with cold sweat. There was dried blood under his nose. The woman shook her head. She felt a tinge of pity for him, his struggles were far from over yet. If only he knew, she thought. Ilios whistled, and she turned to look at him. "He has a chance," she said. "A slim one, but a chance indeed." The woman knelt and brushed his hair from his face. "We can only hope he is strong enough and that he listens to us." She looked up then, as though she were listening to something far, far away. "I doubt Thrawn will find success with the woman. We have no other choice now, we gods have played our last card. Its name is Farden." The griffin whistled again. She shook her head. "We can hope, yes, but even you cannot see for certain whether she will succeed, or if the vampire will survive. Vice is of no consequence to us now, only the child, the one, and that, as the old dragon wisely saw, is Farden's task." The woman closed her eyes and put her fingers across the mage's face. She pressed hard, so hard that her nails dug into his skin, and took a deep breath. The mage coughed, and spluttered, and shook from head to toe. When the woman let go, Farden's eyes snapped open and he stared wildly about the room. He whispered a name. "Durnus," he said. "Durnus has gone," said the woman, in a calm and placid tone. Farden coughed, looking between this strange woman and Ilios. His hands were shaking. "Where?" he asked. The woman got to her feet and took a step backwards. She folded her hands behind her back. "To do what he needs to do. Now it is time for you to do the same." Farden put a hand to his head and winced. His head felt like an anvil. His thoughts were all muddled up into one big mess. The mage shakily pushed himself up from the floor and into a sitting position. Farden rubbed his eyes and looked at the griffin, trying to gauge whether he was dreaming or not. Ilios whistled at him and clacked his beak. He turned his attention to the tall woman standing over him, the woman with strange glassy eyes and pale shimmering skin. Her feet were bare and her gray dress was ripped at the hem. Long, black hair reached down to her hips. It had been combed as straight as an arrow. She didn't look real to him, and whenever he looked to the side she seemed to quiver and shake in his peripheral vision. Farden rubbed his eyes again. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" he asked, groggily. The woman cocked her head to the side like a bird. Do you not recognize me, mage? After all these years? Farden squinted at her. She seemed oddly familiar, but no, he had to admit, he did not. I have no idea. His answer seemed to annoy her, as if he was wasting her time. Then the vampire must have hit you harder than we thought, she said. You met me once, exactly 9 months ago now. That is to say, you met a shade of me. A shade? Nodded the woman. I gave you a demon stone, for the price of 2 silver coins. Farden shrugged and groaned. You have known me ever since you were a child in your mother's arms. As she spoke, and as he stared into her deep and unfathomable eyes, it slowly began to dawn on the mage. Cheska's present, the brass-colored gemstone, the strange thin woman behind the stall, and the way the rock had glowed that night in the bearded goat. Farden stared into her impassive eyes and frowned. It was like an itch he couldn't reach. This woman was painfully familiar. He felt as if he had seen her face 1,000 times before, in the street perhaps, or in Nelska. No, closer than that, he had seen her in his dreams, clothed in fog and obscurity and wearing that same look, holding her head in the same pensive manner, and not only in his dreams but on plinths and paintings, surrounded by candles and holding golden scales, demanding balance, and magic, and worship. Farden instantly recoiled, filled with a sudden and intense feeling that might have been something like fear. No, he said, unsure of what else to say. Avernia slowly nodded. I am a goddess, Farden, your goddess. You can't be, he said, remembering his uncle's story. You were, in the sky, with the rest of you. And so we are, this very moment. What you see is a shadow of myself, fallen to earth to make sure you, and here she pointed a long finger at him, do what is demanded of you. Farden shook his head. You can't be Avernia. She took a step closer to him. Dare you doubt my words? My very presence? Farden shuffled further away. Her dark eyes burnt like pools of dark fire. She towered over him as if she were 1,000 feet tall, and yet at the same time she was as finite as a grain of sand, as fluid as a raindrop. Her energy pulsated like a star. Farden could feel his book burning on his back, feel the words lighting up and flashing under his skin. The symbols on his wrists glowed brightly beneath the polished vambraces. No, he said, quietly. She relaxed, shaking slightly, and Farden took a breath. Where is Durnus? He asked again. Durnus has gone, that is all you need to know, for now. Then why are you here, Avernia sighed. I am here because none of you listen. We have feared this day for a very long time indeed, and we have tried everything in our power to stop it. We sent your uncle a griffin to make him dream, to show him the impending danger, to teach him the prophecies and the lost poems, but in the end he refused to listen. Instead he sent you futile dreams in an effort to help you escape Vice's clutches, but you, like him, failed to listen. He sent the cat and the message to Durnus, to tell him the truth, and even he failed to listen until now, when it is almost too late. And now you, Farden, you who have been told time and time again, have failed to listen, and now you plan to do nothing. Farden felt naked. He felt as if his thoughts had been laid out on a hot rock, and left to wither in the desert sun, the searing gaze of this goddess. Then why didn't you come earlier? He asked. It was an odd thing to see a goddess shrug. It was an honest sort of gesture. Because we couldn't. Because like Ilios, we saw the child too late. Because we had faith in you humans, as you had in us. I suppose we hoped you could do it yourselves. In a way, part of us didn't want to believe this day was finally here. Nobody did. The mage stood up, shakily, and crossed his arms. So have the old gods got nothing better to do than to come and castigate me? He asked. Again Avernia pointed at him, jabbing her long fingernail in his face. It would be in your best interests to mind your impudent tongue, mortal. Your child, your most heinous of mistakes, will rip the sky in two and bring the gods and the demons crashing back to earth. We cannot allow this. So my uncle told me, and so has everybody else. You've come a long way to remind me of the obvious. The gravity of this situation continues to escape you. Hardly. Frustration flew across Avernia's face. Then why do you refuse to do anything about it? Farden bit his lip, but he couldn't help it. Because I can't, that's why. If you gods cared about any of us, you'd come down here and finish the job yourselves. Instead, you're wasting your time in a dank arcabby asking a tired man pointless riddles. You go and kill my child, and the woman I can't help but love, because I know that I can't. He bellowed. Avernia's eyes flashed with fire once again. To his credit, Farden stood his ground. Here he was, shouting at a goddess. She fumed. Do you not think, mage, that if we could, that Vice would still be walking this earth? I expected intelligence from one like you. We are prisoners, Farden, and on this earth we are but shades of ourselves, ghosts and whispers. We cannot do anything except ask, or rather, in this case, beg that this time you listen. Well, I've told you already, I won't do it. The goddess's eyes were becoming dangerous. Ilios looked on nervously. What happened to the lone wolf? What happened to duty? What happened to revenge and honor? What will happen to the sirens and your friends? Would you be so selfish as to condemn the rest of the world, all because you were so stubbornly unwilling? It was Farden's turn to jab the air with his finger. He could feel the rage bubbling inside him still. I am what you made me. I can't kill her or my baby, he countered. A tear hovered at the corner of his eye. I asked for none of this. You are what time and circumstance has made you, mage, and you will do it. Why? He shouted. Farden's tattoos were glowing white-hot beneath his cloak and armor. Either you go ahead and make me, or you find someone else. Avernia shook her head, full of pity. Because you have the only weapon that can kill the child, or vice. A pale king? Avernia shook her head. As I said, none of you listen, least of all Durnus and Turfing, she replied, her voice instantly calmer. She was slowly getting somewhere. The goddess reached into her pocket and produced a small gray object, spherical in shape and rough in texture. It looked like a gray walnut. It was Farden's gray walnut, the one he had thrown at the sky. To find lost family members, he muttered. He reached inside his own pocket and brought out the little golden stone from the fallen star, and held it in the palm of his hand. It was glowing again, this time a bluer shade of piercing white. It was almost too bright to look at. Both gods and demons make the stone glow, but only this one can kill a demon. I gave you one in Krauslung, if you remember. Farden did. He also remembered failing to use it. How was he supposed to have known? He asked himself, but thought better of voicing it aloud. Nevertheless, Avernia guessed his thoughts. Would you have believed me if I had managed to tell you? Better you had it and managed to use it, than not at all, she said, and the mage, staring at the glowing rock, shook his head. He realized then how many times he had seen this little rock in his dreams, in the griffin's dreams. Ilios had been trying to tell him all along. And why doesn't anybody know this? He asked. Avernia looked around at the moldy bookshelves and desks in the room. Because the Nephilim have spent a long time hiding them. Countless books and scrolls have been burnt to hide their weakness. Not even Durnus knows the truth. Avernia's eyes turned misty for a moment. But Vice knows about demon stones. Guessed Farden. Avernia nodded. And after you have eliminated your child, you can use it to kill him. I told you, I won't. You can give it to somebody else, but the goddess held up her hand for silence. Farden growled. I want to know where Durnus is, And I told you, he is doing what he needs to do. Farden clenched his fist around the demon stone. I'm getting tired of all these fucking riddles, he cursed. Quicker than the eye could follow, Avernia reached forward and grabbed his throat. Her fingers were like icicles, but her grip, although uncomfortable and disturbing, was not strong at all. She had no more power than a ghost. Farden glared at her, but he didn't fight back. She was a goddess, after all. Understand, you stubborn, foolish, little man, that life is complicated. If it was not, then it would not be a true life, and you would complain it is too easy. Instead you whine that life is not simple, and that you have been dealt a harsh hand. Well, you have, mage, so I advise you to get used to it. You balk at the hardest decisions when we had to make the hardest decision of all. You whinge that we gods do not help. We are stuck fast in the sky, Farden, tethered and shackled and powerless, and all we can do is watch and send shadows of ourselves to tug the frayed lines of our dwindling puppet strings. You cry that we have abandoned you. If you remember, we sacrificed ourselves to save you. We created humans to protect us and you barely give us the time of day. Your prayers are barely enough to keep us alive these days. Sometimes I wonder why we care. Avernia narrowed her eyes until they were slits of fire. Farden couldn't help but wonder how terrifying her true form could be. She prodded the dragon scale pendant hanging around his neck with her free hand. Lucky for you, we do, she said, and then for some reason, as if she had overexerted herself, she swayed like a tree in the wind, and leaned close to the mage. Her voice was soft and her breath icy. Our puppet strings are tangled and useless. Words lose their meaning over distance. If we speak in riddles, Farden, it is because there are no other ways to speak. We're gods, Farden, we're not perfect. Avernia put her free hand to her forehead and seemed to sway. I've had enough of arguing with mortals. If you aren't going to listen, then perhaps you will watch, she whispered. Her eyes moved independently of each other. They roved across his face. Eventually she let go, and turned to Ilios. The griffin blinked, confused and slightly unsure. "Show him," ordered Avernia. "Show me what?" Fardan asked sullenly, rubbing some warmth back into his neck. The goddess pointed towards the griffin. "Dream, and understand," she said. Fardan looked at Ilios and met his piercing yellow gaze, and for a moment, nothing happened. That was until the mage tried to look away, and found that he couldn't. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw a dark pool of shadow slipping across the flagstones, enveloping his boots and legs. He was standing in the griffin's shadow. He tried not to panic. Darkness pulled at the curtains of his vision. Ilios stared wide-eyed at the mage, and Fardan could feel those black pupils probing his soul. The eyes swam and rippled like a pond until they were no longer eyes, but pools of amber and ochre and flaxen gold, swaying fields of polished wheat basking in sunshine, molten jeweler's gold begging to be swum in. Helplessly, Fardan fell deep into their depths. The mage awoke to find himself lying on a cold floor, dizzy and with a sore head. Blearily he looked around and realized he was still in Durnus's room. He coughed, making his head hurt even more, and pushed himself upright. Where was that vampire? He wondered. Fardan rubbed his head and tried to remember what had happened. It slowly dawned on him that the vampire had done this to him. Fardan scrambled to his feet, and a hazy memory of a tall woman and the swirling eyes of Ilios came back to him suddenly like a forgotten dream. Had it been a dream? He asked himself, putting a hand to his cold and stiff neck. Fardan turned around and found the chair behind him. It beckoned to him and he sank into it. And fell through it. The chair dissolved into tangled threads and the mage found himself lying on what felt like wet grass. He was staring up at a bleak and stormy sky. Raindrops surged towards him. Thunder shook the ground beneath him. Fardan put a hand out to guard his eyes and found a silver mirror in his hand. Its surface was flecked with rain, but in its reflection Fardan saw two men standing in an empty and windswept field. Broken wood littered the grass they stood on. One was a man, thin and pale, the other was covered in hair and had fangs like that of a wolf. "Jurgen!" shouted a voice, and the mage realized it was a shout caught on the wind like a strangled flag, drawn out scream-like and desperate. Wolves and lichens alike joined the wind in its howling. Fardan was a helpless deadweight, unable to move and yet forced to watch the men fight it out. One snarled, the other howled, one swung fists, the other claws. The silver mirror cracked, and Fardan stared down at the men lying side by side on the cold wet grass. The lichen's face was smashed and broken, the vampire's was tortured and full of pain. He shivered. Lightning painted his features like a ghost-pale effigy. Fardan looked into his eyes, and in them he saw a blue fire that had been hiding for centuries. He saw a man lying on a field of endless bleached ice, blinding in its whiteness. The man's cape was the color of blood, and it flapped and twitched in the wind. The man's chest rose and fell like the lethargic sea. A trail of bloody tracks led to the frozen north, the shape of bare feet and claws. Two dark shadows stood over the prostrate man, wearing grim faces, one tall, the other wide and stocky. They watched the man's chest rise and fall for the last time. As he died, his head sagged to the ice, revealing the bloody wounds of two fangs on his milk-white neck. The two shadows receded, boots crunching on the frozen landscape, and left their dead brother to stare sightlessly at the clouds. Fardan looked into those eyes and a pain struck his chest as he realized. Durnus. Hours passed, days, it seemed, until dark figures appeared on the horizon. Scaly hands hauled the body to a mountain fortress, cold and stark, full of whispers. They patched the man's body up, locked him in a room, and waited, staring through peepholes at him, until finally he arose, screaming and fanged. Irons were clamped about his wrists, claws grabbed him by his pale arms, and wings flew him south, to leave him cold and naked in a forest with no memories. Before Fardan could reach out to his friend, he fell down into the ice and found himself deep under the cold earth. Flashing images flew out of the soily, choking darkness, and as Fardan frantically dug for air he saw glimpses of the mountains covered in snow, a city aflame, and ships, great ships, a dozen strong and dark, squatting low in the water as herds of people were ushered and shoved aboard. Tears joined the salty sea, and those who couldn't work were cast aside and left to flounder or drown. The dark stormy night was full of crying. Others hid in houses. Soldiers stalked the shadows. A girl screamed for her life as a man in armor ripped the skirts from her skinny legs and pinned her naked and helpless body down with his. She cried out as he entered her. Fardan grabbed at the soldier's face but found nothing but darkness and mud between his fingers. He yelled for help and his mouth filled with earth, worm-filled, gritty. "Is this what you want?" said a female voice. A light suddenly punctured the darkness of the earth and the mage was on a barren plain. The sky above was thick with nothing. The stars were gone. The pockmarked moon was dead. Farden looked down and found a lone star hiding in the mud, twinkling and burning, a survivor of whatever cataclysm had eradicated its kind. Farden knelt to pick it up. It was a stone, small and hot, and blindingly bright. Farden seized it and held it close, finding a little comfort in its light on his dark plane. Part of him wished he could have stayed there then, alone and safe in the endless wilderness, not a thought or a worry for miles and a star to light his way. But it wasn't meant to be. Kneeling in the mud, hugging his star, Farden felt cold rain pattering on the back of his neck. He went to stand and discovered there was nothing to push against. The mage opened his eyes to find himself in mid-air, hundreds of feet above a tangle of streets and roads. Roofs and spires fought for space beneath him, waiting for him to fall, vying to claim his tumbling body with their tiles and weather vanes. Farden looked forward and blinked, feeling queasy. He was hovering outside a window. He wiped aside the rain with streaks of his muddy hands and peered inside. There was a woman lying in bed, pregnant and asleep. For the moment she looked peaceful. Just then, a man and woman holding a long and wicked knife, a maid by the looks of her, entered, and ran at the woman in the bed. Farden watched helplessly as the maid plunged the knife into the sleeping woman, so deep that she almost buried the hilt. The mage cried out, his cry joining the dark night and its stormy cacophony. Blood dripped onto the marble floors from the underside of the bed, dripping from the tip of cold, brass-colored metal that had pushed itself through the wood and cloth. The blade glowed with a bluish light. The man, scaly and fierce, turned his head to look at the mage, and his yellow eyes seemed to look through him, picking apart his flesh and bones like a raven with a carcass, like a griffin. He clicked his crooked fingers, and suddenly it was all over. Darkness filled his dream, and he was left with the image of an old woman sneering at him, a bundle in her arms and an army at her back. She turned, and slipping through the faceless ranks of her endless army, she disappeared into a wintry sunset of rusty orange. Fire descended on the earth in waves and stripped bodies of flesh, until a sea of skeletons swayed in the dust, grinning and creaking. 1,000 centuries flew past, and Farden was left to stand in the darkness, alone. You know what you need to do. We have shown you all that we know. Put your stubbornness aside and, for once, save the world, said the voice of a goddess. When Farden came back to reality, Avernia had gone. The mage stood swaying on his feet, once again, but this time for real, dizzy and sporting an aching head. Ilios stood in front of him. There was an expression of concern on his eagle-like face, and an apologetic look in his yellow eyes. Farden put his hand on the griffin's beak and took a deep breath. At least he knew now why nobody ever stepped in a griffin's shadow. Please, he gasped, never do that again. Ilios whistled regretfully and shrugged. I know you had to, said Farden, guessing what he said. Farden went to the fireplace and after testing the armchair with a couple of kicks from his boot, he sat down and put his weary head in his wearier hands. He put a finger to his head and muttered something, and slowly his headache began to disappear. The dream had been beyond disturbing. Ilios came to stand beside his chair and the mage looked up at him. Was that all true? He asked, deflated and defeated. I mean, was that real? Ilios nodded. Farden groaned. He banged his fist on the arm of the chair. Gods be damned, he said, half hoping Avernia, wherever she had gone, could still hear him. Why, he began. Why couldn't your dreams have been clearer? Ilios hissed and whistled, shaking his head, and Farden understood. What did he expect? The future wasn't a set of written instructions, it was a scrap of paper flying in the wind, and they were lucky to have even that. Farden sighed. The Grimsayer was right, wasn't it? The third Pale King isn't dead. Ilios shook his head. Farden swallowed. And it has been Durnus all along? He asked, finding the words hard and strange in his mouth. The dirty secrets were finally out, and they tasted bitter. The pain in his head spread to his heart. Ilios nodded. Could he die? Ilios nodded again. Could he live? Again, a nod. Farden sighed. And somehow, Ilesi is going to kill Cheska. The griffin bowed his head one last time. The mage put a hand to his heart and closed his eyes. In the darkness he saw the ships, the burning city, his people, Durnus, Ilesi and the knife, now all as clear as day in his head. Farden knew the future now, and he didn't like it one bit. Once again he slammed his fist on the chair and got to his feet. Damn them all, gods and the rest, Farden cursed to himself, it was his mistake. Let him deal with it the way he saw fit. It was his child, his Cheska. If anyone were going to put an end to this, it would be him. Farden went to the door and Ilios moved to follow. The mage held up a hand. Wait here, he ordered, and then disappeared into the gloom of the corridor. He reappeared a few minutes later with his sword and his bag of supplies. Farden strapped them tightly to his back and then put his wrists together with a clang. He rubbed his vambraces together in a circle. The stale air around them began to hum and whine. Farden stretched out his hands as though he were pushing against a wall, and an enormous cracking noise broke the dripping silence. A pulse of magic swept through the room, pushing desks and bookcases aside as if they were toys, and struck the opposing wall. With a bang and crash, the bricks and windows folded and fell outwards. The entire wall was now a makeshift window, big enough for a griffin. Farden didn't bother pausing to survey his work. He jumped onto Iliosa's back and grabbed a handful of the beast's feathery mane. The griffin warbled and whistled. His talons scraped at the floor as he readied himself to fly. "Crosslung," whispered Farden in his tufted ears. "As fast as you can." The griffin did not need any encouragement. Like a bolt from a crossbow, Ilios exploded from the broken bell tower and darted across the stormy sky, heading south and east to war and uncertainty. "Our 3 pawns have become 2, said a deep voice between the stars. "And one of those is half dead and dying," sighed another. Chapter 20. Luck is an unquantifiable property, yet is pervasively present in every form of life. Luck was once solely a thing of the dragons. Ask a siren old enough and he or she will tell you that it is not blood that runs in a dragon's veins, but luck instead. Is it luck then that has brought us here today, or is it divine intervention? There is no god of luck that Emaneska worships, yet we pray to luck itself as if it were a deity in need of homage, or a force to be given the most pietistic reverence. How many times have one of you wished another to have good luck upon simply stepping out of a door? Humans and creatures alike give luck the devotion we normally hold for the ineffective, useless, and fickle gods above, and yet by nature it is such an indiscernible energy that it raises the question of its own existence. A happenstance of good fortune may be ascribed to a person having good luck, but then again it might have been an incident free of influence altogether. Was it luck, or pure coincidence? Or are they one and the same? Perhaps it is godlike then, by its own mysterious intentions. Luck may govern all or nothing, and in either case we pay it a great deal of attention. It surely will be a question for posterity to answer. Taken from the Questions, a book by the heretic Snellerfun, who was burnt at the stake in the year 751. Had Crosslung been a color, it would have been red. A deep blood crimson, thick with rusty iron and steel and cobblestone. Red, though not by choice. The city seethed with it, dripped with it, swirled and mixed it with the briny bilge sloshing around the inside of the ships that squatted low in the harbor. For now, the city was silent. Night had fallen. Everybody waited. Only the rats dared make a noise, scurrying, scratching, and gnawing at the corpses that had been cast aside or left behind. Beneath, in the cellars and the sewers, fists clenched and hot tears met cold cobble. Everybody waited, and the city teetered and hovered on a knife's edge. Even the storm had abated, even if just for the night. Deep in the bowels of the Archcathedral, in an empty hallway, the air shivered in the cold. All of a sudden, as if the hallway itself were dreaming, the marble walls began to deliquesce and warp and swirl like hot butter. A dark figure stepped out of the undulating whirlpool, and as soon as it had appeared, the portal vanished, and the corridor was silent once again. Black was the color of the Archcathedral, of its halls and its corridors, of its stairwells and doors, of its barracks and its rooms, as though even candlelight had been forbidden. The darkness was smothering, thick and heavy, and perfect. 2 nervous hands felt their way around a marble corner, and 2 eyes peered into the perfect darkness. Ilesi swallowed her queasiness and tried to keep her breathing under control. She was exhausted. Fran's magic doorway had got them to Crosslung faster than a ride on a dragon, but it had meant a whole day's walk through a nauseating, spinning tunnel. Ilesi's stomach had not appreciated that. "Are you still here?" she whispered, in a voice quieter than her very own thoughts. Something cold brushed past her arm. The god was no more than a shadow in a crowd of shadows. Ilesi could barely see him. His outline quivered like a shimmering star hanging in a dusty night sky. Ilesi held out a hand and the god touched her fingers. "I am," he replied. Ilesi resisted the urge to squeeze his hand. She took a deep breath and crept down the hallway. She was good at this, she told herself. Sneaking was her strong point. She shuffled off her soaking, muddy socks and hid them in a corner, going barefoot. The Archcathedral was deathly still. She had expected guards on every corner, patrols at least, but there was nothing. None of the torches had been lit, no candles or lanterns to be found. Ilesi was scared to death, but the god at her side didn't say a word, and so she stayed silent. Every now and again, he would pause and sniff the air and then carry on, gently pulling Ilesi behind him. She could imagine the sound of her heart beating echoing along the corridors. It sounded impossibly loud to her. Soon, they came to a grand set of marble stairs that coiled around a pillar like a pale snake. Ilesi felt for the handrail, and her toes tentatively searched for the edge of the cold steps. Thrawn drifted along beside her like a ghost. She stumbled once, and he caught her, and together they felt their way to the top of the stairs. Suddenly Alessi froze and the breath stuck in her throat. Somebody was pacing up and down the corridor. She could hear the sound of their boots thudding and squeaking on the slick marble. Alessi felt for the wall and pressed herself up against it. She felt Thrawn's hands holding hers. He was pressing something solid into her palm. It was the handle of the knife. "I can't," she began. "You want to kill the princess, do you not?" He quickly said. "Yes, but..." "Then hide this under your clothes, and say exactly as I say," he whispered. She could feel his cold breath like the tendrils of a spider's web on her neck. It made her shiver, but she nodded and, not for the last time that night, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the corridor. It took almost no time at all for the soldier to notice her. There were huge windows on one side of the hallway, and the dim glow of the city far below had pushed some of the shadows there aside. "Stay still," whispered a voice, and she did. Thrawn was nothing but a cold breeze now, a zephyrus mist in a graveyard, a wisp of nothing by her side. "You there!" hissed the guard, as if he too were afraid to disturb the silence. "Halt!" This time a little louder. Alessi stood by the glass so she could see his face, but it was obscured by the visor of his helmet. She smiled her most winning smile. It was a little shaky, but it held. The guard waved a spear at her. His armor glinted in the streetlight from below. "What's your business here?" he demanded. The god whispered in her ear. "I'm attending to Princess Cheska. She's in a delicate state," she said, standing as tall as possible. Luckily for her she was still wearing her maid's clothes. "She is not to be disturbed," said the soldier, shaking his head resolutely. He didn't like these country maids. They were all as thick and dull as doors. He motioned with his spear. "Go back down to the servants' quarters before the others catch you. They won't be as accommodating as I am." Alessi shook her head. "I'm here on orders from the Archmage, the Lord Vice." The god's words in her mouth. The soldier looked around. He scratched his neck with the armored finger of his gauntlet. "No. Nobody is allowed up here unless they're the Archmage, General Agfrey, or me. I was called for not long ago. The princess demanded that I come to her aid," said Alessi. For a brief moment, a shiver of confidence overtook her and she prodded the soldier in the armored chest. "Now are you going to let me past, or do you just want to go tell her ladyship that you sent one of her personal chambermaids away?" "Up to you." The soldier scratched his neck again and then sighed. He did not want to suffer the wrath of the princess, nor a vice. He had heard the stories from the other guards. "Fine," he finally relented. "But you go quickly, and quietly mind. You servants should all be locked away at night. Scuttle around like rats you lot do." It was his turn to poke, and he prodded her hard in the shoulder. Alessi winced. "Count yourself lucky you aren't in the ships with the others," he whispered, narrowing his eyes at her. She waited, heart beating, until he waved her past. "Get going. The princess is waiting," he said. Alessi nodded, and half-walked, half-jogged down the hallway. The soldier watched her disappear into the shadows and around a corner. There had been something decidedly odd about that one, he thought to himself. He could have sworn that most of the chambermaids had been taken away and put in the ships, like most of the other servants. The guard shivered and decided to go see General Agfrey about it. It was cold in the Archcathedral tonight, he thought. Further down the corridor, Alessi was on the fringes of terrified. She rubbed her cold, bare feet. Thankfully, the guard hadn't noticed she was barefoot. That would have taken some explaining. "That was too close," she whispered, hoping Thrawn was still there. It took a moment for him to answer. She was relieved when he did. Indeed. Not far now. He was right. Around the next corner was another set of steps and then a long hallway with more tall windows. Alessi stared out at the city, momentarily distracted. The god put his hand on her arm and she almost jumped with surprise. He was more solid now, she could pick out his features, his scales, and his eyes. "We are here," he breathed, and at the sound of his words the maid's heart began to beat even faster. He pointed to the door and Alessi stared at the door as though it were a bottomless well. The concept of murder had so far eluded her. "Well," she mumbled, "we've come this far." Thrawn took a step forward and touched the silver door handle with an ethereal hand. Had Alessi not been so nervous, she might have been surprised to see his hand pass straight through the handle and the door. There was a clicking noise and he grunted. His outline faded again, almost disappearing completely, and he withdrew his hand. He clenched it and Alessi could have sworn he winced. It is done, he whispered, looking around. The maid took the dagger from inside her apron and held it high like a torch, burning away her fears. Time to clear up that mage's mess once and for all, she told herself, angrily. Striding forward, she opened the door and stepped into the darkness of the princess's room. Darkness was an understatement inside the room. It clung to the walls and curtains like a leech. Even though her eyes had adjusted to the dark, Ilesi could barely make out the shape of the room. A little light spilt into the room from the corridor, and that was enough to pick out a chair, a table, and a bed. Ilesi crept forward, holding her breath, and examined the shape lying in front of her. There she was, the woman who had stolen Farden's heart, this pretty thing lying so helpless in her bed. She could just make out a shock of blonde hair, a pale face scrunched up in the grip of a nightmare, and a bulge hiding under the soft bedcovers. Ilesi stared at her pregnant belly. Here she is, the god whispered in her ear. Ilesi nodded and held up her dagger, turning it so the point was facing downwards. Even in the dark it glittered. Behind her, Thrawn noticed something lying under the edge of the bed. As silent as a ghost, he knelt to pick it up and held the little thing in the palm of his hand. He pursed his lips when he recognized it. Ilesi tried her best not to think. Thinking was a distraction. She knew exactly what she wanted, and anyway, she reminded herself, it was too late to change her mind. Damn you, Farden, she breathed. Ilesi gripped the handle with both hands, took a short sharp breath, closed her eyes, and with all her might, stabbed downwards. Two things happened then. Firstly, there came a little grunting noise from behind her. Secondly, her hands hit something solid and immovable, like a brick wall. The dagger stopped dead, hovering an inch above Cheska's heart. Shocked, Ilesi opened her eyes to find her hands in the tight grip of a burly-looking woman in armor. She looked behind her to find Thrawn pinned against the wall by a tall, powerful man with his hands at the god's throat. They struggled for a few seconds before Thrawn faded into nothingness and disappeared. In the doorway, the guard from the corridor held a flickering torch aloft, looking on with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Ilesi instantly began to panic. The woman in armor wrenched the dagger from her hands and threw it aside. It clattered loudly on the marble floor and spun to a halt against the thick black curtains. The maid found herself in a vicious headlock between the muscles of the bear-like woman and the cold roughness of her armor. She cried out and sobbed, wincing at the pain. Cheska woke up then, bleary-eyed and bewildered. The tall man, keeping his eyes fixed on the maid, strode forward to pick up the dagger. He held it up to the light and watched as it began to glow with a white light. How interesting, he mused. He slipped the blade into his pocket. What is going on here? Demanded the princess, her voice cracked and hoarse, either from shouting or crying or both. The tall man moved to the bed and put his hand on the princess's shoulder, holding her down. I knew they would come for you eventually. I just didn't think they would send a chambermaid, said the tall man, in a low and very dangerous voice. Something caught his eye and he knelt to pick it up. He held it up to the light. It was a small wooden statuette, a little effigy of a serene-looking woman with a pair of scales at her side. He shook his head, and clenching his hand around the wooden figure he looked to the princess. It seems that even the gods don't want you alive, said the man. Cheska avoided his gaze and glowered at the maid instead. There was a brief flash of light from the man's clenched fist and then he dusted the ash from his hands. He looked Ilesi up and down, and the maid felt a different kind of chill down her spine, one that scared her very much. She whimpered in the iron grip of the woman. He moved so his face was level with hers. His eyes were dark and deep, the color of aged hazel, and the flames of the flickering torch danced around his black pupils. This must have been Vice, she guessed, and the realization made her writhe even more. You and your precious god walked straight into my trap, he said calmly. Ilesi looked around, frantically hoping that Thrawn was still in the room somewhere. Vice smiled. Oh dear, he said sardonically. He's very much gone, I'm afraid. It's just you and me. Behind him, the princess was bubbling with confusion and anger. Who is she? What's going on? She asked. There were twin symbols on her wrists, just like Farden's, and they were glowing. Vice held up a hand and the princess instantly fell quiet. What lies did that god of yours sell you? Ilesi shook her head, not knowing what to say. Vice narrowed his dangerous eyes, eyeing her bare feet and her chambermaid's clothes. How did you get here? Ilesi tried not to cry. She couldn't have explained even if she wanted to. The god, Thrawn, was all she could manage. Vice nodded. I see, he said. Waste of power and prayer. He stood up tall and crossed his arms. The big woman spoke up. Want me to get rid of her? She asked. At this Ilesi moaned. Tears sprang to her eyes. Vice thought for a moment, and for the poor maid it was the longest moment of her life. Put her on one of the ships, like the rest of them. Very good, your mage, said the woman, and Ilesi was suddenly wrenched sideways. Her hands were twisted behind her back and she was pushed forward. Move, ordered the woman. Ilesi did what she was told. Tears running freely down her face, she was marched out of the door and into the dark corridor. The guard at the door watched her leave, confusion still plastered across his expression. You can go with her, Vice ordered with a wave of his hand, and the guard nodded, but before he could shut the door, a terrifying scream stopped him dead in his tracks. On the bed, Cheska suddenly doubled up in pain. Her hands pressed on her womb as if it could help, but it didn't, and she cried out again, even louder this time. Vice turned around eagerly, eyeing the blood and fluid that had suddenly appeared on the clean white sheets and the princess's nightdress. Cheska, wide-eyed and afraid, looked to him, and in that moment, in the flickering yellow light of the guard's torch, she saw the hungry look in his eyes, and the faintest of smiles flitted across his pale lips. Another wave of pain came, and another scream. Vice clicked his fingers, and the gawping soldier managed to tear his eyes away from the princess. Fetch me the seer, now, he ordered, and nodding furiously the guard backed out of the room, and the sound of running boots receded. Vice clapped his hands together and light filled the room. He closed the door and rubbed his hands together. Finally, he said to himself, the child was coming. Ignoring Cheska's pain screams, he calmly pulled up a chair, and waited for the seer to arrive. Dawn fumbled with the edges of the world. The storm still held sway over the dark sky. In the north, hiding in a valley in the Osvan Mountains under the monochrome cover of the pre-dawn darkness, a sprawling army began to strap on their armor and sharpen their swords one last time. It had been a miracle of organization and stubborn will, and now the gathered armies numbered in the tens of thousands. But, despite all the effort, their ranks were still nowhere near the combined numbers of the Arkat and Skalgard forces. There was a tension in the air that nobody mentioned, a strain of doubt in all their thoughts. It was swallowed like hard bread in dry farska, and ignored. The witches and wizards stood in circles, whispering and checking their potions and spellbooks. Flag-bearers and others holding trumpets and drums chattered nervously about anything they could think of besides the impending battle. The sirens from the north, the lost clans, busied themselves with their bows and their arrows, making sure each crow feather was straight and perfect, and that each steel arrowhead was sharper than the wind. They silently chanted little prayers to themselves. The gods, had they not been so distracted with their own worries, would have been busy harvesting them that morning. Glassthorn and his rider rake had managed to gather a handful of clans and tribes from the north and northwest, and they had finally arrived with their black bears, giant rats, armored goats, and talking eagles. They sat on the edges of the bustling camps with their trained animals, roasting unidentified meats over little fires, and painting themselves with bright vegetable dyes. The Dukes of Albion had kept their word. Hawks had arrived bearing news that they were ready to attack from the Burn Sea. Their little ships hid in the rocky bays surrounding Port Rose and its harbor walls, waiting to pounce. Their land forces had met with whatever motley gangs of peasants the cliff cities of Halern and Midgreer had been able to spare. They now huddled with the rest of the army, muttering and wary. High above the valley, on a wide knuckle of frozen rock, Farfallen was getting his armor ready. He had arrived sometime in the night, bearing Turfing and Svarta. None of them had slept, and it was obvious in their hollow eyes and drawn faces. Around the old dragon, his captains Glassthorn, Towerdawn, Clearhollow, and Havenhigh, and their riders were doing the same. It was an old tradition that the rider, and the rider only, fit their dragon's armor. Each suit was especially designed and forged for each dragon, and each suit fit perfectly. It mirrored every single scale with plate and chain mail, using woven and interlocking sections that moved like a second skin. A dragon's scales were formidably solid at the best of times, but it never hurt to wear armor, especially when facing he poison arrows and ballistas of the Skalgard. Aram sat across from the golden dragon, watching Svarta strap the plates together. A giant battle-axe leant against his shoulder and a whetstone lingered in his hand. It had been an hour since she started and the queen was close to finished. The one-eyed siren sniffed the cold mountain air. Almost dawn, he said. His own armor shone in the nearby firelight. Intricate and polished, it was one of Turfing's designs, and it fit perfectly. In fact, half of the riders were wearing the mage's strange armor, fresh from the drawing paper and the forges. After all, they needed every advantage they could lay their hands on. The old dragon looked to the east, where the dark sky behind the cloud-wreathed mountaintops was beginning, almost imperceptibly, to lighten. He avoided the temptation to sigh, and simply nodded instead. His captains were watching him. That it is, old friend, he said. The whetstone slid along the edge of the axe once again and Aram thumbed its edge. That's about as sharp as it's going to get, he mumbled to himself. Looking around him at the proud dragons and their silent riders, he grunted and stood up. He went to stand beside Farfallen and ran a careful hand over the polished metal plates hugging the dragon's flanks. There still hasn't been any word from Farden or Durnus. Turfing is beside himself. Then we have no other choice, said Farfallen. We leave it to Turfing. We'll clean up their mess, then, muttered Svarta. Her hair was tied back in a tight knot, and it made her face look sterner than normal. Her armor matched Farfallen's, and a long, narrow sword hung from her hip. Aram leant closer to the dragon. And what of the rest of our spies, and those ships? Farfallen took a moment, making sure his captains were not listening. He turned to face the siren and stared into his eye. Aram heard his voice deep in his head. We have heard nothing from them, and so must assume the worst. Even if there was a resistance force in Krauslung, then I doubt any of them are still alive. And we both know the ships were never my concern. The child is the only thing I care about destroying today. Vice is next in line. Understood, nodded Aram, and said no more. He left the dragons to it and trudged to the nearest spur of rock. From there he could look down on the entire army. They littered the snowy slopes in their thousands. In the charcoal darkness it looked as though the frozen ground itself slithered and convulsed. 1,000 campfires filled the valley, and in between their flames silhouettes of beasts and men moved, occasionally catching the light on their sharp blades and burnished shields. Whispers and shouts and chants and prayers floated up to the siren's ears with the bitter winds, and together they sang a nervous song. Aram held his axe at his side, relishing the cold of the blade under his rough hands. His armor creaked as the wind played with it. To the south he could see the faint orange glow of Krauslung. He could remember feeling the pressure of those streets and their people, like the bubbling pressure of a hot spring waiting to explode. And now, as it had turned out, he was going to be in the thick of it when it did. Aram gripped his axe tighter, feeling eager to use it. It is going to be a long day, and a tough one at that, he said to himself, and went back to rejoin his dragons. No more than half an hour later, the valleys between the slumbering mountains came alive with roars and cries, shouts and bellows. Secrecy was thrown aside and stamped out like the campfires, and the sound of clanging swords and trumpets and drums reverberated until the peaks and rocks shook under their icy blankets. Fountains of fire sprang from the mouths of the dragons and the orange flames danced on the snow. Armor shimmered in the white-hot light. Riders leapt aboard their steel-wrapped dragons and raised their fists and swords in the air, joining the cries of the others. There was no time or need for speeches. Farfallen wordlessly got to his claws, and with deep and powerful strokes of his golden wings, rose high into the air. He was followed by dragon after dragon until the sky was full to bursting. Below them, the rocks shook under the countless pounding of marching feet. Like it or not, it was time for war, and war alone. To the south, a darting shadow flitted across the foamy seas of the Bay of Rose. Dawn had yet to break and the dragons were still donning their armor, but this dark figure had no time to lose, and was not about to wait for them. It skimmed the waves with its curved claws and slipped unnoticed through the stubborn darkness until it was hovering near the western walls of Krauslung's harbor. The sea frothed beneath it. Waves rolled like rugs of gray-green stone and old copper. The bells of the ships had been silenced with cloth. Only the seagulls dared to make a noise. They gathered on the rooftops and cackled like the witches of a fairy tale. They could feel the tension in the air, the nervous electricity. It would be a day Emaneska would never forget. Slowly but surely, and with the quietest of wing beats, the shadow crept across the rocky sloping cliff face of Versufel, and managed to slip unnoticed between the buildings of a remote, narrow street. The shadow landed without a sound. Farden swiftly jumped from the griffin's back and crouched on the dirty cobblestones. Fortunately, the street was quiet, dark, and empty. Slowly, and with a metallic, slithering sound, Farden withdrew his sword from its scabbard and stood up. There was a stale smell of sickness and death on the cold wind. Farden wrinkled his nose and turned to Ilios. The griffin could smell it too. You stay here until either I return or Farfallen attacks, okay? Ilios nodded and whistled softly. He squeezed into a gap between two broken buildings, and there he crouched down and folded his wings. Only his eyes could be seen, glinting softly in the darkness. Farden took a deep breath. His heart was pounding against his ribs. He lifted a hand to brush his disheveled hair from his face and found it shaking. There was no time to waste, and so he jogged into the dark streets, hugging their walls. It didn't take long to discover what Krauslung had descended into. Dead bodies hid in doorways and alcoves. Some looked as though they were sleeping, while others looked disconcertingly twisted. Seagulls had picked at them. Farden, unable to stop but unable to ignore them, tried his best to avoid them and jogged on. Every body he stepped over only made him angrier. He soon encountered his first patrol, then the second patrol, then the third, then the fourth. The closer the mage got to the Archcathedral, the more frequent and larger the patrols became. Farden hid in dark doorways and held his breath until they passed by, spears tapping and armor clanking. Farden kept off the main routes, tiptoeing through the back alleys and avoiding torchlight like the plague. He wasn't about to risk raising the alarm before the sirens attacked, and therefore he had to be sneaky and beyond careful. Farden soon came across a main street that curved a winding path downhill towards the port. He crouched in the shadows and looked left and right. Uphill meant the Archcathedral and Cheska. His heart beat out a nervous tune at the thought. He closed his eyes to find her face and that terrible knife sweeping down through the air imprinted on his eyelids. Farden shuddered and stepped out into the bright light. Put up and brave, he jogged up the hill, hoping he could make it to the doors of the Archcathedral before being spotted and stopped. He did not get far. A patrol appeared ahead of him, too far away to notice him, but close enough for Farden to be caught out in the open. He stood on a part of the street without alleyways or side streets, just long rows of bare walls and cracked windowpanes offering nothing in the way of a hiding place. Farden looked up at the tall buildings, imagining baleful eyes in the dark windows. Suddenly a thought grabbed him and he remembered his uncle's lessons in Josphin, lessons of illusion and camouflage. Farden instantly leapt to the side and found the nearest brick wall. The sound of marching boots and spears were getting louder. Farden rubbed his vambraces together and felt the magic quickly bite. He felt the cold wall with his fingertips, feeling the cold bricks, scraping the crumbly grouting under his fingernails, feeling how it was missing in some parts. He pressed his head against the brick and felt how solid it was, how cold and unassuming it was, how unobtrusive and everyday it was, all the while staring at the armored guards that approached him. And walked straight past. Farden stood as still as a skeleton, and watched the score of men pass by, muttering to themselves. The mage looked down and noticed that his hand and his arm, even his vambraces, had become wall-colored. His skin was gray and as rough as brick. He looked down and saw his chest was a pattern of brick and cement, exactly the same as the wall. As soon as Farden saw it, his concentration broke and he emerged from the wall, normal once again. Farden rubbed his fingers together. They felt dusty and cold. Shadowsift, he recalled. But Farden had little time to stop and stare, so he kept going, hugging the darker side of the street once again. As he approached the white marble cliff face of the Archcathedral, as he had done hundreds of times in the past, he looked up at the spiraling turrets and parapets looming high above him. It was dark and cold, empty even, yet Farden knew it teemed with soldiers. Its myriad windows were black except for one. It shimmered in the way a star does, when it seems so close that one could pluck it from the sky in its ripeness and hold it glistening in the hand. He knew it had to be her room. Suddenly, a splash of bright torchlight flooded the empty street. Farden dove for cover behind a broken cart and concentrated on being small and silent. There were loud voices and shouts, and woeful cries, and through the gaps in the wooden cart Farden spotted a group of people hauling a person across the cobbles. There was a large man, perhaps a woman, dressed in heavy skullguard armor, a general or captain by the looks of her. She was flanked by a dozen soldiers bearing torches, and together they were half-dragging, half-carrying another woman. She cried out and tried to wriggle free, but the soldiers were too strong. Farden squinted. In the light of their torches, he could make out white skirts, an apron, bare feet, and brown curly hair. Farden leant forward and pressed his nose against the cart as they passed by. They were too busy with the struggling woman to notice a man hiding behind a disused cart. He peered at their captive. He could just make out her face in the light. Farden flinched when he recognized her, so shocked in fact he almost forgot where he was, and went to stand up and call out to her. But he was better than that, and stayed firmly where he was, watching like a hungry eagle as they pulled and yanked her down the street and away from him. Had she failed, or had she succeeded and already killed Cheska and his child? There was no way of knowing, he told himself. He frantically rubbed his eyes and stared again. There was no mistaking it. She cried out again, begging to be let go, and the mage recognized her Albion accent. It was unmistakably Ilesi. Farden instantly found himself torn, as though he were a sheet of useless paper. He stared up at the flickering window at the top of the Archcathedral, and thought of Cheska. Farden clenched his teeth and looked back to poor Ilesi being dragged downhill towards the docks. Get to Cheska, or save the chambermaid, deliberated a voice in his head. The mage stood and stepped out into the street, sword in hand. He looked again to the flickering window. The twin bells of Ursufal and Harja were silent, no guards were running to and fro, there were no screams. Ilesi would already be dead had Vice caught her. He still had time. He could save Ilesi and then get to Cheska before dawn. The mage hoped desperately to the gods that he was right as he ran across the street and after the maid. The guards led him a winding route through street and alley until finally they emerged onto the boardwalk of the harbor. There, out of the relative cover of the slim streets, the wind was once again cold and biting. In the distance, the waves roared and hurled themselves at the gap in the harbor walls. Spray and rain had made the wood underfoot treacherous. Salt filled the air. The mage had never seen the harbor so empty. Only a handful of fishing boats, maybe even a stubborn carrack or two, had stayed. They were dwarfed by the huge dark ships that floated, heavy and ponderous, on the eastern side of the harbor. If Farden had looked hard enough and long enough, he might have spotted several dark shapes hovering on the storm-chased waves far out to sea, near the islands of Scap, ready to pounce when dawn came. Despite the creaking of the remaining ships and the booming of the wind-blown waves, the port was unnaturally quiet. The bars and taverns had been either gutted and smashed or boarded up. Arca and Skullguard soldiers alike lined the piers and boardwalks. They smoked pipes and chatted to each other in low voices as they shivered at their many posts. They watched with indifferent faces as a teary-eyed maid was dragged past them. None of them noticed a mage following them, hooded and cloaked and sneaking about in the shadows, blending perfectly with the walls and wooden walkways. Ilesi had given up on screaming and begging. The woman, whom she heard the men call Agfrey, or General, had struck her hard in the mouth to keep her quiet. It had worked. Ilesi now resigned herself to crying quietly, and sucking on her bleeding lip. The soles of her feet had been shredded and bloodied by the icy cobbles. Still they dragged her on. She wasn't given long to agonize over where they were taking her, and when she realized, the tears rushed back to her eyes. Ilesi was hauled to the eastern side on the harbor, where a dozen giant ships sat heavy and low in the stinking salty water. Eyes watched her approach, both from the huge flat deck of the closest ship, and from the tiny gaps in its hull where fingers and faces battled for space. The stench of fear, mingled with unmistakable reek of human effluent, choked the air. Ilesi began to struggle again, but to her despair the soldiers dragged her mercilessly down a flight of steps and onto the wooden pier that sat alongside the first ship. The wood underneath was sticky and wet with more than just ice. "Who goes there?" challenged a voice from above, not quite a shout nor a whisper but somewhere in between. "It's General Agfrey," barked the big woman. A man walked briskly down the gangplank and stood with his foot on one of the mooring ropes. The soldiers moved forward and the man blinked in the bright torchlight. He looked like a Riton. "By the golden scales, put those torches down," he hissed, pointing to the ship behind him. "The caulking is still fresh. You don't want to send the whole lot of them up now, do you?" The soldiers shook their heads and threw their torches into the roiling waters beside them. They fizzed once and then died, and floated away. "Good riddance, I say," spat the general. "I've got one more for you, anyway, courtesy of his mage." The man walked forward. He sported a long ginger beard and was missing the tip of his left ear. "Another maid? Fair enough. I'm sure we could squeeze her in." The mage clicked his fingers and two more figures descended the plank. "Take her on board and shove her in with the rest." The figures nodded and tugged her onto the ship. Agfrey waited until the maid had been taken out of sight. She nudged one of the mooring ropes with her foot. "I'm surprised they still float, the amount we packed onto them. Full to the brim with everyone we could find. Men, women, and children to boot," said the mage in a cold, emotionless voice, completely unaware of who was listening. "Be ready to cast off when dawn comes." "Right you are. Are all your archers in place?" "Ready and waiting." "And the ballistas?" "Them too." "Good," said Agfrey. "The sirens aren't going to know what hit them." The mage coughed, and smiled in the darkness. "Or what they hit." General Agfrey nodded and waved to her men. They swiftly departed and went back the way they came, minus one maid. The mage hawked and spat into the sea and went back on board his ugly ship. Farden emerged as if from nowhere and slunk along the wooden pier like a rat. He put a hand to the moist hull of the huge ship and pressed his ear to the cold wood. Alongside the fodor of sewage and waste he could smell tar and pine resin in the wood. It felt sticky to the touch. Beside him was the tiniest of portholes, barely big enough to fit a hand through. Farden crouched down to peer through it, and was met by two fingers and a wide eye, frightened and desperate. "Please," whispered the person behind the eye. "Don't kill us." It was all he could manage. The man quickly descended into a fit of coughing. The sickness, thought Farden, and he covered his mouth. He could hear other voices, low moans, vomiting, and crying, and the smell wafting through the little hole made him gag. The whole dark nature of Vice's plot dawned very quickly on him, and Farden put his fist to the wood. Ilesi was in there somewhere with them. The mage crouched down and pressed himself against the hull of the ship as the sound of footsteps from above reached his ears. A soldier, face obscured by darkness, leant out over the side of the ship and peered into the pitch-black darkness that hugged the hull. Even though Farden could have jumped up and touched him, the soldier was oblivious to the mage's presence. He thudded the side of the ship with his palm. "Quiet down in there," he hissed, as if afraid of speaking too loudly. "I won't tell you again, by Avernius tits, I'll just come down and beat it out of you." The moaning from the ill-fated prisoners inside the ship momentarily faded. The mage sniffed. More like it, he mumbled. There was the clinking sound of armor and mail as the man fished himself out of his trousers. With a tired sigh, he began to urinate over the side of the ship. Farden snarled, barely managing to dodge the stream of piss. He drew his sword with a quiet slither of steel. Holding it firmly with both hands and feeling the anger burn inside him, he lunged upwards with all of his might, driving the sword deep into the man's exposed crotch. Before he could make any sound other than a horrified gasping, Farden twisted the blade and dragged the soldier downwards, muffling the sound of the fall with his own body. With one armored hand clamped firmly over the man's face, the mage twisted the sword the other way and drove it inwards and upwards as hard as he could, until the blade bit through the soldier's spine with a crunch. The man was dead before he knew it. Slowly, hands slick with hot blood, Farden withdrew his sword and lowered the man into the pitch-black gap between the pier and the creaking ship, leaving him to sink under the weight of his own armor. Farden spat in place where he sank. "Good riddance, I say," he whispered. Farden wiped his bloody hands on his cloak and then began to creep towards the gangplank, not quite sure what he was intending to do. There were 12 ships in the harbor, each crammed to bursting with people. His people. The Arca, and he was the only one who knew they were there. Farden shook with anger and indecision. He crouched at the bottom of the gangplank and throttled the handle of his sword with both his hands. He looked up at the teeth of the mountain high above him, where the icy peak gnawed at the sky, and groaned. Dawn was breaking over the mountains. The sound of frenetic bells suddenly filled the cold valley. Farden stood up and looked to the north, where the sky was beginning to fill with winged shapes and the hills glimmered with blazing torches. The distant pounding drums joined the frenzied tolling of the bells. He was too late. Farden swore under his breath. The sirens had arrived. Cheska had never known such pain. Her insides were on fire. She felt as though she were slowly but surely splitting in half. To make matters worse, if that were even possible, the maids were pinning her down by her shoulders and ankles, and on Vice's orders they had pushed a small piece of dark wood between her teeth. Their hands were cold and painful, and the strange wood tasted bitter on her dry tongue. It was supposed to numb the pain. It was a damn lie. That other woman, that old seer of Vice's, did nothing except watch, standing calmly at the end of the bed with her arms awkwardly crossed, with that withered arm of hers, just watching. She had a beady look about her, like a hungry crow watching a rabbit in a trap, waiting for it to wriggle itself to death. The princess scowled at the sight of her, wishing her hands were free. Cheska grunted and heaved and lifted her head so that she could see what was happening. Her eyes widened at the sight of the maids desperately mopping up her blood with towel after stained towel. Cheska spat out the scrap of wood. "What's happening to me?" she shrieked, eyeing the scarlet sheets beneath her. The seer walked forward and held her head back so she couldn't watch. The strange woman whispered in her ear. Her voice was like a snake shuffling across dead leaves. "Be still," written, so still and quiet. "The child is coming. The dust song is being fulfilled." Cheska didn't have time to reply. Another wave of pain crashed through her body. Her ritual had been a breeze compared to pain like this. She strangled the sheets with both hands and prayed silently behind clenched teeth. "Give me the wood, or she'll bite her own tongue off," ordered the seer. One of the maids dropped her towel and grabbed the wooden bit, tossing it to the old woman. "Worse things could happen," said a voice behind them, and the seer turned around to see Vice standing in the doorway, eyes aflame with a rapacious urgency. He fixed her with his fiery gaze. He was not in the least bit surprised by the change in her face. In fact, he had expected it. The seer was almost a different woman. Years had fallen from her once craggy face. Her eyes were no longer dull and cloudy, but bright and smoky blue, twitching this way and that. Her jagged teeth had straightened out and shed their yellow hue. Her hair was now jet black instead of gray, and rather than hanging lank and greasy it was now combed and deadly straight, reaching almost to her hips. The most remarkable change of all, however, was that her sleeve no longer hung limp and empty at her side. A withered, but undoubtedly new arm now hid under the cloth of her green dress, and like the broken wing of a bird, it was tucked carefully at her side. Lilith was far from the decrepit tramp she once was, hovering just a pinch and a handful of decades away from beautiful. She was icy and striking, but it was easy to spot the ancient wrinkly face lurking just beneath her skin. Demon blood was a mysterious thing indeed. "Where is my child, Lilith?" Vice demanded. The seer sniffed and smiled. Coming, Vice, be patient. You can't rush her." "Her?" asked Vice. She cackled then, like her old self. "Her indeed, mage, a girl. And a strong girl by the looks of it." Vice wrung his hands delightedly. "How long?" Lilith looked to Cheska, who writhed with pain on the bed. The maids were slowly building a pile of bloody towels at the bedside, but the blood kept coming. Cheska looked at them with a cacophony of emotions in her eyes, pleading with them. The seer tooted and clucked, and with her good hand fiddled with the 3 stones in the pocket of her dress. Soon. You'd better be right, warned Vice. You in a rush, Vice? But the Archmage was not listening. Something had caught his eye. A smile appeared on his face as he pushed the seer aside and marched to the window. He threw the curtains wide open and stared to the north, where the sky had suddenly become full of flapping, wheeling shapes. Behind them in the east, on the fringes of the icy Osvan peaks, dawn was breaking beneath the iron clouds. Torches marched beneath them like a crawling horde of stars, and Vice's smile quickly faded. Bells began to toll on the northern gates. The city beneath him was suddenly infested with soldiers. Vice narrowed his eyes and punched the window so hard it smashed, a spider's web of cracks filling the pane. I am now, he muttered. Behind him, Cheska cried out once more. It was an ear-splitting noise. Vice cursed under his breath. The sirens had arrived, and they had brought reinforcements. Farden was frozen to the gangplank like a statue to a glacier. Flashes and bursts of flame began to light the northern skies, and in the south a swarm of lanterns had appeared on the dark waves. It would be a matter of minutes before the dragons fell upon the docks and its ships. Before Farden could decide what to do, the bells of the shipyard began to toll, startling the sleeping seagulls and raising the alarm. They cried and cawed and flapped and rose in thick flocks to escape the imminent mayhem. Soldiers began to pour out of the taverns and houses lining the boardwalk. Shouts and horns blasts echoed around the harbor, and suddenly the great hulking ships came alive. Farden shrank into the shadows as the mooring ropes were hacked. Sails unfurled and snapped into life as the wind caught them. Farden's boat lurched and bucked. It was now or never. Before they had a chance to cast off the gangplank, the mage exploded from his hiding place and sprinted up the slippery walkway. Jumping over the bulwark, he slashed his sword across the unprotected face of the nearest soldier. The time for sneaking was over, which was just as well, because the man fell down with a loud and sickening cry. Every eye turned on the mage, and in an instant every sword and knife was drawn. Men ran at him from every direction, brandishing every sort of sharp implement imaginable. In the midst of it all, Farden found a grin on his face. He left the sword embedded in the soldier's face and slammed his wrists together with a clang. A wave of magic punched outwards like an invisible fist and threw the charging men flat on their backs. Only one, the mage with the beard, managed to stand his ground. Farden jabbed the air and his fist crackled with lightning. The other mage retorted with a force spell, striking Farden a glancing blow in the midriff. Farden's boots squeaked on the tarred deck as it drove him backwards. Another force spell flew at him, but this time Farden caught it, spun it around, charged it with lightning, and then hurled it straight back. The spell struck the mage in the chest, and he tumbled backwards against the wooden bulwark of the starboard side, his neck burnt and charred. Farden wrenched his sword from the face of the dead soldier and threw it as hard as he could. The blade buried itself in his stomach, and the bearded Riton spat blood, and sagged into death. More men ran at him, and Farden dealt with each one quickly and brutally. One crumpled to the deck as a sharp, cold icicle penetrated his armored thigh. Another found his ribs smashed by Farden's knuckles, while yet another slumped to the wood as lightning surged through his body, turning his veins to fire. His eyes rolled up and he fell limp and useless to the wet deck. Any more? Asked Farden, breathing heavily, and to his slight dismay, some of the men had gotten up, dusted themselves off, and knocked arrows to their bows. The bows sang as the arrows flew. Farden dove to the floor, deflecting a few and dodging the rest. He slapped his palm on the deck and a ripple of magic surged along the tar-painted wooden planks. One of the soldiers was tossed straight over the bulwark and fell with a splash in the murky water below. The others choked on splinters. Farden was already up and ready, and after retrieving his sword he began to hack mercilessly at the confused soldiers. Magic fortifying his blade, he cut deep gashes through their mail and found flesh underneath. A knife caught him on the neck, but he shrugged it aside. An arrowhead scraped his arm, but he didn't notice. The mage was in his element. In 3 short minutes, the deck was awash with blood, and the mage stood surrounded by dead and dying soldiers. He did not waste any time watching them die. The dragons were getting closer, and by the looks of it, the 11 other ships had already released their moorings and were beginning to sail for the gap in the harbor walls. Farden growled, the bastards had even lit lanterns to catch the sirens' attention. Farden heard the whine of arrows and ducked. It was just in time. Archers from the nearest ship had spotted him and began to launch volley after volley at the mage. There was shouting and panic from below. Something whirred and thudded, and suddenly there was a loud snapping noise as a ballista on the nearby ship fired. Farden jumped as a huge bolt, almost 5 feet long, crashed through the wooden bulwark inches from his elbow and sent splinters flying in his face. "Bastards!" yelled Farden, rolling to what he assumed to be safety. He winced as he plucked a long splinter from his cheek. He sneaked a quick look over the boardwalk and realized that his ship had drifted along with the others and was slowly heading out to sea. Again he looked to the north, where flame and arrows now fought for space. The dragons would be upon them in moments, and they had no way of knowing the ship's true cargo. The people of Krauslung would be slaughtered and drowned in their thousands. Soaked in tar as they were, it would be aflame in seconds, and out in the rough seas the Arca people would either cook or be drowned like plague-ridden rats. Stuck between a dragon and a hard place, Fardan said to himself. The mage began to crawl to the main mast, dodging arrows as he went. He pulled every scrap of his mind together and thought as hard as he could about one name, hoping to the gods that he would hear him. Ilios, Ilios, Ilios. Unseen by any human eyes, ignored by all, two shafts of faint light drifted, ghost-like and veil-thin, above the stormy clouds and high into the frenzied sky, past the hissing sun, past the slippery moon, higher than the mind could imagine, higher than the plains of darkness, until they stood between the stars at the gates of a shimmering fortress of light and shadow, weak and shaky on a bridge of rainbows. Bolts slid from holes, cogs whirled and cranked, and the two shadows were ushered indoors. Wings rustled. Careful eyes stared into the darkness behind them. It has begun, said a deep voice. Then we can only trust to luck, whispered Avernia. By her side, Thrawn put a hand to his throat. I failed, he whispered. Let us hope that you did not. It was all that could be said. Chapter 21. Pray, and the gods might hear you. Don't pray, and nothing will hear you. Etched into the wall of an arcathedral prison cell. Turfing's heart was beating like a battle drum. He had never ridden a dragon before. Had he not been stuck in the midst of fierce and terrifying battle, he would have enjoyed it immensely. No battle, not in the history of Emaneska, had ever gone exactly to plan, but Krauslung had already descended into utter chaos, and they had only been fighting for less than a minute. The air hummed with the sound of arrows. Above them, the fleet of dragons wheeled like vultures and rained fire down on the city. He could see the paler dragons of the Lost Clan swooping to and fro, grabbing men in war machines from the streets with their sawblade claws and hauling them high into the air only to drop them again. Behind them a yellow dragon fell, a ballista bolt stuck deep in its ribs. Turfing winced and gritted his teeth as he watched the young beast spin out of control, its rider yelling and flailing. The poor reptile landed in a broken heap in a street swarming with Skullguard and Arca soldiers, who wasted no time in finishing it off. Ochre blood filled the gutters. Dodging a cloud of arrows, Farfallen banked and twisted and the world capsized for a brief moment. Turfing's inside somersaulted, and before he could recover, the old dragon swooped downwards, skimming a forest of chimneys and weather vanes. Up ahead, a roof poked its tiled head above the rest and Farfallen wasted no time in blasting it with fire. The house exploded and the archers that had been climbing its roof were flung screaming in all directions, skin and hair ablaze. Svarta hugged her dragon's armored neck with her legs, using a short bow to pick off strays. Behind her, the old mage hurled spell after spell into the pandemonium below. As they rocketed back into the dark sky, Turfing shouted over Svarta's shoulder. Set me down with Aram. We can't waste time picking off archers. He bellowed over the raging wind. Svarta shook her head and fired off another deadly arrow. She waited until she had watched the arrow hit her mark before answering. Not yet. Farfallen and Towerdon can't risk landing until we've broken through the gates. Then we can put you down near the Arcathedral. But we're running out of time. Shouted Turfing, but nobody was listening. He hung on tightly as Farfallen skimmed over the parapets of the Arcathedral and pulverized a section of battlement with his armored tail. Men screeched as they plummeted to the cobbles far below. The old dragon roared to his captains above. Glassthorn. Take a contingent and attack those ships before they reach the harbor walls, the rest of us will focus on the gate. The city is too dangerous. As if to reiterate the dragon's point, a ballista bolt suddenly glanced off his wing with a metallic thud. The old dragon grunted and flapped higher. Are you okay? Called Turfing. Svarta answered with a grim nod, and rubbed her arm. The mage looked to the north, where their forces were swarming over the hills like insects over a fresh corpse. Krauslung was well and truly under siege. Arrows filled the air like hornets, and all along the walls grappling hooks and ladders fought with boiling water and buckets and baskets of rocks and bricks. Chaos was the order of the day indeed. Farfallen soared higher and higher until the formidable gates and walls below resembled nothing but a tiny fence trapped between two warring carpets. A score of dragons rode the air currents behind him, waiting for the old dragon's signal. On me! Farfallen roared, they dove like falcons, tucking their wings tight to their sides. The wind screeched over their steel armor and whined through their horns like a tortured machine. The walls leapt up to greet them, and Turfing clenched every muscle in his body. Just when it seemed they were about to plunge into the solid walls and be dashed upon the battlements, Farfallen and his dragons flared their wings. The sudden jerk was sickening, and Turfing had to fight to keep from vomiting. The old dragon spewed flame left and right along the top of the wall, dodging arrows as he flew. Flesh cooked, armor melted, stones cracked, and wood dissolved. As they flew by like a golden blur, the mage caught glimpses of soldiers screaming and falling from the wall into the hungry arms of their enemies below. Justice, he thought, sniffing the rushing air, it smelled like burning skin. It was over in moments, and Turfing turned around to watch the other dragons following and scorching the walls in their wake. Again! Roared the old dragon, and up he climbed into the swirling metallic pallet that was the dawn sky, chased by the snap of bowstrings and the hiss of arrows. Farden was not enjoying himself. Not in the slightest. Far from it, in fact. He was besieged by arrows and slingstones, and worst of all, with every thud and thwack of raining missiles, the closer his ship got to the hungry waves licking at the harbor walls. As always, it seemed, the mage was fast running out of time. Farden had managed to trail a rope from the tiller to his hand, and now he was crawling back to lie under the main mast. The rope was barely long enough and he had to stretch, but it was all he needed. Farden placed his feet against the stout pine mast, still sticky with resin and caulking, and raised his hands. The wind whistled. The symbols beneath the red and gold of his vambraces glowed, and quickly the wind became a bitter howl. The sail above him, chalk white and stiff, billowed and bucked as the wind grew and grew. Farden pushed harder and felt the ship sway beneath him. The rope in his hand lurched. Farden pushed harder and watched the wind fill the sail. The sound of waves slapping the bulbous hull grew louder. Another arrow thudded into the deck beside him, and the mage chanced a quick peek over the bulwark. The other ships were now beside and slightly behind him, just where he wanted them to be. Farden yanked the rope sideways and the tiller swung. The ship lurched onto its side, and there was a sudden deep boom as the nearest ship collided with the starboard side. Shouts and cries of panic came from below. Farden jumped to his feet and watched as the other ships began to collide and bump each other, one after the next, until the whole fleet had been brought to a halt, the wind dead in their sails, bows pointing uselessly at the thick harbor walls. Stuck! The mage smiled and quickly bent to seize the handle of a hatch cover under his boot. It was sealed tight with bolts and caulking, so Farden spread his fingers out over the wood. The hatch splintered under the pressure of the spell, but held fast. Farden tried again, muttering below his breath, and the hatch cover instantly split in half. Farden dropped to his knees and poked his head into the darkness, purging it with a clenched fist and a light spell. "Alessi!" he shouted, receiving nothing but a wave of stench and a crowd of blinking and fearful eyes. He winced visibly at the smell of urine and rot. "Alessi!" he called again, dropping into the hold. The deck was sloping severely and he almost slipped on the slimy wood under his feet. The hold was worse than the mage could have imagined. Crammed into every tiny space, stuffed and stacked like rotten goods in a rotting ship, were his people. They were disheveled and slick with muck and cold sweat, even down to the very smallest child, and the look they shared in their eyes said everything. Farden felt his heart sink and fall to wallow in the muck. In all his years he had never seen such blatant cruelty as this. He could only guess at what the decks below this one must have been like. A woman peered out of the crowd, shielding her eyes from the mage's light spell. "Farden?" she called, in a tear-cracked voice. It was Alessi. The mage jumped forward, startling the others, and grabbed her. There was no time for hugging, but he did it anyway. She returned his embrace for a moment before becoming cold and stiff. Farden moved away and she slapped him hard on the cheek. The mage ignored his stinging skin and nodded. It was all he could do. "Save these people," Alessi whispered, and Farden nodded again. "Right," he shouted, "we have no time to lose. The only way you're going to get off this ship is to swim. When you get on deck, move fast and don't look back. Just swim for the docks and don't stop. You stop, you freeze, you drown." The faces around him were a mixture of fear and confusion. Some bobbed their heads and pushed forward, eager not to die. Others gave up and retreated further into the shadows, suspicious of this mage, embracing the hopelessness. Farden found a ladder and propped it up against the hatch. He pulled Alessi towards him, who in turn grabbed somebody else, who did the same again, until a chain of dirty hands was slowly forged. "Wait for me, and mind the arrows," Farden shouted over his shoulder. He could hear their muttering and frightened whispering. Somewhere in the darkness, a baby cried. The mage winced. Farden wriggled onto the deck and snatched another look over the bulwark. He swiftly ducked down again as a swarm of arrows simultaneously thudded into the side of the ship, clattering like the impatient feet of an armored centipede. "Okay then," he said, more to himself than to the maid. The mage clenched both his armored fists and the air shivered around them, crackling with magic. "Stay close," he said. Shimmering with power, Fardan stood and met the arrows and slingstones head-on, his thick shield spell turning the air around them into transparent steel. With clangs and screeches, the missiles ricocheted off the mage's spell, and with every one Alessi flinched and ducked and whimpered. Fardan stepped up onto the bulwark and jumped onto the other ship. Cold waves lurched and roiled beneath him, calling to him, willing him to slip and fall. Alessi followed, hating every minute. Fardan met the men's sword first, holding his spell until the last minute. Blood sprayed the deck as the mage slashed at them. He stamped his foot and a shockwave spread across the deck, shattering planks and hatch covers alike. The deck became a splintered canyon, and the remaining men, 20 or so, fell dazed into the cavernous hold below, where they met the revenge-hungry hands of the people below. Fardan watched as they were literally pulled apart limb from limb, battered by countless fists and strangled by countless fingers. More arrows hissed through the air. One caught him on the leg, glancing off his shining greaves and ripping a wide hole through his cloak, while the rest met another of his shield spells and rebounded harmlessly, littering the broken deck like autumn leaves. A few spells flew at him, thrown wildly by a handful of mages on another of the ships, and they too bounced off his protective wall of magic. But Fardan's head was beginning to throb from the concentration. Magic pounded in his veins. Behind him, he heard the sound of splashing as people began to jump from the first ship, hungry for freedom. Fardan hoped they would be safe on the shore. But then, he heard a sound he did not want to hear. The sound of beating wings. The sound of dragons. Fardan looked up and his heart sank for the second time in as many minutes. A huge contingent of glittering dragons were tumbling out of the sky, as deadly and as sharp as falling swords. Before Fardan could do anything, they fell upon the last ship in the line. Fire sprayed from their jaws as bowstrings yelped and ballista arms clapped. 3 dragons fell into the water, their armor crushed and pierced by heavy ballista bolts, while the others rained fire on the ship's sails and wooden, tar-painted decks. The attack was over in a blur of flame and noise, and the following explosion was so large it surprised even the dragons. Fardan simply stood aghast. The billowing ball of flame burst orange and blinding into the sky, ripping the ship completely in half and swallowing the sails as if they were mere scraps of parchment. The screaming of the splitting wood and the people was deafening. Sails dissolved like burning hair. The masts and rigging snapped like the strings of a tortured harp. Suddenly it was no longer a ship but a roaring and hissing ribcage of black wood. Black bodies rolled with the waves, tar-stained bones and burnt skin, soaked in seawater and sewage and oil. Nothing and nobody had escaped the fireball. Alessi covered her mouth and nose. Fardan shouted and yelled at the top of his lungs at the dragons, but he was nothing over the noise of the waves and the fire. The soldiers on the other ships, smiling grimly at their success, wound the handles of the ballistas and knocked more arrows to their bows, caring little for their burned comrades. "Move!" Fardan snarled at the gawping people climbing out of the hold. They didn't, and he barged them aside all the same. The mage ran to the stern and threw a fireball high into the sky, hoping the dragons would take notice. They didn't, and the mage could see them swarming and circling, getting ready to dive again. More were on the way. An arrow flashed past his face and cut a line across his bloody scalp. Fardan ignored it and continued frantically waving his hands in pure desperation. He was out of ideas. "Fardan, do something!" shrieked Alessi, eyes still clamped onto the burning shell of a ship. "They can't see us!" He yelled back. And then it happened again, the dragons began to dive. Fardan howled and screamed and bellowed and shouted to no avail. Suddenly a dark shape flew out of nowhere and skimmed over the mage's head, so close he felt its claws brush his hair. The soldiers on the adjacent ships went wild, yelling and pointing at it, and desperately tried to shoot the thing down before it got any closer. But the dark shape wasn't interested in the ships. Instead, Ilios met the dragons head-on. He whistled and shrieked at them, and instantly the dragons changed their tack. It was not a moment too soon. The dragons, flying dangerously low and incredibly fast, flared their wings at the very last available second, ripping the sails and rigging apart with their claws as they thundered overhead. One unfortunate dragon plummeted straight into the water, while a handful more crashed into the ships themselves, flattening men and ballistas alike and snapping masts and bulwarks with their pain thrashing. Shouts and cries of dismay joined the roaring flames of the dying ship, while the trumpeting of the dragons drowned it all. Fardan leapt from ship to ship and swung his sword like a wild man. Green light shimmered in his spare hand, and the sounds of cracking armor and bones joined the cacophonous din. Ilios was there in the middle of the fray as well, wings arched, fearsome beak ripping skin from bone, strong claws breaking bows and spears in half. The tide had turned. It didn't take long for the remaining soldiers to fall to their knees and cry out for mercy. At first Fardan wasn't inclined to give it to them, and the first 3 he came across found a sword in their windpipe, or a shimmering green fist inside their skulls. Alessi shouted to him, and he relented. The mage let the red mist in his eyes die away, and he slowly sheathed his sword. A lithe green dragon flew close and hovered in the air above Farden. Glassthorn and his rider, Rake, were bleeding from countless arrow cuts and scrapes. "We had no idea," began the dragon, staring at the people crawling up out of the bowels of the ships, but the mage held up a hand. "There's no time for that," he said. "Where's Farfallen, or Turfing?" Rake jabbed a spear at the city. "North, at the gates, helping our army breach the wall," she informed him, briskly and breathlessly. Farden nodded. "Good," he said. "If you see my uncle, tell him I went after Vice." Glassthorn was incredulous. "But you cannot go alone, remember what your uncle said." Farden glared at the dragon. "It's about fucking time somebody listened to me for a change," he snapped. "Tell him, or don't tell him, it's up to you. I have a half-breed to kill. And a princess and child to find." "So be it," Glassthorn replied, turning away to follow the others. Farden growled. Beside him Elios clacked his beak and looked on disapprovingly, as if he knew what the mage was thinking. Even so, he knelt down so Farden could climb onto his back. The mage patted his feathers. "Where are you going?" came a shout from behind. Farden turned to see Alessi clambering over the fallen rigging, eyeing the dead bodies around her. Farden did not lie. "You know what I have to do," he said quietly. Alessi shook her head. "No, I don't. But whatever it is, you're going to do it, and I hope that for a change, it's the right thing." Farden looked around. Everywhere he looked, disheveled people were climbing out of hatches or standing nervously on the swaying decks, staring wide-eyed at the smoking carnage. He recalled the night the spire had burnt down, and the cold numbness he had felt then. Sometimes, in anesthetized moments like these, all people needed was for someone to point them in the right direction, to shake some life back into them. Farden pointed at them. "I need you to stay here, and help these people to the shore. They need someone like you, Alessi, but..." Alessi shrugged. "At least somebody does," she said, and turned her back on him. The mage watched her help an old man to his feet before sighing and climbing onto the griffin's back. "Take me to the Arcathedral," muttered the mage. In the end, the screaming had died away. There was no longer any reason to scream. Blood painted the sheets a disturbing red, and in between the rolling hills of cotton white and crimson creases, a princess lay dazed and weak, and empty. Her skin, a pale color akin to the pillows that supported her head, was drenched and glistening with sweat. A nightdress, rumpled and soaked, lay around her waist. Cheska was too tired to pull it down, too preoccupied to be self-conscious. A gaggle of nervous maids stood in the corner, their job now done. They held their bloodied towels like shields. Some goggled at the war outside the cracked window with frightened expressions, the rest gazed at the pink bundle in the seer's arms. They didn't dare whisper. They didn't dare move. Vice stood like a marble effigy of himself. Only his hazel eyes moved, and move they did. They roved over the tiny body before him with an avaricious hunger. Lilith crouched between the princess's legs. Carefully, she folded the towel around the little thing, supporting its hairless head, and with her free hand took Alessi's little dagger from her pocket. It glowed even in the light. With a flick of her wrist, she cut the twisted purple cord that stretched from the baby's navel to her mother. Cheska didn't know it, but that was the last time they would ever touch. "Give her to me," said Vice. His sudden voice was loud against the awkward silence of the princess's room. The seer stood, and as careful as could be she handed the little bundle of towels to the archmage. He took it so tenderly that for a moment he looked like a different person. Gentleness was as foreign to him as fire was to ice, yet here he was, holding the newborn as if it could crumble at any moment. "A girl," spoke the seer. "And a strong one at that," replied Vice, feeling the child's legs and arms between finger and thumb. The child opened her eyes and saw the archmage staring down with hungry, varnished eyes, and she stared straight back with a calm pair of piercing blue-green ones, like two glass marbles glittering in the torchlight. Vice took a moment to stare into them, as if mentally imparting instructions to the child, and then held her out so the seer could take her back. She took her gently, and held her against her neck, wrapping her tightly in the towels. "You know what to do," said Vice, to Lilith still staring at the child as if he were speaking to her instead. The woman nodded and smiled a strange smile. "I do," she said. On the bed, Cheska coughed hoarsely. "I want to hold her," she croaked. Vice ignored her, while the seer fixed her with a narrowed look. "Please," begged the princess, holding out a weak and shaky hand. "Let me see her." "No," said Vice, coldly. "You've already done your part. Give her to me." Her voice cracked as she moved to sit up, but she was too weak. Her eyes were frantic. Vice ushered Lilith and the newborn towards the door. He whispered orders in her ear. "Make sure you use the back roads. Head north like we discussed and wait for me in Gordheim, he hissed. He opened the door and found a sweaty, heavily breathing Agfrey standing in the corridor with two written and two soldiers. The four men were helmeted and armored and carrying heavy packs on their shoulders. The only things visible through the slits of their steel visors were their impassive eyes. The group of maids quickly slid past Vice and Lilith, mumbling their apologies, and ran back to their rooms. About time, Vice spat at Agfrey. The Skullguard general bowed. The gates, your mage, they're under siege. I am aware of the situation, you incompetent fool. I have eyes, he replied. Agfrey puffed out her chest. But the sirens, Archmage, there are many more than we had anticipated. Well, after you have escorted this woman and this child safely out of the Archcathedral, then you can go and take care of them, can't you? Replied the Archmage, sarcastically silky and dangerous in his tones. Another hoarse shout came from behind them, but once again Vice ignored it. Vice! Give me my baby! Agfrey looked to the tall, dark-haired woman and abruptly realized what she was carrying. She nodded eagerly and bowed again. Yes, your mage, of course. We must hurry. That we must, said Lilith, in her own snaky voice. And where is Modron? Inquired Vice. Agfrey could only shrug. She was preoccupied with staring at the child. Vice swore. So be it, he said, as a deep boom echoed through the Archcathedral. It is time you left, he said to the seer, but before she turned to leave Vice grabbed her thin, withered arm and breathed in her ear. Don't let me down, Lilith. You hold everything in your hands, everything, do you understand me? She nodded slowly and smiled. Completely. Vice. Came another shout. Then I shall see you in 3 days, he said, staring once more into the child's eyes. She looked back at him with her marble eyes, and didn't make a sound. Lilith walked away, cradling her against her shoulder. The four men surrounded her and together with Agfrey they marched down the dimly lit corridor and disappeared from Vice's view. A loud wail came from behind him, and he turned to see Cheska writhing frantically on the blood-stained bed. Where's my baby, Vice? Cheska screamed at the open door and at the tall man standing in its arch. His nonchalant face filled her with rage. He looked down the corridor and smiled. Safe, he said quietly. Cheska shrieked and flailed like a woman possessed. You snake! You lying bastard, I hope you die. I hope that army marches in here and cuts you to pieces. You're the son of a slave whore, Vice, you're a treacherous bastard. I hope I get to watch when they string you from the walls by your heels and leave you to bleed. Cheska spat. And you know what? I hope that Farden finds you first, you scheming piece of worthless shit. Vice turned back and looked down at the princess swearing and spitting at him. Her face, now flecked and blushed with color, was contorted with fury. Her blonde hair was a tangled mess. He watched as she tried ineffectively to grab at his robes and drag him closer, the key tattoos on her wrists momentarily fluttering into life, too weak to be dangerous. The look in her eyes would have melted a lesser man, yet they had a crystalline, hopeless fragility. Deep down, Cheska already knew she was dying. I wish I could see the look on your face when Farden rips you in half, she breathed, venomously. Give my daughter back, you bastard. Vice looked down at the blood drying on her legs and stomach, and at the fresh blood still leaking out of her. Vice wondered if he should put her out of her misery. But he only smiled. She was never yours to begin with, he said, and with that, he closed the door behind him. He spread his hand over the wood and inlaid silver. The door flinched and swelled, and stuck fast. Had Vice not locked the door, and instead spared a moment to go to the window and look out over his city, he would have seen a chaotic canvas spread before him, a vast artwork painted with reds and grays and yellows, etched with black shadow and glistering steel. To the north the fields between the city and its walls were awash with a metallic gray, the fighting there raged like a fever. Bright fire splashed the thick walls as winged streaks of color swooped in and out, every now and again falling and crashing to the ground with a burst of flame and a muted roar. Reality shimmered like no paint ever could. Vice would have smiled as he watched his seemingly endless forces flow from the city like tributaries to some great river and drive back the invaders. He would have squinted at the motley crowds of soldiers clamoring to break his city, at the colors of their foreign flags. To the south, the waves of the port were a dull green and a cobalt gray. A dozen huge ships fought for space as they made for the harbor's mouth. Their sails were dirty squares of white. An explosion, a sudden smear of yellow and orange flame, momentarily bespattered the scene. A cloud of pitch-black smoke followed in its wake. There were black specks in the water. Above he would have spied dragons pirouetting in and out of the low clouds. Here and there, the dawnlight caught a section of armor, or a sword blade perhaps, or a frosted roof tile, and the city sparkled like it hadn't in months. Viewed from high above it was almost serene. Vice would have surveyed it like an admirer gazing at a fresh, wet portrait, and smiled. And if Vice had looked down, past the crowded parapets and the sheer marble of his fortress, he might have glimpsed a small force of bedraggled men sneaking through the streets towards the Archcathedral. But he didn't. Modron crouched behind a barrel. The center of the city was disturbingly empty. Wary, he looked at the tall buildings leaning over them. There was a clatter as an arrow tumbled down from the sky and became lodged in a lofty drainpipe. Modron frowned. Someone tapped him on the back. He turned to find Alger crouching behind him, a wicked-looking kitchen knife in his hands. "Where is everybody?" he asked. "North," said Modron, "or in there," he added, pointing to the end of the long street, where the walls of the Archcathedral rose out of the cobbles. Squinting in the dim dawn light, the men stared up at the lofty turrets and parapets. They could see nothing at first, but the longer they stared, the more apparent it became. The fortress bristled with soldiers. They crouched behind the battlements, quiet and still, blades low and waiting. The huge gates at the base of the fortress were tightly locked and barred, and behind a makeshift barricade of stone and broken carts stood a large contingent of Written. They patrolled its perimeter, armored and ready. Even from that distance, Modron could feel their magic swimming through the air like a current, shivering, pulsating, making his blood tingle. The others, thankfully, were oblivious to it. The mage pulled his yellow captain's cloak around his knees. He brushed some of the mud from its hem and looked back at the single file of men and women that stretched out behind him. There were others waiting in the houses on the other side of the street. Some were hiding on the rooftops. There were even a few Written hiding amongst their ranks. They were the last of a rare breed, the handful that were still loyal to Modron. The rest of the men and women were the escapees, the once rich merchants, the farmers, the bakers, the downtrodden leftovers of the city, and they were desperately eager for revenge. Some were little more than young lads, terrified and yet brave. One was in the middle of vomiting in a bucket. An older man patted his back, whispering encouragement. Despite their notched kitchen knives and wooden hammers, their patchwork clothes and crumbling shoes, their muddy clothes and gone eyes, Modron wouldn't have wished for a better crowd of men. Desperate men were dangerous men. "Do you remember the plan?" he asked Alger, their unofficial ringleader. Alger nodded. "Of course." "Good," replied Modron. "Time to go." The mage stood up and strolled as casually as possible towards the Archcathedral gates and the contingent of enemy Written. It was barely a second before he was spotted. The air thrummed like the strings of skulls ljat, thick with magic. Amidst the shouts, one of them recognized the billowing captain's cape and Modron's face and stepped forward, hand outstretched. Modron walked up to him and shook his hand, and the tattoos on their wrists flashed briefly. "Captain," said the man, a wary look in his eyes. "We heard you had abandoned us?" "Special orders, if you get my meaning," Modron winked. The man smiled, and seemed to relax. "Any word from the gates?" he asked. Modron nodded. "From what I saw, it'll all be over by noon. The Siren rabble have no chance," he said. "Meanwhile, we need some help on the next street. We found a bunch of rebel Arca barricaded in a house. Need to get them out." "Sounds like fun. Don't see why the Skullguard should get all the action, boys?" smiled the mage, and in that moment Modron found himself hating this man and the others standing around them. He remembered a time when the Written were the pride of the Arca. Brutal and swift, yes, but loyal and righteous, and now here they stood, grinning at the thought of butchering their own people. How Vice had invaded their heads. Modron suddenly understood what Fardan had meant. "Follow me," then, beckoned the captain, and 10 of the Written followed eagerly in his wake. Modron led them to an adjoining street where the buildings became narrow and close. Behind him, the mages rubbed their hands together and readied their swords and their spells. As he walked, Modron surreptitiously channeled his magic reserves, feeling the pressure swell against his ribs and skull, feeling his veins throb. He caught a glimpse of a shadow in one of the windows. The shadow nodded, and Modron pointed to a side alley. "On the right!" he shouted, and instantly the mages turned, perfectly trained to the very last, and summoned their spells. The alley hissed with the sound of ice, fire, lightning, thunder, and wind. Rainbow colors flashed in the narrow street. The air sparked and crackled with 30 different spells, ripping through ranks like a sword through butter. Stones and rocks rained from above. Makeshift arrows jabbed downwards. Lightning flew from mage to mage. Fireballs surged back and forth. Shadowy men darted out of the houses and jumped from windows brandishing clubs and hammers and knives. Soon, it was over, and the 10 Written lay dead and battered in the alleyway. Modron went back to the Archcathedral to fetch some more. "We're through!" roared Farfallen as the huge gates abruptly, and rather surprisingly, caved in. Blue sparks flew from the hinges as the fortification spells were smashed apart. Farfallen and his dragon swung clear of the action, and together they watched their forces rush through the broken mess of wood and metal. Wizards marched forward behind a wall of shields and siren foot soldiers, battling a line of Written who stood brazenly in their path, hurling deadly spell after spell at the invaders. Tribesmen in chainmail-clad bears, their snarling mouths flecked with foam, tried in vain to flank the mages, only to be met by a phalanx of deadly Skullguard Pike's archers loosed wave after wave of arrows into the faces of the brave attackers. Trapped as they were by the thick gateway, they were easy targets. For a terrifying moment it was almost a massacre, and then a score of dragons fell to the ground and began to rip into the Arca and Skullguard ranks claw, tooth, and tail. One poor beast was hacked down by the spears and halberds of the advancing ranks, while another fell to a well-placed bolt of lightning. Farfallen. We need to get the Arcathedral, shouted Turfing, over the pandemonium. The old dragon didn't answer. He stared down at the dragons and his sirens fighting below. He watched as one of the lost clan dragons, its scales the color of dirty ice, charged headlong at the line of Written. It didn't stand a chance. Its milky blood splashed the cold grass of the hill. Farfallen, the mage is right. We're wasting precious time here, pleaded Svarta's voice in his head. The old dragon relented, and silently winged his way towards the Arcathedral. Tower Dawn flew behind them with Brightshow and two others. Aram and Laryl were there, both clinging to the lithe, charcoal-scaled dragon Havenhigh. They swooped so close to the rooftops that their wingtips brushed the chimneys. Two ballista bolts suddenly darted through the sky. The dragon's barrel rolled to dodge them, but unfortunately for Tower Dawn he was too slow. One of the bolts tore through the thin skin of his left wing and he crashed into the corner of a tall house in a shower of tile and stone. Farfallen banked and doubled back in a fierce maneuver and landed in the nearest street. His huge golden wings scraped against the buildings and his giant claws rasped against the cobbles. Turfing jumped from his back. The Arcathedral was barely a dozen streets away and they could already hear the horns and the clatter of running boots coming towards them. Turfing strapped his shield to his back. He could smell magic in the air. He could feel it twitching the hairs of his forearms. Something's going on, he said. Good observation, mage, we're in the middle of a war, replied Svarta, hair flailing in the downdraft caused by the dragons hovering above. Tower Dawn is okay, I can see him in the next street, shouted Brightshow, her voice shrill with panic. There was a huge thud as another bolt flew past and embedded itself in a house. Havenhigh and her rider flew low to drop off their passengers. Her forked tail swished with trepidation. It's too dangerous here, she shouted to the others. Two dark figures leapt from her back and seconds later two sets of feet thudded heavily on the cobbles, one landed nimbly like a cat, the other like sack of rocks. Aram grunted and stood up, lifting his giant battle-axe from his shoulder and squeezing its handle with both hands. Someone's coming, he said, nodding towards the end of the street. The siren was right, a crowd of Arca soldiers were running towards them. Their spears were low and their shields were locked together in a line. A trio of Written stood behind them, wreathed in grey, crackling mist. Get out the way, Farfallen bellowed, taking a deep breath. The others sprang aside and the old dragon filled the street with a river of boiling fire. The Arca soldiers dug in and cowered behind their shields, but it didn't save them, the shields simply melted in their gloved hands. The Written threw up their magic shields and wisely backed away. The street filled with thick smoke. Turfing turned to Svarta and Farfallen. Take the others and get out of here. It's too dangerous for you in between the streets. The mage was right. Svarta and the golden beast rose into the sky with awkward flaps of his wings. We'll watch out for Tower Dawn until he gets to safety. You go and find that child, shouted the old dragon, and with that, they were gone, the thumping of their wings receding behind the roofs of the buildings. Ballista bolts chased them. Turfing nodded grimly, patted Aram on the back. Let's go, he said, and the siren grunted in agreement. Laryl cleared her throat and spun her shortsword experimentally. The girl was putting on a brave face. Stay behind me, said the old mage, and she nodded. Don't expect to have all the fun, muttered Aram. Would you like to place some bets? Asked Turfing, striding forward confidently. Now that the dragons had left, the Arca soldiers had regrouped. They yelled and banged their spears on the cobbles as they began to charge. The mage felt the power surge into his scarred arms, and the skin glowed like fire. Wind leapt up around him. With every step he took it grew stronger and stronger, and then stronger again, until Aram and Laryl were forced to cover their faces. Oblivious and unstoppable, Turfing kept advancing. He spread his arms and clenched his fists as if he were being pulled apart by chains. His veins surged and popped beneath his skin. His bones shook and crunched. Turfing grit his teeth and focused his mind. Turfing swung his arms forward, and clapped his hands once and once only. Then the street imploded. Houses flew apart and hurled themselves into the center of the street in a vicious maelstrom of masonry and glass. Bricks, doors, roof tiles, window panes, gutters, all of them threw themselves wildly at each other. Great deafening booms and crashes shook the street as house after house detonated inwards. It rained stone. Dust replaced wind. Even the cobbles couldn't take it, and they too gave up on life and were ripped from the street. Every step the mage took was a challenge, and with each step another building fractured into 1,000 pieces. As a strained cry ripped from his throat, he clapped his hands together again and lightning surged through the street. Those who weren't dead or buried were knocked senseless and scorched by the shimmering cables of blue electricity that crackled from his fingertips. Finally, Turfing brought the spell to an end and he stumbled on towards the Archcathedral, breathing heavily. Laryl and Aram emerged from their hiding places and brushed the dust from their shoulders. The big siren spat out a splinter of wood and shook his head at the mess around them. The buildings that had once towered over the street had been reduced to a smoking pile of rubble. Blue fire licked at the bits that had survived. Aram turned to the woman beside him. Not known for his subtlety, is he? Laryl shook her head. Not at all, she replied grimly. Come on, Turfing called to them, breaking into a stiff run. We haven't got any time to waste. Aram and Laryl quickly leapt after him, vaulting crumbled masonry and bits of house. They caught up with him at the end of the dusty choked street. They could hear loud shouting and the clashing of steel coming from somewhere close by. All three of them coughed and spluttered. Which way? Asked Laryl, peering into the dust. Before Turfing could answer, a nearby pile of bricks shivered and a young Arca soldier in cracked armor crawled out from under them, gasping and coughing. Turfing instantly had a fireball spinning between his hands, but before he could finish him off, a disheveled man with ripped clothes and a hunched posture sprinted out of the dusty shadows and dispatched the soldier with a savage blow from an ugly-looking wood axe. He clawed him once again to make sure he was dead, and then at the sight of Aram and Turfing, he cried out and ran back into the dust. The shouting grew louder. This way, ordered Turfing. They sprinted over the rubble-strewn cobbles and darted into an adjacent street, running straight into a crowd of disheveled, dusty men in patchwork clothes, all of which were brandishing a marvelous and disturbing variety of implements and tools and weapons. Suddenly faced with a mage, they pointed and shouted and ran forward to attack him. Turfing had other ideas. His fingers began to shimmer with light and fire as Aram began to swing his axe in a circle around his body, daring them to come closer. Just before they clashed, a man in armor and a mustard-yellow cloak ran between them and quickly held up his hands. Stop! He yelled, pointing to Aram and his spinning axe. He's Siren, you idiots! They're with us! And who exactly is us? Asked Turfing, eyeing the man and his intricate Arca armor. There was magic in this man. He had very short, blonde hair, clipped close to his scalp, and his clean-shaven face was streaked with dirt and sweat. The sword at his side dripped bright spots of blood on the dusty bricks beneath his feet. Behind him stood a half-dozen other mages, dusty and scowling. You look like written to me, said Turfing, keeping the fires burning in his palms. Modron narrowed his eyes. And judging by the scarred tattoos on your wrists, I'd say the same thing of you. He wondered if he could trust these three. He didn't really have a choice. My name is Modron, and until 3 days ago, I was the captain of the Written. And your friends? They might want to put those mallets and knives down if they know what's good for them, warned Aram. Modron waved his hands at the gang of wild-eyed men and women. We're what's left of Crosslon, the ones Vice couldn't catch, shouted a man in the patchwork crowd. Turfing clenched his fists and quenched his fire. Well, he said, the more the merrier. Modron looked at the old mage standing across from him and felt an inkling of recognition. There was something about his face that was very familiar. And who might you be? He asked. We're running out of time, is who we are, said Turfing, not bothering with any sort of pleasantry. He had a battle to fight. Pleasantry could wait until after. So, Captain, can you get us inside the Archcathedral? Modron looked around at the rubble-strewn street. Funnily, I was about to ask you the very same thing. Well, maybe we can all have a go, interjected a very familiar voice. All heads turned to see another mage emerge from a shattered alleyway. His black hair was slick with seawater and flecked with dust and blood, and his forearms and thighs glittered with red and gold armor. There was a tired look in his eye, and a number of ugly cuts across his face and arms. A sword was strapped between his shoulders. Farden crossed his arms and it occurred to the others that he looked drained, and not particularly pleased to see them. Having a family reunion, are we? He asked. Turfing went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Farden tried a polite smile. It didn't seem to fit, so he let it fade. Ilios? asked his uncle, walking to greet him. Farden pointed to the murky, smoky sky. Turfing nodded. Durness? Asked Farden, and his uncle shook his head and looked at the ground. Farden felt a wave of grief wash over him. You know? Asked Turfing. Farden nodded. Turfing winced guiltily, eye twitching. I'm sorry that we couldn't tell you, Your excuses can wait until later. If there is a later. Modron piped up. You two know each other? He asked, and they both nodded. Modron suddenly realized what had been pestering him. The older mage had been there the day he had fought Farden in the market, the one that had ridden that incredible winged beast. Now it dawned on him, the two were obviously related. Modron could see it etched into their faces and in the way they stood. This man was Farden's uncle, the notorious, murderous madman. That was a story that could probably wait for later, he decided. And you two know each other? Rumbled Aram, waving his sword at the two younger Written. Farden narrowed his eyes at Modron. We used to, muttered the mage. Still do, returned Modron, holding out a hand. Farden sniffed and for a moment he stood still. I suppose we do, he replied, and grabbed his friend's rough hand and gripped it hard. Their tattoos glowed, burning away their quarrels. That's enough talk, Turfing reminded them. He looked to his nephew. Let's get this over with. Farden stared into the dust. Yes, let's, he said. And with that the ragged and rather eclectic group moved on towards their prize, the Arcathedral, sporting grim faces, white knuckles wrapped around their weapons. They dodged and weaved around the houses, determined to the last. Nobody spoke. Looking up at the pale fortress that loomed over them, Farden tried to pick out Cheska's window, but for some reason he couldn't find it. The mage wouldn't have mentioned it, not in a million years, but he was suddenly quite nervous. Fear began to pluck at his heart. It pinched his gut. General Agfrey, meanwhile, was sweating like a hog. It was not the seer breathing down her neck, nor was it the heat of the torch she carried, nor was it the thick and heavy armor that clanked and rubbed against her skin in every conceivable way, it was something else. She had no idea what it was, but for some reason she was sweating profusely. Perhaps on some level, just like a doomed farm animal, she could feel the axe dangling precariously over her neck. Little did she know it was hastening towards her as fast as she hastened down the black corridor. She led the four soldiers, the seer, and her precious bundle a spiraling path down the worn steps of the mighty Arcathedral. Despite the thick marble of the fortress walls, deep thuds and booms echoed through the hallways and shook dust from the rafters. Every now and again, they would hear the clack-clack-clack of reloading ballistas, shouts, and the whoosh of passing dragons. Far above them, the twin bells Harjat and Ursufal pealed persistently. Not long now, said Agfrey, feeling a need to say something. Good, whispered Lilith. The child in her arms coughed and spluttered quietly, in the feeble way newborns do. The seer wiped a cloth across her little face. Soon, they came to the main stairwell and they jogged down the steps two at a time, armor clanking and boots thudding. There was a large crowd of Arca guards gathered at the bottom, in the main entrance hall, dressed in the full gold, green, and black armor of the Arcathedral and Avernia Guard, armor that had been specially commissioned and forged by the finest blacksmiths the Arca had ever employed, armor that could deflect the spells of even the hardiest mage. Mages, yes, but not Written. The guards stood in tight ranks with their circular shields held tightly and their sharp spears pointing outwards like the spines of a quillhog. The front rows crouched behind iron barriers bolted into the marble floor, arrows knocked to their tall longbows. Every man had his eyes fixed on the huge doors of the Arcathedral. Something was trying to get in. Bangs and crashes shook the iron doors, making them quiver and tremble. The hinges creaked and whined to the muffled sound of yelling from outside. Booming echoes flew like bats around the cavernous atrium. What's going on here? Barked Agfrey, wiping sweat from her brow. Strands of hair pestered her eyes. One of the men, a sergeant from his insignia, turned around and looked her up and down. His magic armor hummed. He pointed at the door. They're in the city, General Agfrey, and now they want in here. Not going to happen. Behind him, his men grumbled in agreement and shuffled their feet, their magic shields clinking and vibrating. Just then, as if to prove him wrong, one of the gigantic hinges supporting the left door suddenly twisted with a metallic squeal. The sergeant yelled orders at his men. Left flank, barricade that door. The rest of you, fill the gap. 40 Arca guards ran to brace the door, while the rest quickly shuffled into position. The door jerked wildly under the soldiers' hands. The iron moaned and complained. Where are the Written? Somebody shouted. They were all outside. Came the reply. Another crash shook the door and a hinge popped from its enormous fixings. The layers of lock spells the Written had placed on the door groaned under the strain of whatever was attacking it. The soldiers shoved their shoulders against the iron as hard as they could, but it was no use. Before others could run to help them, the door collapsed inwards, crushing half of the men underneath it. In the dusty half-light of the broken doorway stood a dozen brazen figures. Before anyone could launch a spear, or even take a step forward, forks of lightning and rivers of fire filled the atrium. The guards hid behind their shields and grit their teeth as their spell-proof shields took the brunt of the attack. Longbows thudded. Modron and his Written tried to hold their ground as the two mages at their center unleashed whirlwind after whirlwind of spells. Had they time to gawp, they would have done so. Farden and his uncle were incredible, and the uncle especially. The old mage's scarred wrists glowed like blazing torches. The combined force of their magic was dizzying. Modron felt his ears pop with every spell they cast. Aram, Laryl, and the bloodthirsty rebels quickly seized their chance. They surged past the mages, swarming like bees. They threw themselves wildly at the ranks of shining arcathedral guards. Screams and yells filled the air. The white marble floor was quickly redecorated with gore from both sides. Stupefied and surprised by the sudden storm of action, Egfrey, the battle-hardened general of the Skullguard army, abruptly found herself in the grip of panic. Over the heads of the battling men, she met the eyes of a fierce blonde mage whose face flashed in the light of the whirling spells. Modron spied her, and flashed teeth. Egfrey began to run. This way! She yelled at the seer and her soldiers. They needed no further encouragement. They ran back up the stairs and scurried down an adjoining corridor, heading for the dark, honeycomb corridors that were the bowels of the arcathedral. "Where are you going?" yelled Farden above the battle noise, as Modron began to pick his way across the smashed door. Beneath it men groaned and gasped for air. "Unfinished business!" Modron shouted over his shoulder. He jumped to the blood-streaked floor and sprinted across the marble atrium. Managed to hack his way past the left flank of the guards, he quickly ran in the direction Egfrey had escaped. It was time she paid for what she and her army had done to this city, he muttered himself. He wanted her either dead or dying at his feet. "Where's he going?" yelled Turfing. Farden shrugged and simply followed suit, sliding down the broken door to the floor, boots squeaking on the marble. Turfing, grimacing, had no choice but to follow, and together the two mages drew their swords and dove into the fray. Aram was there whirling his axe, splintering spear shafts and crushing shields, while Laryl bravely darted in and out, stabbing and thrusting with her short sword. The fear on her bloodied face was palpable. Farden longed to help them, but he couldn't waste any more time that he already had. Instead, he and Turfing viciously chopped their way through the spears on the left flank until they made it to the open hallway. Modron was nowhere to be seen. Farden looked up at the main stairwell, glaring at each marble step in turn. The dread was like a boulder in his stomach. Beside him, Turfing felt it too. His determination had suddenly wilted. Perhaps it was the long-forgotten surroundings, or the feel of a very familiar magic in the air. He looked around him, a hint of fear in his wizened features. "Farden." He began, but his nephew cut him off. "Now or never, uncle," he snarled, and strode forward, praying he wasn't too late. Turfing reluctantly in tow, Farden ran up a set of stairs and took a right down a wide corridor. The noise of clashing metal and boots thudding on marble filled the air. Behind him, Turfing ran a hand across the nearest wall. "It's been so long since I was here," he said. Farden sighed and kept running. "No time to be sentimental, uncle," he shouted. Turfing twitched and said no more. Without warning, a guard jumped out of an alcove and swung a knife at the older mage. Turfing cried out, surprised, and managed to bat the blade away with his shield and headbutt the guard hard in the nose. The man reeled backwards for a moment, then, snorting blood, he charged headlong at his foe, aiming to tackle the mage to the floor. Turfing was almost bowled over as the man flew into his stomach, but somehow he kept his balance, and with his free hand he flicked an intricate-looking lever on the top of his breastplate, and there was a sudden, sickening, twanging noise. The man slumped to the floor, dead as a nail. His face was a contorted and bloody mess. One of his eyes had disappeared inside his skull. Farden looked on, sword at the ready, and slightly confused. He noticed the sharp spikes sticking out of his uncle's armor like displaced ribs. Two of them glistened wetly. With a turn of a little wheel and a mechanical clicking at the small of his back, the spikes were wound back into place. Turfing kicked the body aside and ran on. Farden jogged alongside him. "Vice will be in the Great Hall," he said, quietly. "Cheska is more important," said his uncle, twitching at Vice's name. His nephew swallowed. "I know. Let's just hope we're not too late." Farden said nothing. "Gods," Turfing muttered. "Where are you, Durnus?" Chapter 22. When the sons of gods went to the daughters of man and had children by their wombs, they became the giants of old, the Nephilim, men of renown and infamy, dangerous like wolves amongst sheep. From the gathered prophetics. In Albion, the rain had never stopped. Heavy drops pelted the grass as though they were punishing the world. It was like the sun had never risen, and instead had become stuck beyond the mountains. Darkness was at the mercy of the lightning. Beneath the grinding, rumbling clouds, two figures lay on a hillside, one dead and broken, one broken and undecided, dueling with death. Poison contorted his face, it was obvious in the milky whiteness of his eyes, the gaping purple of his lips, and the swollen, angry gashes on his shoulder and neck. His ruptured veins no longer throbbed. Rainwater had washed them clean hours ago. Nothing but the wind-blown grass moved. Thunder rolled overhead, and suddenly the dying man convulsed as though an invisible hand had picked him up and shaken him. The skin around his wounds began to knot itself together, and slowly but surely, the blood began to flow. Out of his nose and ears and trickling from the corner of his eyes, dark blood started to dribble down his rain-lashed skin. The man began to retch and roar like a strangled saber cat. He vomited then, a terrible raw heaving, and soiled his shredded clothes. A force unknown wrenched him upright, and again he vomited, this time in the grass. Lifting shaking hands to wipe the seeping blood and poison from his face, he raised his milky eyes to the stormy sky. Lightning coursed through the roots of the clouds, yet the man did not flinch. Not a muscle. Durnus dragged himself from the grass and ripped the clothes off his drenched skin. Thunder chased the lightning then, and he bellowed with it, a yell of wretchedness and pain and desperate relief. With shaking hands, he felt for the lump of metal hidden deep in his pockets, screwed shut his pale eyes and vanished with a boom and crack. "It worked," said a deep voice. "It actually worked." "But what have we unleashed?" replied another. The sky held its breath a little longer. Agfrey skidded to a halt at the end of a dark corridor devoid of windows. "What now?" Behind her, Lilith scowled and narrowed her eyes like a greedy magpie. "Where have you taken us now?" She spat. Agfrey ran her hands over the wall frantically. "Vice told me this was a way out." One of the mages barged past her. "It's a secret exit, a corridor into the mountain," he muttered behind his visor. Agfrey glared at him as she was pushed aside. "And how do you know about it?" she asked. "How do you think, General?" replied the mage, snatching the torch from her. "His mage entrusted it to me." He held the flame close to the granite wall. He squinted at the seamless bricks and rubbed the dust away with a finger. It took a full minute to find it, and when he did, he smacked his fist on the wall and prodded the place he had found. His fingertips sank into the stone, and with a magical hum the wall began to slide apart, brick by brick, to reveal the slim passage leading into the rock of the mountain. Agfrey looked to Lilith. "He must have forgotten to tell me." "Yes, he must have," sneered Lilith, as she pushed past her. The soldiers and the other mages filed silently past, but when it was Agfrey's turn, she found a knife waggling dangerously under her chin. The Written, the one who had opened door, shook his head as her. "Not you. You'll attract too much attention," he whispered, waving the blade. "You insolent bastard, how dare you," swore Agfrey, vehement, but the knife prodded her chin. "Archmage Vice's orders." "Take it up with him," shrugged the mage, slowly receded into the darkness of the secret passageway. His hand found a lever and he yanked it, and the bricks slid back together with a mocking whisper, leaving Agfrey all alone in the dark, speechless and shaking. She slammed her fists on the stone and shouted, but nobody answered, and she was left alone with muffled echoes. In the silence, a deep boom reverberated through the archcathedral. For the first time in her life, Agfrey whimpered. She was trapped. The general swiftly retraced her steps, careful to mind the stairs lurking in the dark, until she found a familiar-looking door. She barged it open with her shoulder and hurried through. Her walk soon turned into a jog, and her lumbering jog quickly turned into a run, until soon she was barreling down corridors and hallways, trying desperately to find another exit, expecting at any moment to find Modron hot on her tail. Her breathing came in labored gasps, and her heavy armor clanked like a marching band. Fear snapped at her heels. Agfrey came to the end of a corridor and lunged through another door, barely touching its handle. She looked to the left and saw an empty corridor. Sadly for her, she never got a chance to look to the right. The giant axe blade whistled through the air and embedded itself in the top of her skull, almost slicing her head in half. Blood gurgled against the steel. Agfrey's eyes rolled up into their sockets, and for a brief moment, before her nerves stopped working and her heart stopped pumping, her hands flailed about in the air and tried hopelessly to prise the axe from her skull. Her mouth flapped, gasping and wordless like a suffocating fish. Aram twisted the handle and heard the splitting of bone. The soldier's skull cracked open like an egg and he wrenched the blade upwards. With a clang, the body slumped to the floor and the blood began to pool around her ruptured head. Aram sniffed. By his side, Lara leant over and stared at the face of the dead soldier, face still frozen in surprise. "Is that a man or a woman?" she asked, squinting. "Man, I think." "It's hard to tell with these Skullguard bastards," said Aram, holding his axe on his shoulder. There was a bang and a crash and suddenly Modron came tumbling out of a doorway, wild-eyed and tense. Sparks crackled in the gaps between his fingers. His eyes met the siren's, and then fell to the floor, where the sightless eyes of Agfrey stared back at him. Modron sighed a sigh of mixed feelings, disappointment and satisfaction rolled into one breath. "At least she got what she deserved in the end," he said. Aram nodded, and beckoned to the mage. "Come on, this way," he said. Leaving General Agfrey to bleed on the floor, the three of them ran deeper into the Arcathedral, ready for anything. The sound of the mage's footsteps were drums, setting the beat. Behind them on the stairs and in the corridors lay a trail of dead men strewn like grotesque breadcrumbs. They slumped in awkward positions, or lay stretched out and gaping, reaching out for lost limbs or spilt entrails. For the lesser-hearted man it was a stomach-churning sight. But this was war, after all. The mages had precious little mercy to spare for the Arca-guards. It was not them they had come to fight. The corridors leading to the great hall that perched on top of the mighty Arcathedral looked out over the warring city. Had the mages had a chance to take a peek, they would have seen a city where the streets ruptured like bloated veins, bursting with blood and brick and fire. Men surged down alleyways and streets like floodwater. Rank and file had given way to a messy, vicious battle between the narrow capillaries of Crossland's streets. Houses rocked and shook. Dragons perched on rooftops and turned the alleyways into blast furnaces. It was a stark contrast to the perfect white walls of the upper hallways, the gold trimmings, and the ornate doors. Their bloody footsteps looked so out of place on the polished floors, like the dead guards dotted hither and thither. The mages crept on towards the great hall. Farden's heart hammered. Now that he was finally in the Arcathedral, he would have given anything to be anywhere else. By finding Cheska and his child, it meant he had to face it, recognize it. It would suddenly become real, and that meant one thing and one thing only. It scared Farden more than anything else in his life ever had. The mage couldn't have told his uncle even if he wanted to. The older mage at his side stalked the empty corridors with a solid determination in his wide eyes. He looked as mad as he had the first day Farden had found him in the desert, flinching with every sound, eye twitching. Farden knew what his uncle, the sirens, the gods, and Emaneska were expecting of him, and what would happen if he couldn't finish it himself. Had he truly made up his mind yet? Farden steeled himself, the little voice spoke for him. If anyone were going to put an end to this, it would be him. Farden suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Between the pealing of the bells he had heard something. Farden held his breath and listened hard. There it was, the squeak of a sob, the muffled whine of someone or something crying. Farden felt his stomach sink like a lead boat. There was a door nearby, a door inlaid with silver. The mage rattled its handle. It didn't budge. Farden put his hand on the door and the lock spell bit his finger. He winced and hit the wood with the pommel of his sword. Gingerly putting his ear to the ornate wood, he listened again. Another sob. Another snivel. A sharp intake of pain. Farden slammed his sword on the door again and still it didn't budge. The mage dropped the sword with a loud clang, making Turfing spin around, and pressed both hands on the doorframe. It whined under the pressure of the opposing spell but still it didn't move. "Help me!" hissed Farden to his uncle. Turfing joined him at the door and put his ear to the wood. "Is it her?" Farden's head was torn. Part of him begged it to be her, the other half prayed that she were somehow far, far away and safe. The former half was in charge of his tongue. "I hope so," he grunted, shoving his shoulder futilely against the door. Turfing pressed his finger to the wood in several places, turning his head as he did so, as if listening for something, a change in the magic frequency perhaps, or something different. "It's Vice's spell," he mumbled, recoiling at the feel of it. Farden was becoming frantic. Why would he lock her in? "Who knows," replied his uncle. He spread his fingers over the center of the door and closed his eyes. Farden joined in, uttering his own spells, and ever so slowly, the door began to twist and buckle against its frame, warping like a taut-sail. "Almost there," said Turfing, shaking now with the effort. His nephew was a sweating wreck beside him. Suddenly the door splintered in half, straight down the middle, and Farden began to kick and hack wildly at the wood with his boots and his sword. When his sword blade became stuck, he resorted to ripping the wood apart with his armored hands until he managed to fit through. Turfing hovered in the doorway, and sniffed the air. Blood. Turfing was right. Opposite a fractured window pane lay a bed pushed against the wall. Its sheets were stained a dark, deep red, so much so that at first glance it might have been their natural color, but they were sticky to the touch, and now the blood was beginning to pool in the middle of the bed. Cheska lay in the center of it, surrounded by a crimson tundra of sheets and towels that looked like some sort of strange and tangled tapestry. She was the color of snow and sweating feverishly. Her legs, still propped up and open, were unable to move and they trembled with the strain. Muscles twitched. Only her eyes and fingers moved. She stared at the man standing in her room, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Farden fell to his knees. He put his hand on the wet sheets. All words had been ripped from his throat and the only thing left was a ragged sob. His eyes itched with abrasive tears. The mage stared at her white stomach, swollen but now empty, and the only solace he could find was that there were no wounds in the skin. Ilesi had failed, but the child was gone. He was too late. Trembling, Farden reached forward and tugged her stained nightdress over her stomach and her shaking thighs, and gently lowered her legs. She winced as if his gauntlets were made of flame. Farden, his knees too weak to hold him, gave way and he slumped to the floor beside her limp hand. Tearing his gaze from the bloody sheets, he stared into her ice-blue, mountain-like eyes and waited for her to say something. "It's a girl," she gasped, and Farden's heart convulsed. "Where?" was all the mage could manage. He touched her finger, and the tiniest of glows flitted across the key-shaped tattoo on her wrist, weak as the smoldering wick of a dead candle. Vice, he took her, sent her away. Farden clenched his teeth to keep from roaring or crying. "Farden," she began. Her voice was almost lost. She breathed in gasps and hoarse sobs. The mage held her fingers in both his hands. He could feel the dry blood crackling on her skin. He had imagined 100 different ways of seeing her for the last time and every single one was mercifully far away from this. He knew if he closed his eyes it would go away, but when he opened them again it would be no different. He tried anyway, out of pure desperate hope, but when he opened his eyes she was still staring back at him with that same wet, miserable shine to her eyes. The nightmarish reality stuck fast and stabbed him hard in the chest. Farden put her fingers to his lips. "I can get you out of here." But she shook her head. "No," she said. "No. Let me save you." Again she shook her head, and winced, as if that was too painful. "Give me my baby." Farden didn't know what to say. He squeezed his eyes but the tears burst through and he winced as they burnt his cheek. He could taste their saltiness in his mouth. "Farden, what will happen when I die?" She breathed, eyes glazing. Farden squeezed her fingers tighter. He had asked himself the same question countless times. "You'll go to the other side like all the rest of us, far away from this world where it's still and quiet and endless." Cheska nodded almost imperceptibly. Farden leant closer. "And when it's my time, I'll meet you there, and we'll drift through the stars together for the rest of time, with nothing in our way to stop us," he said. Cheska gasped then, under a wave of pain, and pushed his hand away with her last ounce of strength. Each word was a chore for her. "Go, stubborn man, find him, kill him for us." "I promise," muttered Farden, refusing to let go. "Farden," she gasped, barely a sound. He leant over the bed and held his ear close to her cracked lips. She breathed her final words and fresh tears sprang to his eyes, burning and stinging. He choked on them. With trembling hands, he closed her mountain-like eyes and pulled the bloody sheets over her face. It was over. She was dead. He had been cheated. Farden stood there for a moment. Rage began to boil inside him, a rage he knew very well indeed. His uncle walked forward, treading on glass, and reached out to put a hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Farden," he started to say, but he shrugged him off, and roared at the top of his voice. The maid seized the bloody sheets with both hands and strangled them. Flames burst from his fingers and suddenly the whole bed was alight. The fire leapt across the sheets as if they were oily paper. The room filled with smoke. Wordlessly, his eyes like furnaces, Farden marched out of the room, his uncle running after him. Turfing tried to slow him down, but his nephew would not be touched. "Farden, calm yourself." But Farden would not be calmed either. His uncle grabbed his hand and Farden wrenched away. "Leave me alone." "Where is the child, Farden? Where is it?" His nephew snapped and whirled around. Turfing found Farden's armored hands, sizzling with flames, encircling his throat. Turfing didn't blink. He didn't move. The fire didn't burn his skin. He simply stared back at his nephew, challenging him with his eyes. Farden suddenly saw a very familiar fury bubbling behind his uncle's eyes. He almost took comfort in it. Snibbling, he looked away, and wiped away the tears with his free hand. She, Farden growled. What? She? You said it, muttered Farden. I have a daughter. His voice rumbled like an avalanche. Turfing sighed, and spoke in a quiet voice. I'm sorry, he said. Farden choked on more tears. No, Turfing, you're not, he said, hoarsely. Where is she, Farden? Vice took her, sent her away. Turfing's face went ashen. Where? Farden looked down the corridor. I don't know, but I know exactly who to ask. Another emotion took over Turfing's eyes then, and his fury cracked. Farden knew this one too. Fear. No, Farden. We can't face Vice without Durnus. Panicked Turfing. I can. Farden stormed off down the corridor, wet boots squeaking and thudding on the marble, flames still trailing around his wrists. Turfing tried to grab his arm but he shrugged him off. I want to kill him, uncle. I want to rip his heart out while he's still alive and make him watch as I crush it under my boot. So do I, Farden, replied Turfing. But we need Durnus to kill Vice. Before his uncle could make any other excuses, the mage dug into his cloak pocket and withdrew a small brass-colored rock. It sparkled, catching the flames. No, we don't. We have a demon stone instead. A what? Where did you get it? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. And how exactly are you going to kill Vice with just a simple rock? Farden squeezed the demon stone so hard that his gauntlets rattled. I don't know, but I'm going to try smashing his head in with it first. Stranger things have happened. Turfing pulled at his hair in frustration. This is ridiculous, Farden. We still need Durnus. Farden shook his head. And for all we know he's dead. Turfing could only hope his nephew wrong. The mages sprinted up a last flight of steps and quickly made their way to the thick doors of the great hall. They were unlocked and unguarded. All was quiet at the top of the arcathedral, the air fragile and teetering. Only the twin bells dared make a sound. Feels like a trap, said Turfing. Fear was creeping into his veins like ice water. We don't have a choice. Well, remember what you said to me in the desert? That Vice designed us to be perfect, not flawed, and that it will be his undoing? You were right, uncle. Turfing put a hand to his chest and nodded, trying to push his heart back into its proper place. It felt as though it was trying to escape. Years had been spent dreaming of this moment. Years had been spent dreading it. He was torn. Farden, on the other hand, wore a rage that blinded all else. He stamped his way down the corridor as if he were trying to crack the marble floor with every step. Turfing put his hand on his nephew's shoulder. I should have done this a long time ago. I could have told you that, growled Farden. You did. I didn't listen. Then at that case I'm glad Ilios threatened to bite you, Farden said, brushing away his uncle's rough hand. They stopped in front of the ornate doors. Farden lifted his sword and touched the point to the gilded wood. By his side, Turfing was staring at the door as if it were Vice itself. Whatever happens, Farden, I just want to say. You can say it afterwards, Farden grunted, and without another word, he grabbed the handles of the great doors, wrenched them open, and marched into the breathtaking hall. Snow-white and solid marble, lines of pillars stood like ancient trees around the edges of the hall, masterfully carved so that their branches wrapped and coiled themselves around the golden beams of the cavernous roof. Their marble roots meandered across the marble floors, pestering benches and curling into strange shapes between the tiles. At the zenith of the ivory ceiling hovered a wide skylight, now sealed with colored glass instead of open to the sky as it once was. The skylight glass matched the walls perfectly, where floor-to-ceiling windows filled the gaps between yet more pillars. History filled the rainbow panes. Glass faces stared inwards, wide-eyed and curious. Dawnlight and firelight played together in their facets. They cast kaleidoscopic shades on the marble floor, making puddles and rivulets of sunset yellow, iceberg blue, artery red, and dragon-scale green between the roots of the pillars. There was only one thing amiss in the great hall, and she lay broken and in pieces in the center of the hall. The great marble statue of Avernia had been thrown from her pedestal and left as a disfigured alabaster mess. She lay on the floor surrounded by a herd of old candles, her amputated limbs smashed, her stern face hacked apart. Her golden scales had been twisted and bent. The sight made Farden's blood boil even more. Behind the broken goddess, at the end of the hall, the twin thrones of the archmages rose out of the flagstones. There, surrounded by half-dozen archiguards whose faces were obscured by gold helmets with green feathers, stood a tall, victorious-looking man wrapped in a polished suit of copper-colored armor, with dirty blonde hair and a furious hazel gaze. Vice. Farden walked forward slowly, sword low and wary, eyeing the hateful man. Turfing lingered behind him. Finally, said the Archmage, in a smooth and slick voice that slithered around the marble hall. You've arrived at last. He turned around and it was then that he caught sight of the old mage standing behind Farden, and his sneering expression faltered for the briefest of moments. I must say, I'm surprised at your company, Farden. You seem to have roused a dead man from his grave. Turfing waved his sword at him. The older mage tried to ignore the feeling of stark fear the sight of Vice evoked in him. He felt exposed. Old whispers scurried through his head. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he sniffed. Not dead, despite the rumors and your best efforts, Vice. Vice looked to the open doors. There was nobody else, just a broken goddess and an empty corridor. No sign of any vampire then, he thought, and grinned. Just the two of you? I'm almost insulted, he said. Farden scowled. Just the two of us, Vice. Excellent. Two birds with one Archmage then, so to speak. Where is she? Demanded Farden. Vice shook his head and took a step forward. Always with the questions, Farden, never with the pleasantries. Where is she? What have you done with her? Who are you? I told you once before how blind you were and it seems you have not improved. His voice suddenly became low and threatening. I expected more from you. My daughter, where is she? Repeated the mage. Spittle flew from his lips as he spoke. Vice shook his head. Didn't Cheska tell you? That child is probably halfway across the Bay of Rose by now, escaping as we speak, the Archmage informed them. The mages tried to hide it, but they sagged in the face of the shocking news. They had lost already. Farden's head dropped. All this effort for nothing, Cooed Vice. As always, you are one step behind me. Farden stayed silent, and slowly swayed back and forth, rocking on his feet. He felt numb. His face was turning slowly purple with rage. Turfing tapped the end of his sword on the floor. The blade chimed. A step behind are we? He asked. Vice smiled again, flashing his white teeth. Turfing could feel the Archmage's magic vibrating the very air around them, pushing and suffocating. Turfing had never felt magic like it. The old mage pointed his sword at Vice and began to recite the dust song in a low and rhythmic voice. Speaks, once the final seed is sown, it must rear its head to face alone, what furrows left by earthly fathers, for 'tis greeted by unearthly laughter. And one more terrible than three shall come, one to which the stars succumb. To bring holy war back down to earth, and leave all to bask in unholy birth. The hall was silent as Turfing paused. The guards swapped confused glances. Vice glared. Turfing continued. We know exactly what you're doing, Vice, and what your cunning plan is. It was obvious from the start. Emaneska calls it Ragnarok, the Parayans call it Armageddon, the Minotaurs call it Gutter Damarum, but whatever you want to call it, it's never going to happen. Vice shook his head. But you've already lost, do you not realize that? Even if your army takes this city, it matters not. The stone is already rolling. With the child safe and sound and far away, there's nothing to stop me. There's us, Farden said. Vice laughed, but Farden raised his head and held up a small glittering rock. It glowed brightly in his palm. And this, you deluded bastard. How I wish I'd known that night at the inn, and put an end to you then. Your first mistake was not killing me when you had the chance, added the mage. It was Vice's turn to sag. This, a tiny voice inside the Archmage's head grudgingly admitted, the seer had not mentioned. He snarled and pushed his guards forward. Cut them down to size for me. He shouted. The air began to crackle with energy. Farden and Turfing held their swords in front of their faces as they moved apart. Fire shimmered around their clenched hands. Turfing's shield began to spin with a click and a whir. Blades emerged from its edge and they spun and danced along its rim. Farden grit his teeth, and let his rage fill every inch of his body. A familiar red mist descended over his eyes. The guards surged forward in two groups, spell-proof shields held in front of their faces. They reached Farden first. Vicious spears thrusted and jabbed, but Farden backed away and fended each of them off, his blade ringing like a bell. One caught him on the arm, slicing through his cloak and skin. Farden winced. It only made him angrier. With an impatient yell, he slammed his wrists together and a wall of magic drove the men backwards. Their boots scraped against the marble as they braced themselves. The mage kicked at the legs of the nearest guard, and as he stumbled, Farden grabbed the back of the helmet and yanked the guard's head down while striding his sword upwards, straight into the narrow gap in the man's visor. Blood spurted like a fountain. The man screamed. Farden wasted no time watching him bleed. He wrenched his sword free and spun around, and his sword blade found a knee and a helmet to smash, quickly dispatching another guard. A spear darted dangerously close to the mage's face and, lightning fast, he grabbed it and sent sparks surging down its steel shaft. The guard yelped and dropped it, lowering his shield. He stared in shock and horror as he watched a razor-sharp sword swinging upwards into his groin, easily finding the unprotected joints between the steel plates. Fardan left him on the floor. The last remaining guard wisely backed away, only to trip on the body of his comrade. He fell back with a yell, and Fardan leapt forward to swiftly clamp his hand over the guard's visor. Boiling fire billowed from his palm and filled the man's helmet, and the yelling stopped instantly. Fardan left the men to die and strode forward to confront Vice. Turfing was still busy with his own guards. Out of the corner of Fardan's eye, he spotted his uncle cutting a man into rough halves with his shield. The screeching of blades cutting through steel and bone was piercing, and the guard's screams were even worse. Sparks sprayed from the shield's edge like a fountain. Vice, meanwhile, stood his ground at the end of the hall, looking on with a calm nonchalance. Slivers of electricity coiled around his fingers like frenzied glowworms. His magic made the air hum and quiver. Fardan could feel the pressure of it washing over him in waves. "Come and get your revenge then, mage," said Vice. "If you can." Fardan held his sword high. Fire began to climb the blade. "I've been waiting a long time for this," he grinned, clenching his teeth so hard they hurt. Vice matched the mage's smile. "So have I." "Fardan, wait!" shouted Turfing from behind him, but it was too late. Vice's spell was already at full swing. Thunder rocked the hall as a snarling river of lightning flew from Vice's hands. The air wobbled in the heat. Fardan braced himself to deflect it, but even with all of his strength it was not enough. He was tired, and Vice was so strong. The spell tossed him backwards like a soiled rag, and he crashed to the floor next to the dead guards. He slid through their blood, and coughed up some of his own. His veins were on fire. He had never felt a spell like it. Turfing ran to his side and wrenched him to his feet. Smoke escaped from Fardan's mouth. The mage winced. "Together. We can only hope to take him if we work together," whispered his uncle, and he nodded. He cracked his knuckles, and as one they marched forward, Fardan limping ever so slightly. Turfing was the first to strike. He punched the air, and a wall of magic pushed Vice back against the steps of his stolen throne. Vice just laughed, but Turfing was only warming up. Fardan watched his uncle grow like a storm cloud. Shadows slithered in his wake. His entire being seemed to grow. Fardan remembered his lessons, and he too began to feel the power surge through his veins. Fire swelled in his chest and billowed between his shaking hands. Turfing cast his shield aside and held his hands high above his head. Tendrils of fire began to spin around him. The great hall rumbled. Vice fearlessly stormed forward to meet them. As the two fire spells reached their roaring crescendo, the Archmage raised his hand with a flourish. Fire met a wall of air with a deafening crash, and the three mages dueled, 2 against 1. The spells raged like waves against a cliff. The very air seemed to burn and combust around them. The marble tiles turned black and cracked in the blistering heat. It seemed like a lifetime of straining and sweat-soaked concentration before their spells finally broke. Vice pushed with all his might, and the fire flew back in the mages' faces. The smell of burning hair filled their nostrils. Fardan somehow managed to stay upright. It was his turn to lift his hands to the lofty ceiling. Suddenly his knees began to shake. His armor rattled as though it were possessed. His dark hair stood rigid and scared. On his back, his book was ablaze. Fardan had felt this type of power before, and he grit his teeth. Feeling the vibration in the air, Turfing knelt by his side and gripped his nephew's leg, lending his own power to Fardan's spell. His nephew's magic was finding its way out. Vice looked to his feet. He was suddenly very aware of what was about to happen. He remembered the knight and the bearded goat very well. He spread his hands, and the floor beneath him cracked under the pressure of his immense shield spell. Unfortunately for him, this time Fardan's spell struck from above. With a deafening roar, a gigantic pillar of fire burst through the marble ceiling and fell upon Vice like a landslide of flame and molten stone. He disappeared under the boiling, roiling tower of orange and yellow fire. As Fardan strained and heaved to keep the spell under control, Turfing caught a glimpse of the clouds above, and how the pillar of fire burnt a hole through them, as if the spell had come from the gods themselves. What a sight this must be, he found himself thinking, over the deafening roar of the flaming maelstrom. But to their dismay, a dark figure began to emerge from the pillar of fire, unhurt and casual as though he were escaping a mere rain shower. Turfing swore and groped for his sword. He hurled it like a spear, and as it flew its edges burst into white-hot flame. It caught Vice in the chest, and the Archmage was thrown backwards into the blackened, half-molten thrones. Dizzy, head throbbing, Fardan let his spell die away and rushed forward with his own sword. Die! Shouted Fardan, raising his sword high above his head. He swung the blade downwards with every scrap of strength left in his arms. Turfing looked on, disbelief frozen on his face. Was it this easy? Had they done it? Not even close. Fardan's sword broke in half, and he found a fist in his gut. He was catapulted so far into the air that his head brushed the ceiling. The mage crashed through several rafters and cried out as his ribs splintered. He landed hard, cracking his head on a stained glass window, and stayed where he was, fighting for breath. A small glowing rock rolled out of his pocket and lingered by his side, trying to attract his attention. Incredibly, Vice pushed himself to his feet and smiled at Turfing. I wonder, did you see my face in your dreams, Turfing, hear my voice in your sleep? Turfing didn't answer. He simply twitched. I wonder where you hid yourself. I'm surprised in you, old friend, surprised you're still alive, surprised you came back, and surprised you haven't grown wiser after all these years. Can't you feel it? You have no idea what I am, Turfing, no idea what I have become, spat the sneering Archmage. With one hand, he pulled the blade from his armored chest, wrenching it from the jagged teeth of his buckled armor, and snapped it in half over his knee. Turfing's heart fell in his chest. Fear washed his veins cold again. Something about Vice was disturbingly different. This was a monster, not a Nephilim. The older mage had no time to ponder the issue. With a simple flick of Vice's fingers, stars exploded inside the mage's head and Turfing skidded across the blackened floor. Dazed, but not defeated, Turfing stood up. Thunder rolled in his hands, lightning flickered, and a wind began to howl around him. Vice laughed. Tenacious to the very end, aren't you? He yelled in a deep booming voice, still slick with oily confidence. Vice threw a bolt of lightning at him and Turfing rolled to the side. Just as you made me, replied the mage. Fardan was wrong, your first mistake was me. Turfing retorted with a powerful spell of his own, and Vice snarled as the sparks scorched his skin. What do you think is going to happen, without me, Vice spat out his words as if they were hot coals. Do you think you'll win? Do you think that the child will just disappear and dissolve, as if she had never been? The plan is already in motion, Turfing, with or without me, the stars will fall. The old mage winced as a pillar exploded beside him, spraying him with marble shards. He said nothing, and shuffled backwards, trying to buy his nephew some time. Fardan was slowly coming to. He was clutching at the glowing demon stone. Behind him, a shadow skimmed across the rainbow-colored windows. This land will become the playground of the demons and you worthless creatures will be our slavelings once again, laughed Vice. Your gods will have no choice but to sit and watch. I always thought you talked too much, said Turfing, narrowing his eyes at the hateful man. Blades of light spinning around his fingers, Vice yelled and swung for the old mage, slicing Turfing across his cheek as he rolled to the side, and as he rolled he threw his hands towards the ceiling to release his magic, and with one giant boom his vortex spell ripped the rest of the roof from the great hall, just in time for a giant golden dragon to swoop in, jaws open and full of flame, claws ready and outstretched. It was hard to follow what happened next. If Vice was shocked, he didn't show it. His reactions certainly didn't. The Archmage threw himself to the floor in the blink of an eye as the huge beast flew at him. Farfallen's claws missed Vice by a hair's breadth, snagging his cloak as he passed by. Svarta, arrow knocked to her bow and at full stretch, face grinning in a wicked snarl, she turned to fire. As Vice slewed across the floor his hand found a spear and, before anyone could do anything to stop him, he turned and hurled it with all his might. Farfallen landed heavily, claws empty. Sparks flew as his armor grated on the marble. Svarta, standing high in her saddle, turned around, relaxed her fingers, and let her arrow loose. Vice's spear flew through the air in a blur of deadly metal and buried itself deep in Svarta's chest. Screaming, the Siren Queen crumpled like a rotten sapling, and was hurled from her dragon's saddle. Her arrow found its mark, just under Vice's arm, and the Archmage was thrown backwards. Crosslung had never heard a sound so loud, nor so full of pain. Farfallen roared at the top of his mighty lungs, and for a few brief moments he scrabbled at his armored chest, claws rending his armor, hoping it would stop the pain. But it couldn't. It never would, and with a final, heart-wrenchingly terrible whine, the old dragon toppled over, and fell dead beside his rider. And oh. Fardan's shout almost equaled the dragon's in volume and pain. Without a hint of caution or fear, he threw himself at Vice, brandishing the glowing rock in his hands. As the Archmage struggled on the floor, Fardan slammed the stone against his temple. Vice yelped. A sliver of dark blood leaked from his pale skin and dribbled down his dusty face. I knew I'd finish the old dragon and his bitch off eventually, spat the Archmage, grabbing Fardan's hand and viciously prying it away from his neck. The mage screamed as his little finger was yanked free of its socket. But before either of them could make another move, the air above them cracked and wobbled and split in two. The demon stone in Farden's hand began to glow hotter than it ever had before. There was an almighty burst of blinding light and a shower of cold rain, and suddenly a thin, pale man appeared in midair, holding a golden disc high above his head. Thunder boomed. The man crashed to the floor like a falling star and pinned Vice to the marble. The Archmage looked up at this sudden attacker and uttered one shock-filled word. Ruin. Durnus looked around, squinting with milky eyes. His face was so different that Farden didn't recognize him. Vice, whispered Durnus. The Archmage snarled like a caged saber cat. I knew it. The tear book was right all this time. You didn't die. Durnus shook his head and prodded his filthy, ragged chest with his finger. Oh, but I did, Vice. Ruin died a long time ago. Vice looked his brother up and down. Was this the nemesis he'd feared? Durnus's clothes were ripped and ragged and his gray face was bruised and scratched. He was plastered in brown mud. His thin gray hair was slicked back to his scalp with rain and blood, and his hands were shaking. His eyes were dazed and cloudy, and they roved to and fro as if searching for something. Vice sneered. No, he said. You didn't die, you simply forgot who you were. You hid under your vampire skin and curled up like a worm, hiding in the shadows and devouring farmhands and peasant boys. And look at you now, Ruin, a frail and weak old man, a shade of your former glory, robbed of your memories, and blind too, by the looks of you. Nothing but a blind, wild beast. I should have known the moment Farden mentioned you. But you didn't, Durnus jabbed him with his voice, pawing for Vice's neck. Vice pushed him away. Behind them, Turfing helped Farden to his feet. They looked on, waiting, watching the duel of words. Farden couldn't take his eyes off his old friend. He looked like death incarnate. And now I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago, snarled Durnus. Vice laughed long and hard, but somewhere deep behind his laugh, a whisper of doubt escaped his mouth. And what are you going to do then, brother? Bite me? I'm too strong for that now. Ha! What can you possibly do to me? You're not a pale king anymore. You'll die like Bane and the rest of them, weak old man, and then I'll wear your fangs around my neck. Father would be so proud, growled Durnus. You should have remembered your lore, Vice. His nacreous eyes began to flash and sparkle as he lifted his shaking hand to his mouth. He smiled then, and bared his teeth, and prodded the area where his fangs should have been with his thumb. Vice's confident smile died on his lips. He watched as his brother's hand moved lower, and pulled back his torn shirt to reveal a furrowed field of bloody gashes across his shoulder. Lycans, he said, have bigger fangs than I. It's not possible, Vice stammered, suddenly recognizing the fire in Durnus's eyes. He had seen it in the mirror countless times. Dread seized his heart and jabbed it with icy forks, but before the Archmage could do anything, Durnus grabbed him by the neck and began to strangle him. Vice cried out, swearing and cursing, trying in vain to push his brother off. Traitor! Vice spat. Durnus simply smiled a grim smile. I wouldn't have it any other way. He yelled. Turfing and the wounded Farden leapt forward and tried to hold the thrashing Archmage down. He's too strong, yelled Turfing, casting around for a blade. Farden quickly pressed the demon stone into Durnus's chest. Durnus! Use this! Durnus groped for the rock with his free hand. Farden pushed it into his palm and it sizzled against his skin, and suddenly a lost memory bubbled up into his mind. Vice snarled and growled like a dragon. Get off me! He bellowed, pushing harder and harder. Durnus clung on doggedly. Magic surged through them like floodwaters. Dark blood streamed from both their noses. Fire raged around them, whirling like a tornado and burning the clothes from their backs. Durnus held the demon stone high in the air. He swung once, twice, 3 times, pummeling the Archmage in the face and ribs. Vice hit him back and clawed at his pale chest, slicing his skin with his nails and blades of light, but still Durnus didn't falter. He head-butted Vice hard in the face and stunned him. Moving like lightning, Durnus seized him in a headlock while Turfing and Farden pushed down with all their might and magic. Durnus lifted the stone again and brought it crashing down on the back of Vice's head. The rock burnt in his hand like a hot coal as he hammered down, again, and again, and again. Turfing and Farden, their hearts in their throats, did all they could to hold the Archmage's writhing body down. They grunted and heaved like rock trolls. Marble split beneath their feet and knees. Fire scorched their faces. The hall began to shake. In the end, Vice died without a sound. Not a word escaped his contorted lips. He bit down on his own tongue and swallowed it, and as the demon stone made the first crack in his skull, his hazel eyes began to glaze over. The Archmage flailed wildly like a panicked beast. The demon stone was a blisteringly bright orb of light, and like a crashing sun it fell on Vice's head, again and again. Clouds gathered at the corners of his eyes, like the storm he had summoned on the world, and the last thing he saw was Turfing standing above him holding a broken sword. The mage's face was full of desperate fury. He lunged, and there was a clang as the sword bit into the bone. The fire and the rumbling slowly faded away, and soon there was no sound save for the burbling hiss of blood still pumping through Vice's magic-burnt veins. The demon stone plunged deep inside his skull and it stopped. Vice, the pale king and archmage, died. The bells had finally stopped tolling. "Good riddance, brother," Durnus whispered into the dead ears of the body in his arms. He let go of the demon stone and it tumbled to the floor, glowing dimly behind its mask of sticky blood. Durnus grimaced as he felt the deep burns it had left on his palm. Weak and dizzy, Fardan stood up. Legs and arms hung limply, muscles demolished. His lungs were twin furnaces. He could hardly breathe. A pool of blood was collecting by his side. The ripped flesh where his finger had been throbbed and dripped. With his good hand, he grabbed the sword from his uncle and plunged it deep into Vice's corpse. The others watched him with grim faces. 3 times he did it, 3 times he stabbed the body, grunting and cursing, 3 times before he swayed, fell, picked himself up, and then walked away, tears running down his face to carve little white trails through the blood and the dirt and the sweat. The pain and emotion finally caught up with him. Throwing the sword across the hall, Fardan slumped to the floor beside Farfallen's golden head and let the tears flow freely. "It's over," gasped Turfing. "It's actually over." With a hand as shaky as an autumn leaf, the old mage reached inside his tunic and fished out a golden coin dangling on a chain. A quick tug set it free. Turfing couldn't hide the relief. A single tear crept along the bottom of his eye and hid amidst the dust and soot. He tossed the golden coin at the ugly body at his feet, and relished the sound it made against Vice's armor. The mage turned around and saw Modron, Laryl, and Aram standing in the doorway, their faces painted red and weapons chipped and notched. The siren, Agape and horrified, ran to Svarta's side, gingerly touching the spear that impaled her. He put a finger to her neck and closed his eye. With one giant hand, he reached out and touched Fardan. The mage flinched and looked up. His tear-stained face was the epitome of grief. "My luck has all run out," he said. Aram could do nothing but nod. Laryl joined them, and put a respectful hand on the dragon's cold snout, and stared into his golden eyes. Modron stood and bowed his head. Faces drained of color and limbs like sand, Turfing led the blind Durnus to the edge of the hall where the walls and windows and roof had been ripped away. They stood together amongst the rubble. Durnus put his hands to his white eyes while Turfing stared out at the city cowering beneath the heavy clouds. Like the fighting, fires raged here and there, gnawing at what was left of the broken streets. The battle was slowly coming to an end. Somehow, presumably with help from the masses of desperate Arca men and women from the ships, their forces had managed to scrape a victory. Against all the odds, they had won. "We did it," muttered the old mage. "But at what cost?" Durnus asked. Turfing didn't have an answer. He rubbed the Parian rain ring on his finger and held it up to the iron skies. There was a soft rumbling in the heavens and, like Fardan's tears, the rain came freely, and somehow there was a tinge of warmth in those raindrops. All over Crosslung the free people of Emaneska lifted their hands and faces to the skies and opened their mouths to taste the water on their dry tongues. The fires that threatened to consume the city hissed and moaned and finally died away, and slowly the gutters were washed of blood. Down in the streets it was oddly quiet. Silence, gagged and muffled, had been dragged into the city against its will. It hovered between the buildings. It stared at the countless dead bodies littering every corner, every doorway. Outside the smashed Arcathedral doors, lines and lines of captured soldiers, both Arca and Skalgard, knelt on the wet cobblestones. They were silent and still. Behind them stood the victors, the sirens, the witches, the lost clans, the gathered tribes, the dukes and their peasants, and the rest. Every single one of them, woman and man, looked like hell or worse. The rain had washed away most of the muck of battle, but it wouldn't wash away the cuts or the scrapes or the scars. Healers trawled their midst, doing as best they could under the circumstances. Behind them stood a crowd of thousands, and every one of them was soaked to the bone and dripping wet. They were pale and gaunt and shivered in the rain. They hovered in the streets, running their hands over familiar walls and savoring their well-deserved freedom. They had won. But, as Durnus had surmised, it had come at a high price indeed. Crosslung was broken. An old dragon had died. Farfallen's body was reverently lowered from the great hall to the streets by his captains, and there the sirens and their dragons paid their final respects to their leader and his siren queen. They filtered past one at a time. Their bright scales and colors seemed drab and ordinary now. Tears vied with rain for space on the cheeks of the bedraggled dragon riders. All over Crossland, others were doing the same. Slowly, aching, the city slowly picked itself up and dusted itself off. Beds were scrounged, houses overturned and cleaned out, histories and possessions dug out from beneath piles of rubble. Victory tasted sour in the mouth for most. But it was victory at least. The gods had smiled through the storm clouds, be it wanly. Turfing, Durnus, and the others were busy seeing to various things. Against all odds and defying all rumors, Modron had discovered a familiar figure hidden away in the darkest prisons of the Archcathedral. The old Archmajadron was carried out over the broken doors of his fortress on the shoulders of the remaining loyal Written. He was a skeleton of a man. His tangled hair had grown to his hips and the old man could barely speak. Ilesi and Laryl stood with Aram. The big siren stood stoically silent, acting as a wall between the women. Ilesi had nothing to say. Laryl's teeth chattered. In the middle of it all stood Farden, immovable like a statue, ignoring the rain on his head and the throbbing of his injured hand and broken ribs. He didn't even blink. Nobody talked to him. They could tell from the look in his eyes that he wanted to be left alone. The mage was waiting for it all to make sense. He wondered if it ever would. Sadly, it wouldn't make sense to him for a long time. Farden stared to the south, where he could catch glimpses of the sea through the gaps in the fractured buildings. He could hear the muffled weeping of the dragons behind him. Farfallen lay nearby, his golden eyes still open. Had Farden turned around, he would have seen them staring right at him. Durnus tried once to talk to him. He put his arms around the mage and whispered in his ear. "I'm sorry, Farden, for everything. I couldn't tell you. I tried, but I couldn't. I thought I could spare you all of this. I'm sorry, old friend. We'll find your daughter, don't worry." Farden could barely look at him, and his old friend had retreated. Ilesi came to tend his missing finger. She did not speak. The maid just bandaged his hand and after letting her hand linger on his shoulder for a moment, she left. Farden watched her go. To the mage, the city was a gray blur, full of shuffling and muttering. Farden didn't dare look around at the bloody gutters, nor the quiet crowds, nor the piles of bodies on the street corners. He didn't dare take a peek. Farden knew he would have broken apart and shattered like glass. His heart thumped sluggishly against his ribs. He was to blame for all of it, and all of it to come. He knew what he had to do to make it right. It was some time before he moved, and when he did, he left without a sound or a word. Some saw him leave and thought nothing of it, others missed it completely, but later on they would search the entire city for him and find nothing of the mage. Glassy-eyed and far away, Farden walked to the city gates, and after one final look back at the city, he kept walking. The sky exhaled, and the gods hung their heads. Nothing could be said. Nothing could be done. Even Heimdall looked away. The gods began the work of gathering their prayers, their power, for there were a lot of them to gather that day. Only one stood unmoving, and he stared down at the glittering pendant of rock hanging far below. Loki frowned and pressed his fist against the stone of the walls. He turned his head and gazed at the darkness hanging between the stars. There, on the plains of nothingness, something in the shadows grinned back at him, and rubbed its claws. Dread and hungry anticipation, separated by a bridge of rainbows. Epilogue. In the wake of war. It was once said by one of the first archmages that the magic of Emaneska was not in its mages or its wizards, nor its spellbooks or its potions, but in the inexorable and persevering nature of its people. It took 3 days to clear Crosslung of the dead, and a further 3 to bury them. The remaining grey ships were packed with the fallen and driven out to sea to burn. That night they lit the horizon like a second sunset. Slowly the city was turned the right way up. The lost clans and the sirens returned home, as did the Albion armies and the others from the north and the west. Old Archmajadron died peacefully in his bed a month after the battle. He was weak and past help, but he saw his city saved, and his final orders were to appoint Durnus and Turfing as the new archmages after him. The celebrations lasted for a month, and the citizens couldn't have been happier. The Arca were a shadow of their former glory, but a shadow nonetheless. As for Durnus, he spent his first months as Archmage ordering search after search for Farden, confident he would eventually find the mage sitting quietly in a tavern, or hiding in the hold of a ship somewhere. But he never did. Nobody knew where he was. The mage had completely disappeared. Turfing was equally distressed, but he too held a stubborn belief that Farden would return, and so he waited like the others. Aram finally returned to Josfin for the crowning of Tower Dawn and his rider Elia. Laryl went with him. Ilesi stayed in the service of the new archmages, insisting they needed a maid. She never spoke of her night with the god Thrawn to anyone. Durnus never discussed what had happened with Jurgen. The bite marks on his shoulder never quite healed, but the Leekin's poison had done its painful work. It had ripped the vampire curse from his veins, but its legacy was his blindness. In a way, Dernis saw it as a punishment for his fear and inaction. Nevertheless, he was his former self once again, a pale king, a Nephilim, and it was a fact he wisely kept from the Arca and the newly reinstated Magic Council. Only Turfing and a handful of others ever knew the truth. Together, the two Archmages prepared for the inevitable return of Fardin's daughter. Spies were sent out in search of her and defenses were slowly gathered. Unbeknownst to them all, even to the gods in Heimdall's eyes, the seer Lilith was far away and biding her precious time. When she heard of Vice's death, deep in her dusty cellar, on the outskirts of a tiny town deep in the wilderness, she had smiled at the news, and cackled quietly to herself, twiddling her seer stones in her palm. Vice had asked his questions, but he hadn't asked the right questions, she chuckled under her breath. People never did. The small bundle by her side slept on peacefully, utterly unaware of her destiny. For the moment, she was innocent. It was 1 year later before anyone found Fardin. Far to the west, Albion was still in the grip of a cold and snowy winter. In the Dorna Hills, near a little town called Bane, ugly weather was brewing. The sky was like stew and it swirled above the wind-blown hills. Chunks of cloud floated around, blissfully unaware. Thunder rumbled as the winds stirred the heavens. The sun hid. The ground was frozen solid. A snow had fallen the day before and it crunched under the boots of the men. 6 of them there were, and they trudged through the ankle-biting snow in single file. Their boots moaned and creaked like rickety floorboards. Their clothes were thick and lined with deer fur to keep the wind at bay. They walked for an hour before they found it, a small wooden shack set into the side of a hill. It sat in the lee of the slope and was fashioned from corrugated iron and slats of pilfered wood. A skinny chimney coughed black smoke and soot into the brittle air. The men pointed and muttered and walked on with their faces down and hands deep in their pockets. Only one of them carried a sword, and he marched out in front. He was nervous, he had heard the rumors. When they reached the shack, nobody wanted to knock. It took a full minute of whispered arguing before a man sighed in annoyance and tossed back his hood and scarf. There was a coat of arms on his breast, of a shield with a black cat and crossed daggers. The man had a shock of red hair and a matching goatee. He had the eyes of a weasel, quick and cunning. He was well-built, stocky, and tall to most, a hair over 6 feet tall. He pushed his men aside and rapped smartly on the door 3 times. There was no answer save the wind. It howled around them. The man tapped his boots impatiently and shivered. "Maybe he's not in," said the man with the sword. The red-haired man shot him a dark look and spat something black into the snow. "Of course he is," he said, and reached for the door handle. Before his men could protest, he twisted it and went in. The men swapped nervous glances and quickly followed. It was dark inside the shack, midnight dark and full of acrid smoke. The red-haired man covered his nose with a handkerchief, trying to ignore the smells that assaulted him. He squinted at the smoky darkness, making out a wooden stool, a threadbare armchair, and other mismatched and useless things. "Hello?" he called, quietly at first, then louder. He headed towards the rear of the shack. A dim glow caught his eye, and he peered into the shadows. "Hello? I've come to make you a proposition." Words and shapes, written in white light, began to glow in the darkness. The man squinted at them, trying to make them out, but they were in a strange and foreign language. Lines and lines of them hunched there for a moment, before they were extinguished. Then a small orange flame hissed into being and hovered in midair where the glowing script had been. The red-haired man stood his ground. "I said I've come to make you an offer," he said. "You should leave, now." "I won't leave until you hear me out," asserted the man. The flame shifted to the side, and the man caught a glimpse of a face in the flickering light, of gray-green eyes and a scarred cheek. It was him. "What is your name?" asked the face. "We met once before." "I am the Duke of Kiltirin, and I hear you're good at killing people." "I've killed a few," muttered the face. Fingers wrapped around the flame and snuffed it out. The Duke looked around. He could hear footsteps and rustling. "Well," said Kiltirin, "I want you to kill someone for me." "And who might that be?" said a voice. The Duke tapped the side of his nose, hoping the mage could see him. "Let's keep that a secret for now, shall we? Will you do it?" There was a moment of heavy breathing. Teeth sucked at lips and thought. "For the right amount of coin, I might," suggested the voice. The Duke smiled wolfishly. "Name your price." Acknowledgements. There should be a warning that comes with being an author, something along the lines of Lee warning. The occupation of author may cause many sleepless nights, excess caffeine consumption and addiction, wearing down of the fingers, daydreaming, incessant imagination, ludicrous Twitter bios, and strange affectations such as top hats and pet raccoons. But there is another warning that should come along with such an occupation, and that is the overwhelming and startling support of people such as you, yes you, that take the time to congratulate and encourage authors such as myself. After the release of the first book in this series, I received such a great response from people all over the world, from reviews to ratings to simple retweets. If you were one of these people, then I thank you. I dedicate this novel to you as I did at the start of the book. Give yourself a clap on the back. Your kind encouragement has kept me going and solidified my own stubborn resolve to keep at this occupation of mine. I'm glad you enjoyed the written. I hope Pale Kings met all your expectations too. Once again, my utmost thanks to my dear friends and official editors, Nancy Clark, Sarah West, and Sheila Billings. You have been so patient and invaluable during the final stages of this book. My eternal gratitude to Claudia as well. She has the patience of a saint or a criminal mastermind, and motivation to match. For all the months of putting up with me, my brutal schedules, and my occasional hermetic lifestyle, thank you. Acknowledgements also go out to Zach, Carl, Roger, Michael, Paul and Carol, Mike, Helen, Fran, Sam, and also the countless bands and artists who have sonically inspired me through the writing stages. Did you like this book? Then help Ben out by telling a friend or two. For indie authors, every bit of exposure and word of mouth helps. Spreading the word, leaving reviews, sharing it on Twitter, all of these help authors like Ben to keep writing books. So, if you liked Pale Kings, then please tell your friends. You can also follow and support Ben on Facebook. Facebook.com/BengallayAuthor. And on Twitter. @Bengali. Or join Ben's mailing list at www.bengallay.com. Thank you for your support.